to wholesale customers, retail customers on a large scale, as well as households as well. We also work domestically, and we're looking forward to participating in the session to see how we can accelerate that and go beyond our borders.
Great. So here we have it, two great panelists with a lot of wealth of information to share on how we can actually be effective leaders as well as create the wealth that we seek and the wealth that will make and determine the future of the continent. So to start with, to kick us off will be Tolu. So what do you think the African leadership should do to facilitate for work sector, seeing as we're discussing agriculture? What do you think our leadership as a continent should do to facilitate? Hello?
Victoria, I lost you for a bit. Can you repeat your question?
Okay. All right, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, please.
Okay, so my question to you is, what do you think the African leadership should do to facilitate for a conducive environment or to facilitate for wealth creation in the agriculture sector on the continent? Since we're discussing leadership and wealth creation, first and foremost, we have parents, which are our leaders. What do you think the African leadership should do to facilitate for this to effectively take place?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. You know, a lot of role of leadership in wealth creation cannot be kicked to the side. The role of leadership in agriculture, especially in the government, is to create an enabling environment for businesses to thrive. There are no agribusiness will thrive if the environment is not conducive. Government has no role in facilitating projects and implementing initiatives. Leave those to the private sector. Create an enabling environment that promotes trade, that promotes logistics, that leads to about the inactions of effective policies in the system. These are key things that will also help for the growth. Leadership without commitment to the growth of the agricultural sector will continue to handicap the growth of the sector. And we need these leaders to give young people the voice, the opportunity to excel brilliantly in whatever aspect of the value chain they propose to be involved in. You know, one thing that really affects the growth of the sector is the effort put in place by young people. And this effort is being jeopardized by a non-functional system. If we do not have that enabling environment, I repeat, the issues we continue to face in the African agricultural space will continue to be a norm. And this won't help us go far to achieve our goals, our objective of seeing an Africa that is transformed through its agricultural sector.
Thank you, Tolu. As we have heard, and you can't overemphasize the importance of that commitment. We need commitment from all sectors. We need commitment from the private sector, the drivers themselves, the players themselves, to enable wealth creation to take place. To you, Phumzile, what do you think then, after hearing this, is the connection between leadership and wealth creation? Do you think there is a connection there?
Sure, thanks for that, Victoria. I think it's a very, number one, it's a very complex, those are two very complex principles that you've got authors globally trying to unpack the definitions of them, but also more importantly, how people, individuals and organizations can go about in achieving them. I think the two are parallel principles that can work hand in hand together. One does not necessarily mean that it'll lead to the other, but it can with commitment, as you've mentioned, Tolu. In my view, good leadership is that where leaders, and by the way, we lead ourselves as well, included within leadership. We lead organizations, and you don't necessarily have to be a boss in order to be a leader. You can be a leader within your own individual organization where you're leading yourself, if that's the structure of your business, or you can lead your team, or you can lead your organization, which we have here within the panel, agripreneurs that are functioning across borders. And so from that, we have seen the evolution of leadership over time, especially now in 2021, when we're faced with so many external activities. Leaders have to be conscious of not only their bottom line, but socioeconomic issues, environmental issues, health issues now we're facing with the global pandemic. And so leadership has taken a different shape in 2021 and also globally as well. With regards to wealth creation, when we're speaking about wealth creation, that's also evolved over time. We're no longer just speaking about wealth in the form of money or finances, but you can be wealthy with regards to information and knowledge, time, and health has also become a new commodity within wealth creation. And for me, it's interesting how in both of these aspects of leadership and wealth creation, technology has become such a catalyst. When you have leveraged on technology, you are able to tap into resources that you don't have physically. So when you're talking about data, farmers this day and age are involved in the Internet of Things, and with data you can run your organization in such a unique and futuristic manner. And so in summary, in my view, the two can happen, can take place in parallel, but good leadership is one that takes advantage of resources that they have to their disposal, whether it be in a physical or non-physical form, and leverages on that in order to lead to wealth creation of whatever subjective definition wealth is to that specific leader, be it financially or non-financially. And so in my view, the evolving manner in which leadership and wealth creation has just changed over time means that we'll see a different shape of businesses that are running in 2021 and beyond.
Oh, thank you, Phumzile. Talking of leadership taking the different shapes and coming into technology being the main catalyst or the main intervention that is helping us now, considering the challenges that we have, I will quickly run to the question that I have for Madame Tulo to do with the same leadership and wealth creation. So I work in a space where most of the households are headed and managed and led by women. Most of the smallholder farmers, like I said, that we work with are run by, those schemes are run by women. I mean, is it the same in your countries? How about the education and literacy levels? What is the experience? Do you think there is a connection there between the leadership as well as the wealth creation in this space where now all these women are running or heading these households and these schemes and these activities? Madame Tulo.
Thank you very much. I'll start with your question on your submission about smallholder farmers being highly concentrated by women. That's actually very true. There are statistics in Africa that show that women play about 70% contribute about 70% to agriculture in Africa. And so my own submission is the fact that a lot of the roles and effort of women are not well appreciated and documented, because it's usually sidelined to reproductive and community service, which do not play to the GDP, contribute to the GDP of the nation. Women's role in agriculture, you see them in processing, you see women in production, you see them going to the market, you see women everywhere. And so the capacity of women in this space needs to be further encouraged and recognized as it should be, and more capacity needs to be provided for women. In Africa, I will narrow down to Nigeria, the realities that exist for women in ownership of land, it will take twice the effort for a woman to have the equal amount of land a man will have. Say, for example, if a man can access 2 hectares, a woman may not be able to access 1 hectare. And that's because there are barriers to land ownership for women. These bottlenecks needs to be removed in order to ensure that, you know, women have a role and a say and can, in their full capacity, begin to positively impact the agricultural sector. Your next question on
was
education and literacy level. Yes.
Yes,
Now,
yes, and if at all our youth are adequately using that, because we have talked about women, we have talked about, and so how is the impact on the education and literacy levels? And of course, if at all you think our youth, we as youth, are adequately using all that?
Okay, I'll first start at the foundational knowledge of agriculture. In Africa today, only 2% or less than 2% of agricultural graduates actually venture in owning agricultural enterprises. That's a very poor figure, and that is because the trainings and the methodologies that are being provided by our university system are very archaic and do not tailor to our current existing needs. And that way you see people uninterested in studying agriculture. I studied agricultural economics from the University of Ibadan in Nigeria. And I would say, sadly, that most of my activities in the agricultural sector, the university contributed to less than 5% of that today. I have grown to learn the ropes by myself, by being very daring and really walking towards, like, I personally can walk up to anybody if I want to know something. I know it's not the same for everybody. Not everybody might have had opportunity to what I've had. But then, the education system, we need to really begin to check. You see, in the university system, we're talking about using technology. We're talking about the use of tractors. If you go to the university today, you see them still using hoe and cutlass. How then do you expect that to be attractive to young people to say they want to venture into an agricultural enterprise when they see that the smallholder farmers that are involved in agriculture are poor? You see a farmer, the image of the farmer you see is an image of someone that is aging. How then do you expect that young graduates will see the echelon tax involved in production, involved in various aspects of the value chain, and still want to venture into it? A lot of sensitization these days are tailored around increasing youth participation in agriculture without addressing the fundamental issues of education and capacity development. This is one of the many gaps that AgroLearn focuses on combating by ensuring that we marry foreign and improve technological knowledge and innovation, and see how we can tailor that and marry that with our existing realities in the African agricultural sector. We see for youth, I would say that a lot of sensitization and reorientation is currently happening, but young people, we still have a long way to go. We have a long way to go in the aspect of productivity. We have a long way to go in the aspect of, of access to finance, access to resources, access to land, are many things that will, guide the participation of youth. Youths are innovative, youth are not crude, and youth would leverage on technology. But how well are the systems involved in creating that knowledge ecosystem available for youth today? It is still largely backward. And this we need to, in order to ensure and safeguard the impact of our young people in the agricultural sector.
Thank you, Madam Tulu. I hope our leaders and our players and our different partners are listening and getting some insights to how the youth would want to see certain things happen and certain things take shape in order to make strides in creating wealth, in being leaders that will ably sustain the continent. Indeed, while we have a long way to go, I think the future still remains very bright for agriculture and the youth on the continent. We just need to be able to marry the realities on the ground and give the solutions that are required, because most, like you say, most of our universities, most of our education system is pretty much theory and not practical. So let's be able to, marry this and make it as practical as possible. Let's have practical solutions to our problems as Africa. Having said that, one of the speakers, and this goes to you, Phumzile, one of the speakers said that Africa has over about 600 million youth, 600 million under the age of 25. What does that say about the occupancy in agriculture, like in agricultural activities, in relation to leadership within the agriculture sector, wealth creation in the agriculture sector? There's 600 million of them. Is there a future? Is there not? And why so? What, Madam Phumzile?
Sure, I can definitely see how that can be so. I mean, in South Africa, over 2/3 of our population is young people between the ages of 18 and 34. And what that tells you is just how we are in such a ripe environment in which young people can determine the narrative of their own future, as well as us as we participate in it. If you take a look at what is happening globally right now, we speak of your Generation Y, the Generation Z, we speak of millennials that are influencing leadership in a different way. I mean, if I think of an onion and how an onion is structured, you've got many different layers of leadership now in today's society, and how I see young people leading in their own special way is that of a bottom-up approach, is that of leadership, not only of themselves, but influential leadership. If you think of how young people are influencing culture, are influencing the work environment with regards to non-conventional working conditions and working hours, moving away from formalities and more towards what works for young people. And that has slowly become the norm, and it has become how we operate, and it's been formalized. And so young people are so powerful, more powerful than we think, because I still think that I'm a young person myself. We are more powerful than we think, and so their environment is ripe for us to determine our own future as we see fit. However, having said that, I think that within agriculture, specifically, if you think of in South Africa specifically, our sector of agriculture contributes to just under 3% to the GDP, and that is also not a huge number, but you're seeing lots of activities within the value chain, areas such as agro-processing, where young people are heavily involved. I mean, in my area, I'm in the distribution within the sector, the distribution part of the sector, and there's so many young people that are taking ownership of your logistics, your warehousing structures, and more importantly, smart agriculture has enabled young people to be attracted to the sector and to move away from, as you mentioned, Tolu, the old view of what agriculture used to historically be known for. And so there's lots of opportunity for young people to be grown within the sector. I do think that they are there. There's pockets of activities where young people are taking leadership and are taking ownership of the space. What we need is an enabling environment, as you mentioned, Tolu, to eliminate, to really grow the participation of young people. And I think that technology is taking a lead of that. You've got young people that are creating apps that are linking buyers and producers, as well as manufacturers into the market, and such innovations are changing the landscape. And so in my view, we've come to a point where young people need to be taken out of the level of entrepreneurship that we are currently facing, which is that we're still trying to attract them, number one, and we need to move them out of the level of entrepreneurship, which is still at startup phase, which is still at subsistence farming stage, and more to move them towards commercialization through different ways of development, business development support. You're talking about education, mentorship, coaching, and financial support as well from a grant and loan perspective. And what that will do is that it will really collectivize the efforts that are currently happening on the ground by young people, which are quite a lot. If you look at what is happening in South Africa, for example, in different parts of the country, we've got activities that are owned and led by young people. They just need to be collectivized and brought up to scale within a functioning system, both regionally, nationally, regionally, and globally as well.
Thank you, Phumzile. With such clarity, it gives hope that there is a future for agriculture, there is a future for leadership in our youth, in our young, within the continent. To you, Madam Tolu, do you believe that we are ready to create wealth? I mean, 70% of the players in agriculture and agribusiness happen to be women. And I'll still go back to women. And that does not mean all the partners don't exist. We work in a synergy and we work together, but we cannot run away from the fact that 70% of players in agriculture, especially at the critical level, which is the production and all that heavy work is done by women. Do you think, Tolu, that women are ready to lead? Do you think we are ready to actually create wealth, seeing as we have forever, in my view, I think we have forever led, only we have not been given the prominence. Maybe it's something that you have alluded to earlier, but do you think women are ready to lead and create wealth in the agri space?
Yes, women are, but then I would say no, because we don't have an enabling environment enough for women. We see it's not a myth. Women are generally better managers. You see it how they care for their homes, their wards, and how women manage resources to ensure that it lasts for a period of time. And this you cannot rule out for women. So why then would there not be equal opportunities for women to be able to thrive. You know, I always say something, give women opportunities to thrive, not because they are women, but because they are deserving of it. You know, when we talk about gender equality, a lot of people are beginning to misconstrue that to mean we want to take over the role of men in society. No, but it's a cultural thing in Africa to believe that our women's role is just supportive and not being given the opportunity to strive. That reorientation has to change. We've seen a lot of women play active roles in the agricultural sector, in finance, in business development, in engineering. We have the likes of Okonjo Iweala, you know, and a host of other women in Africa doing beautifully well in their chosen path. So why then will women continue to be sidelined? Why then would our efforts and contribution to agricultural sector in Africa not be effectively, you know, recognized? There was something I witnessed recently in my country where I read the news of a woman leader being a man. And I'm like, why would a female leader be a man? How will a man lead the women in a women association? Like, there's a disconnect. And I'm so why will the men continue to provide solutions that relate to women? Women understand, we understand our problems, we understand our challenges. We need women to be in leadership so as to create opportunities for other women coming behind them to strive. So, yeah, thank you. But then, you know, it's a cultural thing. I think we just need to keep on talking about these things. We need to keep on sensitizing about the role of women in society. We need to continue to give opportunities for women to thrive. But at the same time, you know, women also, some are laid back with that cultural thing of accepting that they are a lesser or the weaker vessel. No, women, you need to come out. You need to take charge. You need to also show that you are deserving of this leadership if bestowed on you to lead. You cannot sit back and expect that things will continue to go the normal way and you expect a different result when you are not ready to take ownership of this change by yourself. I'm happy that on this panel, we have just women. So that is to show that, you know, women play an integral role in leadership and wealth creation. We would no longer sit back and wait for things to happen. We would take on these opportunities. We will be committed to taking on these opportunities, and we would strive towards ensuring that what our expectations and what we want to see in the African agricultural sector is achieved.
Thank you, Tolu. So just a follow-up to that powerful response there. Just a follow-up to that, how do you think, very quickly, are the low-hanging fruit or the low-hanging opportunities that we can use to actually reach out to more women and youth to take up this opportunity, to take up this driver's seat? You know, like you mentioned, you don't have to be laid back. So how do we then I don't know if using the word incentivize is going to be correct, but how do we incentivize being a leader? How do we make leadership attractive for our youth, for our women, and for everybody else? Just following up on what you just said, yeah.
Yeah. So it starts with identifying a particular need in whatever space you operate and trying to find solution to that problem. That's the beginning of leadership. Leadership is service. Leadership is mentorship. Leadership is coordinating a set of people to achieve a common goal. You cannot be a leader if you are not ready to start something and walk towards tailoring it to the end. a leader has to be a visionary, right? We have a lot of young people today. We have a lot of women who are leading in their homes already. But then how do you translate those little forms of leadership into societal leadership, right? We have women who have association within communities. They have team leads, right? We need to continue to equip these team leads to be able to also further tailor down this development towards those they lead. So to communities, rural communities, for instance, we need more people, we need more food system actors to go to the grassroots level. For me, all the while between 2016 to 2019, I was majorly in the rural economy. I work with over 300 smallholder farmers, women, by providing trainings on capacity development with cassava processing, cassava production, in the rural economy. What we've seen with that is with the right knowledge, with the right skill set to be better with what they do with the agricultural production activities. They've been able to provide their children access to basic education. They've been able to improve their level of savings. They've also been able to see that has transcended to improvement in their standard of living. So leadership takes one person to say, I want to do this. That is a gap, right? And then tailor down that training and grow mentees who will then become mentors to other people. So it's a continuous cycle. It's something that everybody should get involved in, from the grassroots to the private sector, to the public sector. More women, more youth need to take up leadership opportunities, leadership position to be able to drive development, visionary change towards the agricultural sector.
Thank you so much. That is so clear. That is a challenge to us all to take up that and bring it down, let it trickle to every player in order to take up the role and the challenge on leadership as well as wealth creation. Now, since we're talking about wealth creation and leadership on the continent, recently, or let's say from January 2021, the African Free Continental Trade Area was introduced and led to RAW. Do you think that this opportunity, I look at it as an opportunity for Africa to trade without barriers and everything. I look at it as an opportunity for agriculture, it being also the backbone for wealth, or the backbone of most African economies. Phumzile, do you think that with the introduction of the free trade area, the agri sector or the agriculture sector will actually be able to change? And how do you think that can actually be manifested, or how do you think that can actually get to happen, if you think it can actually change?
Absolutely. One of the many people in the continent that are truly excited by the coming into legislation of the free trade agreement in the continent. It's been a long 3 years. And I'm excited for the many opportunities that the agreement is going to bring to the forefront. I do think that what is beautiful is that we won't be starting from scratch. The agreement is finding us in a time and an era where a lot of activities happening throughout the continent already. There are organizations and informal tradings that are taking place. If you think of what the agreement will aim to achieve with regards to reducing the many restrictive requirements for trade on the continent. However, now, as we were waiting for the agreement, we're finding that there's a lot of activities that are happening within the continent already. And so from now onwards, it will be a manner of just scaling up the activity that's taking place. We know that informal trading has been taking place. If you look at the Bay Bridge connectivity between South Africa and Zimbabwe, for example, you've got women, speaking of women as well, there again, you've got women that are taking the forefront, that are trading, buying commodities from South Africa and taking them to Zimbabwe in order to sell on. And that will now be heightened now with the advantage of the agreement. I think that in agriculture specifically, they are, again, it's also taking place. I mean, you've got activity that is happening between Mozambique and South Africa, Swaziland and South Africa with regards to commodities such as potato farming. And so that's another exciting area that we're going to be seeing lots of opportunities that are coming to the forefront. I believe that wealth in Africa specifically in totality, when we're speaking about wealth for Africa, we're talking about the use of our natural resources that are so underutilized right now. And so the agreement is going to illuminate that to bring about many opportunities to alleviate unemployment and to create jobs, for example. That's one of the key areas that we are lacking. And so the agreement will do that for us. I think that within the sector, there are pockets of the value chain that are going to accelerate more quicker than others. For example, when we're speaking from a logistical perspective, a farmer does not necessarily have to have licensing such for export, for example. They can lean on your distribution companies such as ourselves who may carry that. I think what it will bring to the forefront is the importance of partnerships, where we'll see different players within the sector leveraging on each other in order to be able to move from one point to another. And so I think it will create a very interesting environment as we head towards making the agreement working for us. And before we can do that, a lot of crawling still needs to happen. But I'm so excited that the environment has been created as the conducive environment that's going to serve a lot of us. And whilst that is going to take place, we will leverage on partnerships, which I think they're happening already. If you go into WhatsApp groups, you've got trades that are happening even from a technological perspective. Doesn't have to be physical, between South Africa and different parts of the continent, Nigeria, Zambia, with regards to soybean cultivation. So we're just going to be scaling up what is already taking place, but within an environment that is safe, so eliminating some of the risks that are currently happening with regards to informal trade, but most importantly, to close the gaps that we are all facing as a continent, which is to better use our natural resources, so as to get to close socioeconomic challenges that we're facing, such as unemployment and creating much needed jobs.
So thank you for that, and I just want to follow up on what you have said. Very important things there on how we as Africa should be able to take advantage of all this, and we are headed into the right direction. Now, I just want, by way of example, are you able to point out like very quickly a few examples that can be used as direction to say, this is the situation we are in, we have this opportunity of the free trade area, and this is how we can strategize and take advantage of this platform that has been laid for us. So it's like a very honorable table has been laid for us on the African continent. How can we quickly just speak quickly and make things move before we get to the most difficult stuff?
Absolutely. I think that if you take a look at some of the structures that exist within our individual countries that leverage on diplomatic agreements, right now, that those are the enabling environments that we have got to our disposal. If you take a look at export readiness training and development courses that are mostly run by departments of trade and industry within our individual countries, ourselves as agripreneurs have got the responsibility of taking advantage of such capacity building initiatives so as to verify ourselves. We may or may not make use of those capacity building initiatives right now, but it should the agreement should find us ready. And like as I'm saying, with the concept of collaboration and partnerships, you may not necessarily have to use those export compliance licenses right now. As an organization, you can leverage on others that have them in place, but you can definitely participate in inter-regional trade. And so as agripreneurs, we need to take advantage of those types of capacity building initiatives in order to participate in regional trade. And secondly, to also leverage on our networks. I mean, we're speaking of the likes of social media that are enabling us to not only conversate with our counterparts across the continent, but to put two together insofar as opportunity is concerned. If you take a look at agripreneurship hubs that are all around the continent within different countries that take place and take shape and form or in different sizes and forms, us as agripreneurs have got the responsibility of participating in that. We take a look at platforms such as the Mandela Fellowship platform, for example. We've got many other organizations that are led by the UN, for example, where it's a continental-wide opportunity for us to all participate in. The private sector have got countless initiatives and programs that we as agripreneurs can take part of. And what that does is that it widens our network. Even though we are all participating or existing within our individual countries, when it comes to participating in those types of initiatives and programs that bring different entrepreneurs and agripreneurs that come from different organizations or different countries together, what that will do is that it will widen our networks, and before you know it, we've got trade that is happening in different parts of the continent in different forms. Be it in the form of trading data, in the form of trading knowledge, in the form of actual physical trading through partnerships and collaboration, whilst we're still waiting for the agreement to take form. As agripreneurs, we have got the responsibility of making the most of those opportunities and really just meet the activities of the agreement en route as we get ready for the finalization of activities surrounding the agreement.
Thank you very much. And I hope our audience is also taking notes. Our audience is taking keen interest into clinching those deals with everyone that is participating there, be it virtually, be it physically. There is an opportunity right here for everyone. To you, Madam Tulu, you are a leader, you are a wealth creator. How do you do it? You are a channel for wealth creation in your own right. How do you do it? How do you manage this? Do you think this platform caters to that?
Sometimes when you think things too much, you might end up not doing them. For me personally, if I see a need and I'm passionate about it, I go for it. I take it a step at a time and I continue to grow it that way, because I'm conscious of the fact that will lead to a lot of opportunities being created for people. So the point is, I'm just trying to make is that the reality is in doing. Just take that bold step enough of, saying, can I do this? Can I not do this? How do I do this? I don't have the resources to do this. Start something. And I think that is what has helped me in all the projects and initiatives I've been a part of or have founded. I'm a daring person. And because I strongly believe in what it is that I have to offer, I do not believe that I cannot knock on any door. So if I have a project today that I feel I want to get to the high corridors, I look at what are the pros and cons for me to get to that level. What do I need? Because not every opportunities can be tapped in. We have various levels and stages of whatever you do. So I discover, okay, what are the low-hanging fruits that I can leverage on with the capacity that I am right now? I accept it. I make a good use of those opportunities. And then I take the step further towards attracting more opportunities. Now, each of this ladder creates a lot of economic empowerment for people to leverage on. Young people, rural women, it does. And so, when actively with Tolulope Foods, we provided trainings for over 300 smallholder farmers in a rural community in Ikene, Ogun State, which helped them to improve their productivity in cassava and maize production. And we also then realized that there was a problem with access to markets, especially in the period of glut. So what did we do? We developed a low-cost budget solar dryer that helps them take the remains of their proceeds and store to also sell later on in the season. And that controls waste. Now, after that, we sprang up the initiative of bringing young people together by forming an integrated cluster of farmers that leverages on shared resources, mechanization, and of course, improved access to markets. But then, I mentioned something about enabling environment. Sometimes challenges spring up, not because you do not want that project to succeed, but because there are economic and political situations around that might impede the success of this project. You see, innovations are good. Like my brother Martin said yesterday in his panel, there's no new problem, just innovative problem that needs innovative solutions. And if we take those and hold it dear to heart, we'll see that many of these innovative problems we have today are things that all food system actors need to play their role. I will play my role as a young person and as a leader and as a voice for youth in agriculture. But then it does not start and end with me. There is need for our leaders to play their part. There's a need for the policymakers to play their part. There's a need for the financiers to play their part. We all need to come together to play our part. As much as I play my part, I cannot do it alone. I've been part of initiatives that have hosted nationwide events and symposiums that have brought about people from the length and breadth of the country to discuss many of these challenges posing and facing youths, sustained youth participation in agriculture. But beyond the talk, we need to begin to act. Leaders need to begin to listen to what we're saying. We can't keep on having too much talk all the time without action. I'm more of an action-oriented person. I do not like to talk too much. Let's take the little bit of information we have and act on it. Yeah. So I'm a leader today. Everyone listening to me, everyone here physically must also take charge in being leaders in their own space. No matter how little you can be a leader, right? Creating wealth, yes, I do. With AgroLearn, we've trained a lot of people. We'll continue to train people. But then it doesn't end with training people, and then these people do not also go ahead to utilize those trainings and also use that knowledge to train other people. It's a continuous cycle. if we must achieve the Africa we want to achieve today, it's not the responsibility of a particular set of people. It's a responsibility of everybody. We need to come together to achieve this. So when Victoria, when you asked me the question of I'm a leader and how am I, creating wealth? It's not for me to only talk about how I'm a leader and how I am creating wealth, but also to let people understand how they can be leaders and how they can also create wealth. It's not about me. It's not about Aminata Kimbaude. It's not about Fumzili. It's not about you. It's not about Martin, Sam Silesiwe, and the host of other speakers. It's all of us. It's all of us as young people taking that leadership stand towards, impacting in our own little space. And that way we'll continue to build on the wealth that is being created in Africa.
Very well articulated. It is a collective responsibility indeed. Earlier on, Pumzile, you touched on the partnerships, the networks. I would like you to expound a little bit on that. Like, how do you think we as youth, how do you think we as players in the agri space can take advantage of all these synergies, connections to enhance our partnerships and to ensure that they actually follow through and bring forth some fruit, as opposed, like Tolu has just said, we have done quite a bit. Not a bit, we have done significantly a lot of talking. How can we see these partnerships bring something to fruition, yield into some lucrative achievements or results from whatever we're discussing, especially in relation to the agri sector as well as leadership?
I think that the concept of partnerships has never been more important and also necessary, like we're seeing right now, especially just the organizations that are faced with operating within the limitations of COVID-19 pandemic and where that has put us. It has completely changed the landscape, and so partnerships and collaborations have become more important than ever before. And I think that ourselves as young people, we come from, because of the fact that we come from early stage entrepreneurship, which is a lot of entrepreneurial activity that is taking place and that is happening in South Africa, for example, where entrepreneurs are still at early stage, moving from ideation and opening their businesses for survival. How we will need to cross over from that and more into running sustainable businesses is to realize that partnerships are there to propel you, they are there to give you increased capacity, they're there to just change the dynamic of your business, and you don't need to go the road alone, as we've been previously taught to say that we are in a competitive environment and therefore everybody needs to step on each other's toes in order to succeed. We have well moved beyond that. If you take a look at the global pandemic and what that has taught us is that global supply chains are not as strong as we thought because of the lockdowns that were taking place globally. Global organizations, especially coming from the East, were not able to supply at the pace that we usually require them to supply at. And so localization needed to step up, and small often, but also local companies and organizations from individual countries in our own individual spaces throughout the world needed to step up and to supply, which has not happened before. And what that brought about was that a lot of companies were found flat-footed because they were not ready to be operating at those types of capacities. It came at such a rapid pace. But what that brought about was the opportunity of partnerships, where in order for you to fulfill this particular mandate of, and we saw that happening a lot, where there was a lot of public procurement taking place. There was a lot of procurement opportunities that came about with regards to PPE and food as well, that also elevated the need for agriculture, as we saw. What that brought about was the need for local small organizations to work together in order to increase their capacities, in order to meet those business opportunities that came about. And so that's one example in which partnerships really took a different shape within the global pandemic as we saw it. Secondly, we are also seeing that partnerships have also become so important in order to accelerate the demands of business, as we've seen now that we are operating with outside of a pandemic, or rather in a post-pandemic world. We now organizations need to trade globally, as we mentioned, with the trade agreement that's now taking shape. And so we're going to see partnerships now coming to the forefront more at a rapid pace than we have seen in the past. And it's for young people to take opportunity of that, and to look beyond competitive, but rather to operate within a food system. And especially for agripreneurs, we realize that we're working within a food system environment where it's no longer just farmers that are operating on their own, but they're operating within the many different areas of the value chain of agriculture. And so as soon as young people are able to see themselves as not an island, but within actors as actors of an ecosystem that is a food system of agriculture, where they can leverage on one person for their logistics capacity, they can leverage on another person on their market access linkages, then we will really go a long way. And my last point is that I think that this concept of partnerships can be sometimes very intimidating for a normal average person on the street. But if we were to really break down what this concept of partnerships and look at collaborating and look at leveraging on people's strengths in order to work with each other, then it'll be easier for especially young people to work with each other and to leverage on this concept of partnership and not be intimidated by how do I partner with this person, where it's really a simple thing, where I can give you something that I don't have the skills for, and you can give me something where I can give you something that I've got skills in, and you can give me something that you've got skills in where I'm lacking, and that's how the partnership can take form. And what that will mean is us just changing the way in which we look at partnerships, but more into collaborating and working with each other, where it's a mutually benefiting environment that we can both tap into and leverage on.
Wow. So that is so rich and so full of information that is helpful for all of us. I noticed one of our participants, I don't know where she's joining us from, but Nomvula, she says, yes, Pumzile, COVID-19 has forced SMEs to work together in partnership to deliver on big projects. We can partner within the continent. So it is a clear indication that it's just a matter of coming together and getting to achieve great things. And it starts with the baby steps. Thank you very much for that elaborate explanation. At this point, I would want to know, or I would want to know if we have questions from the audience. If our audience has got questions for Pumzile or Tolu that you might want to be answered or clarified on.
Victoria, we have a question here.
Yes, please, go ahead.
So from Alio BA.
Is it on chat?
No. It's live here. It would ask.
Okay, sure, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Hello.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
My name is Aliou Ba. It's not Aliou BA. Okay, just for clarification. So whilst I appreciate the way Tolupe is advocating for women and their empowerment, I would also like to emphasize that Africa is facing mainly a problem of youth empowerment. Yeah, so I think when we empower youth, actually everything will just roll down very easily. The solution will just come out easily. I would like to share a story that I have witnessed before asking my questions. So this guy is a friend of mine, and he has already his master's degree. He once saw an advertisement about projects or a call for proposal. So young people will call for proposal to write proposal on agriculture, and then they would be given financial support to implement whatever they had at the project. So he went on to sign in to apply, and then he was chosen. They went on for almost 2 years writing a proposal. He had several ideas on agriculture, so the proposal was just fine. Everything was just on place. So when it remained for him, like when it was about financing, he already had the land. I want to emphasize that he already had a land where he wanted to implement his project. So they told him, we are sorry, you wouldn't be able to make it because you don't have land around the capital city, which is Dakar. You guys, how can it be possible for someone to have an agricultural project or a project in agriculture where you will be able to implement it in the capital city? We don't even have land around here. So you see, I think there is a lack of honesty between youth or young people and the leaders, those who are in charge. They just fake helping people, but they actually don't do it. When it comes to taking actions, they don't do it. Someone already said it yesterday. When it remains only to be, given a go-ahead, they will just sit back and do as if nothing was supposed to be done. So given this situation, and I'm sure it is not an isolated case, it's all over in Africa. So given the fact that those who are in charge are not able or are not ready to deliver, to actually do what is supposed to be done, how do we expect Africa to move out of this darkness? That's my question.
Very, very salient points. Salient points you've mentioned. And, I was talking with my brother Martin yesterday about many of these issues, but this is how I'll summarize it. It's a norm. Africa does not celebrate our own, except we are being recognized in diaspora. But the reality for us as young people is, you want to do a big project and you need financing. Why don't you start from something small that you can leverage on the immediate resources you can get around you, family and friends support, your personal savings. There's something that happens when you start small. You learn a lot from starting small. The failures that is likely to happen when you do a big project, from doing small, you can identify those failures, possible failures. And that way you begin to grow gradually. Now, we need to have LD partnerships. the I mentality of I want to do it alone cannot continue to help us. Look for other people doing something related to what you are currently doing. Team up, bring resources together, and try and do something beautiful from that. You will make mistakes, definitely, but you would learn. And from learning those mistakes, when you want to present your case for opportunities for funding, you are coming not from, I want to do this. You are coming from a position of, I have done this. I have failed at this. I know that if I do this, this, and this, it will work better. So that way, you have already put yourself ahead, a step ahead of other people that want to start what you've already started. Now, me personally, I've not received any form of external funding for any of my projects when I want to start. And then, most times we talk about financing. Some people would not give you money. It's not everything that has to do with financial investment. Sometimes you can partner with organizations who, as part of their organization structure, can provide some things that if you were to do it on your own, you will pay for. So you can leverage on that service. You can leverage on that benefit without paying anything. And the accolades comes to you. So enough of the major challenge of youth in agribusiness being funding. No money, no money, no money. The point is, if you get the money, what is the likelihood that you would succeed and not fail, and that money won't be wasted? So as young people, let's also be very sincere with ourselves. How many young people will see resources today and actually implement it towards that project they want to do? Sometimes we just probably use it to buy clothes, buy sophisticated gadgets, buy laptops, and just play with the money. No investor is interested in giving money to somebody that has not at least had some level of experience in that field. So as much as we say some people are not doing the jobs they ought to do, we as young people, what are we doing? Food for thought.
If I can also just add there, Tolu, I wholeheartedly agree. And I think that it's a continent-wide epidemic and pandemic of some sorts, where as young people, we automatically run to lack of funding as the answer to why we're not able to do certain things. Or the second biggest gap that we also have is that automatically want to do business with government, for example, and we also expect government to pay us to do business with them. And that's not the reality in the business environment. In the business environment, you are expected to put your 2 cents on the table, and then the investor or the buyer will then reward you after the work has been delivered. And so you've got that relationship. Sometimes it's a social contract, and sometimes it's a physical commercial contract, but the expectation is that you as a service provider or as an initiator of a project needs to put some skin of your own in the game in order for somebody to follow suit, to either buy into your concept or your project or buy into whatever it is that you're selling. And secondly, I also believe that times have changed to such a point where people are looking for partners. Again, speaking on the topic of partners, people are looking for partners to solve their challenges that they are facing on their behalf. So it's no longer just a simple transactional relationship where an investor will pay you to give you money for you to do whatever it is that you want to do on your own. An investor will want to invest into something that is also benefiting them. You would like a challenge that you are both facing, that the investor will put money into so that you can help him or her to solve, and that will also solve the challenge for you as well. So I think if we can also change the manner in which we see ourselves as agripreneurs, we want to be rewarded for our efforts, and rightfully so. I mean, a lot of entrepreneurs and agripreneurs hold things such as intellectual property. You know, we hold innovations, we hold solutions to so many socioeconomic challenges that we are facing, that we just need capital to unlock it. But at the same time, we need to realize that we are operating within relationships where we need to solve challenges for ourselves, but also solve challenges for other people that we expect to get aid from. So I think we just need to change our narrative on both the role that we play within financing and getting things off the ground, you know, starting small, as you mentioned, Tolu, but also solve challenges that are faced by not only ourselves, but within a larger part of society, so as to unlock opportunities that will find us on the way. Opportunities must find us on the way.
That is so rich and very, very insightful and helpful. Because we are kind of running out of time, I would want to know if we still have other questions on the floor.
Do we have questions? Yeah. Okay, yes, Victoria, we have someone who wants to ask a question.
Sure, please, go ahead.
Any questions? Okay.
Bonjour tout le monde.
And maybe if someone can help us see the messages in the chat. For some reason, I am unable to see that.
I think you.
Okay, so it's a question.
Victoria, you would have to change to French translation now, so that you can, English translation, so that you can hear this question. It's coming in French.
Ah, okay.
Allô? Oui, bonjour. Moi, je voulais faire une petite contribution parce qu'en fait, nous avons eu à tester certaines formes de collaboration qui nous ont permis de développer pas mal de choses. En tant que femmes, nous avons eu à initier un GIE. C'était un GIE de femmes, de 100 femmes. Donc, on avait demandé dans un premier temps à chaque femme de participer pour 100 000 francs. Celle qui l'avait tout de suite avait donné 100 000, mais on avait permis aux autres de donner les 100 000 sur l'année. Donc, ce qui revient à peu près à 10 000 francs tous les mois. Donc, on avait initié 3 caisses. Dans la première, celle qui avait la possibilité de donner de 2 000 à 10 000 francs. Dans l'autre caisse, celle qui avait 10 000 à 50 000. Dans l'autre, celle qui avait 10 000 à 250 000. Donc, c'était pour permettre à tout le monde de pouvoir participer, quel que soit le moyen qu'on a. Donc, c'est le système d'économie solidaire et sociale qui peut aider aussi bien les femmes que les jeunes à peut-être financer leur projet sans attendre l'appui des personnes extérieures, de l'État ou bien d'autres partenaires. Parce que quand nous avons démarré au mois de janvier, nous sommes actuellement au mois de novembre. Nous avons 30 millions en caisse, en fait, à la banque. Donc, nous avons initié un poulailler.
That's amazing.
Cher. Par la suite, nous avons travaillé sur les pondeuses. Nous sommes actuellement en train de développer une autre bande de 1500 pondeuses. Donc, c'est une forme qui peut aider les gens à travailler. Actuellement, je suis sur un autre projet qui est dans l'agriculture. Nous sommes en train de développer 18 hectares au niveau de Velégara. C'est pour participer à décentraliser, parce que quand même, comme il vient de dire, on ne peut pas faire de l'agriculture dans les grandes villes. Donc, ça permet de faire travailler les jeunes de cette localité Ça permet aussi de participer à réduire la pauvreté dans cette zone. Et aussi, ça permet de créer des entreprises, parce que ça, c'est en forme d'entreprise qu'on l'a fait. Donc, chacun participe pour 500 000 francs. Et c'est une seule part, mais on peut avoir jusqu'à 6 parts. Donc, il faut revoir les formes qui peuvent nous aider à autofinancer nos projets. Et peut-être si tu travailles sur le projet avec un financement personnel, pendant un exercice 2, là, tu présentes un bilan carrément. Donc, si on sait que le projet est rentable, les partenaires n'ont pas hésité à financer. Donc, c'est ce que je voulais apporter pour...
Amazing, amazing, amazing.
Victoria?
That is a very great initiative, and it is something that can be replicated, not very complicated to actually do. It's just a matter of having the same objective and agenda to actually get ahead with whatever we're looking at achieving and the goals that we are looking to achieve. So it only demonstrates that we are already in a situation or in a state where we want to move and get ahead in creating our wealth. So that's quite a big initiative and effort, because I mean, in a space of 1 year, you are able to have 30 million. That's quite a lot of, that's a significant number out there. And if it continues, who knows where that leads? So that is very commendable. And I wish most of us are able to emulate. And it's also a perfect example of saying we are going to start from where we are with what we have, and grow from where we are, as opposed to waiting or depending on some external resources per se. Any more questions on the floor? Any more contributions?
Victoria?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I would just like to further comment, and also, you know, one of your questions was on the role of women, if women are ready. We have a practical example with us right here of a woman who has taken initiative to see how she can leverage on women coming together to support one another to raise capital for the agribusiness. So absolutely, it's a wake-up call to many of the men here to see that this is an example of the future we want. Abu, this is also to tell you that the role of women in society cannot be sidelined. You see what she's doing? Yeah, we need more of that. A wonderful round of applause for her.
Correct, that is correct. Do we have any more questions, any more contributions?
No, Victoria, but there are a couple of contributions on the Zoom that my attention has been drawn to, that I think you should also please share.
I did ask for help on that one, to say, is there someone that can clearly read them? Okay, so Priscille says, in Cameroon, women engaged in agriculture face the problem of access to land. Due to that, many campaigns were conducted on the issue, but the problem still continues. To the fact that women try to rent land, but they do lack funds. How can women raise those funds and find a better strategy to increase their advocacy? So in other words, how can their advocacy and their efforts actually yield? Because despite trying to advocate, despite trying to fundraise and stuff like that, it still remains a challenge. How can they strategically be able to come up with resources in order to actually access land? I think that's one of the challenges. And if she is, I stand to be corrected, but I think that's. And then the other comment was, Hi, Madam Tolu. I liked your presentation on women readiness for leadership. Yes, women are ready to lead. Indeed, we just saw that as demonstrated from the just ended speaker. We just need to assert ourselves and to support one another, but to work with the men who are willing to support us. Well done to both panelists and the moderator. Thank you so very much. So Tolu and Pumzile, how are we going to help our lady from Cameroon to actually effectively strategize to raise funds and come together in order to be able to have land of their own that they can use?
Okay, I don't know how the environment exists in Cameroon, but I would give a practical example of how I was able to do it in Nigeria. The first land I've had access to was through the government on one of the government's projects. And it was just more of asking the right question. Like I said earlier on, I can approach anybody. I do not believe nobody is approachable. I tell you what I want to do. If I believe you can give me what I want, I would be on your neck until you give it to me. I had my first 5 hectares without paying a dime, which gave me access to use that for 5 years. Afterwards, when I wanted to set up the cluster farm that leverages shared resources and access to mechanization, I was able to get about 100 hectares. But for the pilot, we started with clearing open 20 hectares with possibility of expansion to 50 hectares in the first year. So, and this I got through the government. I understand that there are many challenges with getting land. And that's why I said I do not know how it operates. But, you know, you don't necessarily have to buy land. You can lease land, yeah? Identify government projects that exist in Cameroon that have access to land, and then really sell your case by ensuring you meet with the right person that can give you the right amount of land without stress. Another option is if you have to purchase land, especially if you want to erect permanent structures on the facilities, is that you need to come together and form like an association whereby, you know, people within the association will own investment in that project. And that way it's just about community building, just like the comments from this physical gathering, the woman that mentioned how she's able to raise funding, you know, by giving people opportunity to pay in installment, to own, you know, own a portion of the project. So I think you can also try as much as possible to imbibe that. It will go a long way, but look inwards in essence, right? Even if you cannot afford to have access to more than 1 acre, there are a lot of other panels talked about biotechnology. There are a lot of advocacy around, you know, doing more with less space. You can now begin to look at, you know, the opportunities to explore. But in whatever we try to do, it also doesn't start and end with production. If you do not have access to land, there are other things you can play in the sector. You can play in the processing. You can play in the logistics. You can play in, you know, leveraging technology. You can play in various aspects. Most of our deliberations and conversations doesn't have to start and end with production. Production is at the tail end of the value chain. And that's not the solution. That's not the way to go. A lot of foods that is being produced today, majority of them go to waste. So as a young person, do you want to also go back into production or finding opportunity, your business around establishing market linkages? So if all questions are centered around production and access to land, then we won't go forward. We have people we have this madam here who already has been able to gather resources to produce. Can you see how to leverage on the intercontinent trade and see how you can actually get inputs and bring it into your country and sell? Are we looking at that? Are we looking at pitching our tent towards, showcasing African farmers, processors? If you are in the media, for instance, you have your space, your role to play in the agricultural sector. Currently, I know a lot of people might have different skills that might not necessarily be core agri, like we assume to be like production, processing, but you can be a beautiful storyteller. You can be a journalist. You have your role to play because a lot of work still needs to be done about advocacy. You can be a supply chain expert, for example, that understands how to move goods from one place to another. You have a role to play in helping improve the agricultural sector. So it shouldn't start and end with production. It shouldn't start and end with access to land only, but also you need to look at the gaps in the value chain and find solutions to those gaps, right? And that way we will begin to, achieve and see sustainable growth that we want to witness in the agricultural sector.
Thank you so much, Tolu. That just sums it all up. We cannot stick to one activity in the chain. There's so many gaps that need to be filled, and there's room and space for everyone on there. Do we still have any questions or comments from the floor?
That will be all from here.
Okay, so in that case, thank you very much, Tolu. In that case, I would want to say back to you, Pumzile, to say what should our audience take home from here? What should our audience take home from our discussion? Where do they start from? How do you summarize this?
So I think in my view, and this also just sums up the entire week, and congratulations to Aminata and the rest of the team of so many insights that are just empowering that we were able to learn from the past 4 days. And today's panel was no different, and this topic is also very close to my heart because we have come to a point where as Africans we need to move away from just making a living and making a survival income, but more towards ownership, which is what wealth creation is all about. So leading ourselves, leading our organizations, leading societies in a rural setting or in urban setting, but in total, just leading our own individual spaces and moving more towards wealth creation, which entails us taking ownership and really just taking ownership of our own individual spaces. And the time has come for us to do that. And we can no longer just wait for external role plays to do that on our behalf, but it's already on our minds. And what we then need to do is just put action towards that. I would urge us as agripreneurs to work with each other. There are so many of us who hold very different skills and strengths in different parts of the value chain. The value chain is very, very broad. And as you've mentioned, Tolu, you've got all the way from production and all of the activities that happen within production. There's supply chains within production on just the component of production on its own. There's supply chains, there's crop rotation, going from, if you take a look at systems such as aquaponics, for example, how you can maximize on production throughout the entire year in different components so as to bring light to other products that can go into the market. So production on itself is very vast, but if you walk the entire value chain, to distribution and logistics, to waste elimination, to market access opportunities. There's so many different opportunities that are facing us within the value chain. And as young people, it is our responsibility to be inquisitive and to find out what is happening within the value chain, and to find out how we can take up ownership within those spaces, but also to be innovative around finding solutions and identifying solutions that will not only just serve us and our own societies, but will better Africa in totality. And so it's our responsibility to go out there, to be bold, but also to knock on doors. There's a meme that is going around in social media right now that says no one is coming for you. No one is waiting for you to come to them. You need to go and break down barriers, break down doors, and create a seat at the table for yourself. And as you do that, you'll see that opportunities will come to you. You will attract the same opportunities that you're looking for. You will attract if only you just roll up your sleeves and you get going on the ground. You'll be able to attract so many opportunities, and they'll come your way inevitably because of the fact that you are involved in that. You're gearing up experience, and before you know it, people will be gravitated towards you because of the fact that you're already on the ground and you are positioning yourself as a leader within that particular space. So I urge all of us to really just try and scan, take some time, and also leadership is all about looking back and leading from the back. So what that entails is taking time and to study, gather some insights, see what is happening, get onto the ground and look at what's happening within your own individual market, so that you are able to arm yourself with knowledge on how you can provide solutions to the challenges that you are seeing. And from there, you will be an unstoppable force because you are providing a solution that's needed by society. So as agripreneurs, it's time for us to work with each other, to collaborate, to be innovative and deliberate around us moving towards ownership of resources, ownership of our own businesses, ownership of our own supply chains and our own value chains within the agricultural sector. So I wish you all the very best as you move beyond the symposium and creating opportunities for yourselves that will sustainably grow you within agriculture.
Thank you so very much, Phumzile. Very key words there, sustainability. We're looking at how the table is set for Africa. This table is set for African youth, for African leaders, for African wealth creators, the next set of wealth creators. So what we need to do is grab a seat at the table. Are we ready to grab those seats? Because it just doesn't mean, it's not enough to grab a seat and sit at the table, but to actually meaningfully contribute to whatever is being deliberated onto there. So the challenge is on us as youth to say, are we ready to get to the level that we want to get to? It's not enough to want to get to do it, but it requires for us to take the action. Thank you very much there. Madam Tolu, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Oh, yes. Okay, yeah. So what are your parting words really from this episode?
My parting words. Just start acting and stop waiting for the money that is not available. You need to get to work now and look at what is within you to start whatever it is you want to do. Change must start with you, and change is you. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Madam Tolu. Thank you very much, Phumzile, and to our very active and participative audience. There we have it. We need to start from where we are. We need to be ready for the change that we want to see. It's not enough to just want it. Let's get out there and grab it. Kudos to the lady that just spoke and looked at how they are putting money together and making those strides. Thank you to the gentleman that was looking at how partners may not be truthful in how they execute most of the things. I think as youth, we need to find other ways of, we need to be innovative in how we get around what we want, because there's always solutions. Once again, leadership starts with each one of us. Leadership does not necessarily mean sitting on the podium or anything like that, but it can be in the actions and the impacts and the influences that you have on people. And you can start within the homestead that you are in, the community that you are in, and it transcends and continues to grow to get to other things. What I'm taking away from here is we have to start from where we are, with what we have, and the rest will follow. If we are consistent, if we are goal-oriented and focused, the rest will follow. And when I say the rest, it includes the money that we so look for. Money is not going to come if we do not have a foundation. Money is not going to come if we do not have direction. So all those things will follow after we are ready, we are set, we have a foundation, and we're actually getting to do something. I am taking away the fact that we need to partner, we need to team up, we need to learn from each other and do things together in order for us to move ahead, in order for us to be formidable leaders and wealth creators. There is a cycle to wealth creation. So it's just not, oh, I want to create wealth and boom, it happens like a genie in the bottle. No, there is a cycle. You will have to ideate, you will have to formulate, and then you have to work. And it takes at least about 4 years for you to actually start seeing the generation and the work that the money generation or the wealth creation. But the biggest form of wealth creation is what you are imparting and leaving to the others that are going to be making that wealth. So when you put all those clusters of wealth together, you will find that that is a very big, a huge basket of wealth that we have to deal with and that we have to create. So there is opportunities out there. The table is set. It's just waiting for us to grab those opportunities. Once again, I would like to say thank you and congratulations to Aminata and the whole team for putting this together. And this has been a very informative 4 days. And I hope from here, it does not end with us talking, but actually going to implement what we have learned. Finally, there are lots of gaps in the value chain. Each one of us fits in those gaps. There is enough space for everyone. Let's take up the challenge, let's take up the ownership, and let's go create that wealth. From Malawi Homes Industries, I thank you all for your attention, and I hope we continue to impart and create that wealth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. From Malawi, thank you, Victoria. Thank you, the great Phumzile, the amazing Tolulope, and the very able Victoria. Thank you so much. I really enjoy seeing platforms where women are given the floor, not just to appear and count in numbers, but for them to make sense, for them to really share things that are going to move the industry. And yes, all the three people on this platform are real leaders, leaders who didn't wait for the title, leaders who didn't wait, who didn't find excuses, and who didn't focus on you know, their age or any other constraints that came their way. So thank you so much for that. Just wanted to bounce back on what you said, especially like being the brand as a leader, as somebody who aspires to creating that wealth and to leadership in the sector, how to become the brand yourself, how to brand yourself. Personal branding is absolutely important. And you look at Tolu Lopez sitting here now, you see personal brand. You look at that great scarf on top of Fumzile's head, you see personal brand. You know, you see Victoria from Malawi in her beautiful way of running this session and bringing about the gist of the conversation and what is needed for you guys to get leadership understood and wealth creation really established. You see the brand. So we have to also work on that, establishing the brand and being the brand ourselves. Also wanted to bounce back on consistency. Consistency. We have to be very constant in whatever we are doing. So there is a saying in French, just not to confuse the translators. So it's ensure that you have a good start, but make sure you never embark on the wrong path. Okay, so we have to be consistent, consistently seeking the wealth, consistently exuding leadership, and consistently making impact so that we create the Africa that we all are dreaming for. So I'm super proud. Thank you so much. I'm super proud of you ladies. We could not do this without you. You rocked it, really. We are proud of you. Keep on inspiring, keep on mentoring, keep on coaching the African youth. Thank you so much. So we take a break of 15 minutes and we come back for the next session on private sector investment in the agricultural sector. Thank you so much. Let's be on time, please. So, okay, so on the screen, we have Humus Plus that I mentioned in the morning. That is a very dynamic, that is led by a very dynamic Nigerian woman. I think all Nigerians are really super dynamic. Yes, 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 yes. Whew. Are they not? And then, yes, Humus Plus, I think Dr. Fay talked a lot about hummus. And it's not hummus, it's not the food. Why am I talking about hummus as if I'm super, what, how do you call it? Hummus. Okay, so this is a fertilizer that is organic, that is made from Nigeria, and this lady is such a dynamic woman. So yeah, if you as entrepreneurs, agripreneurs are looking for natural fertilizers, Humus Plus is your way to go. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. So see you in 15 minutes, no more. Thank you.
and manufacture in order to make sure that farming is easy, it is possible, and it is doable, especially for young people who cannot afford to put in a lot of millions in order to do the traditional way of production. Oh, I love networking. Any opportunity to connect and to learn more, especially knowing that it's going to be 23 countries coming together.
My name is Tolu Lokmaino and I'm from Nigeria. We had over 1,034 registered participants for this symposium. We also had a rich network, with disability and registered participants across various demographics, especially 23 African countries.
I'm Samgelisi Wechunda. In South Africa, we're using different kind of technologies that we produce and manufacture in order to make sure that farming is easy, it is possible, and it is doable, especially for young people who cannot afford to put in a lot of millions in order to do the traditional way of production. Oh, I love networking. Any opportunity to connect and to learn more, especially knowing that it's going to be 23 countries coming together.
My name is Tolu Lokmaino and I'm from Nigeria. We had over 1,034 registered participants for this symposium. We also had a rich network, with disability and registered participants across various demographics, especially 23 African countries.
I'm Samgelisi Wechunda. In South Africa, we're using different kind of technologies that we produce and manufacture in order to make sure that farming is easy, it is possible, and it is doable, especially for young people who cannot afford to put in a lot of millions in order to do the traditional way of production. Oh, I love networking. Any opportunity to connect and to learn more, especially knowing that it's going to be 23 countries coming together.
My name is Tolu Lokmaino and I'm from Nigeria. We had over 1,034 registered participants for this symposium. We also had a rich network, with disability and registered participants across various demographics, especially 23 African countries.
I'm Samgelisi Wechunda. In South Africa, we're using different kind of technologies that we produce and manufacture in order to make sure that farming is easy, it is possible, and it is doable, especially for young people who cannot afford to put in a lot of millions in order to do the traditional way of production. Oh, I love networking. Any opportunity to connect and to learn more, especially knowing that it's going to be 23 countries coming together.
My name is Tolulokwaino and I'm from Nigeria. We had over 1,034 registered participants for this symposium. We also had a rich network, rich visibility and registered participants across various demographics, especially 23 African countries.
I'm Samgelisiwe Chunda. In South Africa, we're using different kind of technologies that we produce and manufacture in order to make sure that farming is easy, it is possible, and it is doable, especially for young people who cannot afford to put in a lot of millions in order to do the traditional way of production. Oh, I love networking. Any opportunity to connect and to learn more, especially knowing that it's going to be 23 countries coming together.
My name is Tolulokwaino and I'm from Nigeria. We had over 1,034 registered participants for this symposium. We also had a rich network, rich visibility and registered participants across various demographics, especially 23 African countries.
I'm Samgelisiwe Chunda. In South Africa, we're using different kind of technologies that we produce and manufacture in order to make sure that farming is easy, it is possible, and it is doable, especially for young people who cannot afford to put in a lot of millions in order to do the traditional way of production. Oh, I love networking. Any opportunity to connect and to learn more, especially knowing that it's going to be 23 countries coming together.
My name is Tolulokwaino and I'm from Nigeria. We had over 1,034 registered participants for this symposium. We also had a rich network, rich visibility and registered participants across various demographics, especially 23 African countries.
I'm Samgelisiwe Chunda. In South Africa, we're using different kind of technologies that we produce and manufacture in order to make sure that farming is easy, it is possible, and it is doable, especially for young people who cannot afford to put in a lot of millions in order to do the traditional way of production. Oh, I love networking. Any opportunity to connect and to learn more, especially knowing that it's going to be 23 countries coming together.
name is Tolulokwe and I'm from Nigeria. We had over 1,034 registered participants for this symposium. We also had a rich network, with disability and registered participants across various demographics, especially 23 African countries.
I'm Samgelisi Wechunda. In South Africa, we're using different kind of technologies that we produce and manufacture in order to make sure that farming is easy, it is possible, and it is doable, especially for young people who cannot afford to put in a lot of millions in order to do the traditional way of production. Oh, I love networking. Any opportunity to connect and to learn more, especially knowing that it's going to be 23 countries coming together.
My name is Tolulokwe and I'm from Nigeria. We had over 1,034 registered participants for this symposium. We also had a rich network, with disability and registered participants across various demographics, especially 23 African countries.
I'm Samgelisi Wechunda. In South Africa, we're using different kind of technologies that we produce and manufacture in order to make sure that farming is easy, it is possible, and it is doable, especially for young people who cannot afford to put in a lot of millions in order to do the traditional way of production. Oh, I love networking. Any opportunity to connect and to learn more, especially knowing that it's going to be 23 countries coming together.
My name is Tolulokwe and I'm from Nigeria. We had over 1,034 registered participants for this symposium. We also had a rich network, with disability and registered participants across various demographics, especially 23 African countries.
I'm Samgelisi Wechunda. In South Africa, we're using different kind of technologies that we produce and manufacture in order to make sure that farming is easy, it is possible, and it is doable, especially for young people who cannot afford to put in a lot of millions in order to do the traditional way of production. Oh, I love networking. Any opportunity to connect and to learn more, especially knowing that it's going to be 23 countries coming together.
My name is Tolulokwe and I'm from Nigeria. We had over 1,034 registered participants for this symposium. We also had a rich network, with disability and registered participants across various demographics, especially 23 African countries.
I'm Samgelisiwe Chunda. In South Africa, we're using different kind of technologies that we produce and manufacture in order to make sure that farming is easy, it is possible, and it is doable, especially for young people who cannot afford to put in a lot of millions in order to do the traditional way of production. Oh, I love networking. Any opportunity to connect and to learn more, especially knowing that it's going to be 23 countries coming together.
My name is Tolu Lokmaino and I'm from Nigeria. We had over 1,034 registered participants for this symposium. We also had a rich network, with visibility and registered participants across various demographics, especially 23 African countries.
I'm Samgelisiwe Chunda. In South Africa, we're using different kind of technologies that we produce and manufacture in order to make sure that farming is easy, it is possible.
Jerusalem, ikayalami, ilondoloze, uhambe nami, sungangishilana. Jerusalem, ikayalami, ilondoloze, uhambe nami, sungangishilana. Yaoyami, aykolana, musoami, awkolana, ilondoloze, suhambe nami. Jerusalem, ikayalami, ilondoloze, uhambe nami, sungangishilana. Jerusalem, ikayalami, ilondoloze, uhambe nami, sungangishilana. Yaoyami, aykolana, musoami, awkolana, ilondoloze, suhambe nami. awukoyami ayikholana buso wami awukholana ilondoloze suhambe nami ilondoloze 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 sumangishilana ilondoloze 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 sumangishilana
Lamine, de retour en salle.
Ilondoloze suhambe nami dawo yami ayikholana buso wami awukholana ilondoloze suhambe nami Jerusalema ikayalami ilondoloze uhambe nami sungangishilana Jerusalema ikayalami ilondoloze uhambe nami sungangishilana dawo yami ayikholana buso wami awukholana ilondoloze suhambe nami Jerusalema ikayalami ilondoloze uhambe nami sungangishilana Jerusalema ikayalami ilondoloze uhambe nami sungangishilana dawo yami ayikholana buso wami awukholana ilondoloze
Dayo. Dafa changer nekk.
Oui. Oui.
Mais c'est bon. On commence incessamment, s'il vous plaît. On commence incessamment. Lamine, c'est bon? Il est là? Ouais. Good morning once again. Welcome to the second edition of Day 4. That is focusing on private investments in the agricultural sector. So we have with us Madam Lydia Werimu Kimani from Kenya and Mr. Dayo Aditiole from Nigeria. And I am moderating this session, replacing Mr. Augustine Sensibangura from Sierra Leone. And Dayo, thank you so much for your swiftness and for your flexibility in replacing Mr. Hamid Mara on this session. Thank you so much. So we already had the leisure of welcoming both Lydia and Dayo. Remember, I told you yesterday that Dayo is your go-to person when it comes to looking for funding and investors. So here he is today again to talk to us about private sector investments in the agricultural sector. We also have Lydia, who's back today with us. She was yesterday with Fumzile on the session Building Innovative Partnerships. And Lydia is one of those ladies who really humbles me in terms of the depths of knowledge she has, her engagement, and you know, just her brilliant spirit. So without any further ado, I would like to give Lydia the floor for you, Lydia, to introduce yourself shortly, given that we already had you on the platform, but just to refresh the mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aminata. Good afternoon, participants, both online and those live in Senegal. It gives me great pleasure to be coming back. I keep telling Aminata I am in awe of her energy and passion and commitment to just put this together and bring us all. So for my case, what you would call an intellectual entrepreneur. I work as a policy advisor and in the agriculture space. So I have done this for the last 13 years in Kenya. And now I'm looking to expand my horizons, leveraging on the regional integration, mostly the AFCFTA. So my areas of interest and expertise are in agriculture, trade, and climate change, and looking at the cross-cutting issue of gender in all these three very critical areas for economic transformation, both at the national level in my country and even at a continental level. I have really enjoyed the conversations, the lots of learning from other speakers, and I look to a very enjoyable and exciting session. Again, thank you very much, Aminata. It's really a joy to be here.
Thank you, my dear Lydia. I just would like to suggest that you shift your background a little bit, because there is a light that's coming from the back, and that's hindering us from seeing your beautiful face. And also, if you could adjust your sound, because we had difficulty hearing your message. We heard some of it, but we don't want the conversations to be jeopardized by the sound. While you're adjusting, then we give the mic to Mr. Dayo Adetiloye for him to briefly introduce himself. Dayo, to you.
Okay, thank you. Greetings here from Nigeria, and well done on the program in Senegal. I want to appreciate you once again for the good work that you are doing. My name is Dayo Adetiloye. I'm a business planning and development consultant, and I work with small business owners, especially people in the agricultural sector, and I look out to empowering them with knowledge and resources, especially information that will help them to start, grow, and expand their agricultural businesses. So I'm glad to be here. I've been here yesterday. I'm glad to be here again today to further expand our discussion on some of the things that will help us, even as an African, to grow our businesses. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dio. I would have to precise that both Dio and Lydia were not only here yesterday, but were here also last year. As the saying goes, you don't change a winning team. These are such amazing, invaluable partners that we really appreciate. So without transition, I just would like Lydia, for you to tell us, when we're talking about private sector investment in the agricultural sector, what exactly do we mean? You know, to just set the decor before we go deeply into the conversations. Lydia. Lydia, are you with us? Or are you still adjusting your background and sound?
Hello?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we're hearing you there.
Okay, I think it was the issue of having the video and the sound on at the same time. We have a bit of weak connection. So please allow me to just, let me start off the video, but I'll put it on once my mic goes off.
Go ahead, so, but the sound is still not optimum.
What about now?
It's
Hello?
Okay. Okay,
yeah?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. So when we talk about private sector investment, we are looking at all the other investments in the sector aside from the government. But again, for the African continent, this is a very special case because we realize that majority of production through the African continent is by smallholder farmers. And then you also realize that these smallholder farmers in a lot of countries, I don't know, I cannot speak very confidently, but I know in my country, they form part of those living below the poverty line. So we do not expect their level of investment to be as robust as we have seen in other countries across the continent. So you cannot compare investments of by farmers in Africa with those in Europe. And now you get to understand why there has been a bone of contention when we go to the World Trade Organization, because farmers in Europe and farmers in the African continent are subjected to the same trade rules. Well, those ones in Europe receive quite a bit of subsidies, but those ones in our countries, a lot of them have to really take the entire cost of production and even going to market. So we find that in the African continent, the landscape of smallholder farmers investing in agriculture is really minimal, but it is because of the challenges that they face. So a lot of governments now have resorted to compensating for this through foreign direct investments. And then again, you find that through foreign direct investment, it skews the playing field, because you find in some instances, policy measures will be taken that will give undue advantage over the domestic investors, which in this case are the smallholder farmers. So we have a very interesting landscape in our continent, and I love the fact that the Craving for Development platform seeks to not only just drive economic transformation, but retain the youth. So one of the areas we need to reform is look at how the policy environment can favor private investments from smallholder farmers. And this could be, for example, in the promoting of strong commercially oriented cooperatives, where the smallholder farmers pool their resources to do meaningful and significant investments in the sector. Thank you, Aminata.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Lydia. So Dio, to you, so that you just help set the decor, please. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Aminata. Okay, so when we look at private sector, especially in the agricultural sector, we are looking at, like what Lydia said, that we are looking at every actor in this system that is apart from government. All right. So that means the private sector, they are focused on profit making. All right. Private sector wants to make money. So as a smallholder farmer or a small and medium scale farmer or a big business farming activity, the first thing you are looking at is that it has to be a profit-making venture. So that makes them to differentiate them from public sector. All right, public sector is not looking at money making, but private sector is driven by making money. And one of the things that I also want to quickly point out about private sector investment is the fact that all over the world, the small businesses employ more than 60% of all the employments available. Even though we are saying that there is unemployment generally, okay? But 60% of the jobs available now, they are from the private sector. All right, so this conversation is very important because it's the private sector that is actually saving the economy. They are even the one driving the economy. So any government that is not focusing on the private sector is not ready to build the economy of the country. All right, so let's narrow it down to agriculture now. In every country, agriculture is a major part of their private sector activity that is different from all other sectors. For example, oil and gas is one of the sectors in Nigeria here. In the 1960s, agriculture was the major thing. But after the discovering of oil, everybody just shifted focus from agriculture and said oil is the booming activity now. And currently in Nigeria, we are looking at going back to agriculture because the oil, the revenue from oil is already going down, and the oil, there is already projections that at a particular time we will not see oil again. So this conversation is very important because private sector drives, is the engine of every economy of a nation, and agriculture plays a vital role, if not a major role.
Experts from 23 African countries around.
Okay, I believe you can hear me.
We do. We do. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, good. So that's what I will say for now as we progress in the conversation.
Thank you so much, Dio. Thank you. So to paraphrase you, the private sector is saving the economy by driving it. Thank you. So just wanted us to explore the strengths and weaknesses of private sector investment in the agricultural sector. To you, Lydia.
Thank you, Aminata. I hope now you can see me clearly.
We do.
Yeah, okay. So for the strength, okay. So for the strength of the agriculture sector, like I said, agriculture is a leading sector in terms of economic contribution for a lot of African countries. So that is one of its greatest strengths, that it gives justification to African governments to invest in their agriculture sectors given the GDP contribution. So the other thing is the ability to employ labor. In Kenya, for example, agriculture sector employs over 80% of the rural employment. It contributes to about 27 or 30%, between 27 and 30% to agro processing. And we have 65% of our exports coming from the agriculture sector, which is a significant contribution. We now have tea and horticulture as the leading foreign exchange earners in the country, second only to diaspora remittances. So we see that with proper investments, it's actually a sector that has a domino effect in unlocking a lot of other sectors, manufacturing, transportation and logistics, infrastructure. We have quite a bit packaging. We have quite a bit of a domino effect with a properly functioning agriculture sector. However, like we have experienced in my country, there is very minimal contribution to the revenue collection. So you find that when we go to negotiate with government for tax incentives or whatever kind of incentive, they look at the performance of the sector against the revenue collection. So in that instance, we have found that the agriculture sector in Kenya, for example, loses to the services sector. So because services, especially telecoms, contribute quite a bit to the GDP, I think it's close to 60%. That's aggregated transport, telecoms. So you find that it is very easy for them to negotiate for incentives given their revenue collection contribution. So these are some of the things that now we need to address. Why is the agriculture sector very weak in terms of revenue collection? The other thing that the agriculture sector suffers is globalization, and especially for the African continent again. You find that we have a history in implementing the structural adjustment programs as a continent. So as a result, we had the removal of government in very major functions in the sector before the private sector, indigenous or local private sector, had the capacity to take up some of those functions. So while those policies were implemented over 30 years ago, we are still presently experiencing that impact. So there is a need to interrogate the impact of the policy environment and especially the structural adjustment program, and then still use policy to undo the harm. So that is what I had alluded earlier to. Instead of smallholder farmers going to market individually, could we have policies that catalyze or incentivize the formation of functional cooperative societies for the farmers? So this way, they will be able to very quickly address the issues of market access, and especially in terms of compliance to standards. That is the other thing that the agriculture sector faces in the continent. Challenges in terms of market access because of failure to comply to technical standards and regulations that have been set out by destination markets. So you find that because the continent exports, the bulk of the African continent exports are agricultural in nature and that are in primary form. So you find that in terms of market compliance, the lesser the level of transformation, the higher the chances of interception or prevention to access an export market destination. So in order to address this, therefore, we also see that weak level of agro-processing or value addition or even transformation of the commodities also compounds the issues of market access because of standardization and all that. So those are just very quickly some of the strengths and weaknesses. And I believe that given the opportunity to come together like this, and especially in terms of weaknesses, these are things that we could very easily address. We also have the sector being very vulnerable to climate change. So in our country, climate change costs the GDP between 2 and 2.2% every 5 years. So you find that a very big chunk of our GDP is going to address climate change adaptation measures. And the agriculture sector, being one of the most vulnerable, falls victim to this. So this again compromises its ability to provide food security and a pathway for economic transformation. Thank you, Amina.
Thank you so much, Lydia. Thank you for those great insights. Indeed, there are many many conditions to private sector investment in a business, and it's important to know it and go over it. So Dio, what would you add to that in terms of the strengths and weaknesses of private investment?
Okay, thank you very much. When we look at the strengths and the weakness of the private sector, especially in the agricultural sector, the first strength that I will mention will be value creation. All right, so the private sector, they are value driven. The reason why they want to make profit is because they are driven by value. So they are looking at their products, you are looking at your maize, you are looking at your rice, and you are looking at the value you are presenting and you are providing. Another strength is that there is effective business process. So what do I mean by this? In the private sector, because it's profit driven and it's value driven, they ensure that their processes and procedures is very effective. They don't want to waste resources. All right. Unlike the public sector is a sector that are not too driven by minimizing resources. They use it as it comes. But in private sector, you want to be sure that the limit, the few resources you have is giving you the best of outputs. And that's one of the strengths from there. Another one is that the private sector is, they have visionary planning. All right, visionary planning. That means they are looking at how the businesses that was started by a founder, how it can outlive him or her. So they are visionary, they are thinking into the future and they are planning. Another one is that job creation. Of course, one of the strengths is job creation. And that's the reason why everybody is trying to support the private sector to create more jobs. So that's how we can reduce unemployment in our countries. And another strength they have is that for private sector to be able to grow and access more opportunity, they have capacity to form association. So you have Young Farmers Association, you have different value chain association, cassava processor association. So when they come together like that, they have the strength to access opportunities from government, from banks, from international organizations, and when they come together like that. So, and they are also impact driven. They are impact driven. The weaknesses for me is the fact that in the course of trying to make excess profits, they do things that could be detrimental to the society. So let me give you a case for an example. In Nigeria here, even though this case is not agricultural related, there was a building, 21-story building that collapsed. And when the people started finding out what could be wrong, it was discovered that maybe the owner also died with the property. So maybe the owner was using inferior materials, or the owner did not follow due process. You understand now? So in the point of trying to make excess profit, private sector try to do things that they don't even consider the environmental factor of what they are doing. The second one of the weakness is cost of capital. Private sector lack enough access to capital to build the private sector. The next one is human capacity development, especially in the agricultural sector. The kind of skills that we need to be able to be efficient in our production process. We don't have enough of those skills, and those human capital simply means that there are some technology that we will need to use, that we might need to bring maybe an expatriate to come and use those technology for us, or to even train us on how to use those things. So human capital will also be a weakness. Another one is security. Okay, over here, security is a major issue, especially when we have a particular group of people called S-men. So this S-men has gone into farms and clusters of farms to chase farmers away from their clusters. And what is the implication of this? A particular village that has capacity to produce, say, 20 tons of cassava, 20 tons of maize. Because of this herdsman activity, they have run away from the farm. And this is a major issue. Security is a major issue that is affecting the agricultural private sector, and these things have to be looked into. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Dio. You know, he's up to his reputation. I told you he's your go-to person when it comes to understanding the private sector investment, understanding you know, how funding also goes. So just a follow-up question, Dio, would like to know what's now the difference and what is more advantageous between seeking funding from donors and seeking investment from private sector investors?
All right, good. So for you to seek funding from donors, and you seek funding from private investment. Okay, so as far as donors is concerned, is about impact and it's not about profit. All right, donors are donating. Donors are donating, so they have their own, they call it their own mission. So when your mission tallies with their own mission, they are ready to support you. So they give you money, all right, and they are not expecting you to pay back. So let me give you an example of a donor to Africa. So the first example I want to give is Google Impact Challenge. Google Impact Challenge gave money to businesses that are already existing, all right? It's an investment, but it's a donation. They are not paying back. So I had the privilege to know somebody that received $250,000 to continue his project on assessing if it is a database project that is gathering information that can help to control pests and diseases all across Africa. So the platform, what they do is that they come to your farm, they take your data, and you use their platform to gather data. So if, for example, there's an outbreak of disease, let's say bird flu, for example, in the poultry sector, there is bird flu, and there is an outbreak of bird flu. Now, their platform will pick that information on time, and they will be able to respond to it. So here in Nigeria, they were able to respond to a particular outbreak that is killing cattle here, and they were able to vaccinate over maybe 10,000 cattle. They vaccinated 10,000 cattle because their platform was able to pick it. And Google donated $250,000 US for that mission, because their mission is also in line with what they are doing. Now, private sector investment is profit driven. That means when I drop my money, even let's say I drop 5,000 US, I'm looking for returns on investment on my money in cash, all right, not just in impact. The donors will look at the impact. How many lives can we save? How many people can we assist? How many people can we, so how many jobs can be generated? How many income can we look at? So another donor could be the Tony Elumelu Foundation that will give you 5,000 US dollars. You are not paying back. But their own mission is that they want you to increase revenue generation in your country, and they want you to increase job generation. So those are the things that differentiates them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dayo. Thank you. It's really clear for the nuances it lifted. Thank you so much. So, dear Lydia, I would like you to tell us more about the place that the private sector has in triggering local development. So Dayo talked a lot about how the private sector is the main job creator and is also driven by value and the like. So what do you think is the role of the private sector or private investment in triggering local development? To you, Lydia.
Thank you very much, Aminata, and that was very excellent bio. So in terms of triggering local development, we have the instance of the capacities to do value addition. So you realize that aside from primary production, we have the opportunity to now grant opportunities for work to other related industries. For example, transport and logistics. So if we have a very organized production node in the value chain, then it becomes also very easy to create opportunity for the node in transport and logistics, because it means aggregation of produce is very well coordinated. And then we have the capacity, if we have the farmers using cooperatives, for example, we have aggregation centers. These centers will require to be very well developed in terms of how do they receive produce, to ensure that the food or the produce meets the appropriate food safety quality standards. You find that we could have refrigeration, cold chain storage facilities in the interim before it is transported for processing, for example. So you find that the fabricators of outfits like aggregators get employment. We get those who are doing fabricated trucks for transportation, like for fresh produce, gain employment. Those who are processing that kind of produce create employment. And now this is tiered, because you have those who are the technical experts in terms of quality analysis, those actually handling the processing. And then you finally realize that the aspects of complying to standards now becomes very easy. So again, we are creating opportunity for those experts, for example, in food safety quality. And then you have an opportunity to get a product that is internationally certified. So I'll give an example of a cooperative dairy in Kenya, and it happens to be in my home county, Kiambu. It is called the Gedongori Dairy. So Gedongori Dairy has over 40,000 farmers and has really grown from a very small outfit to now being able to get their milk ISO certified. So it means that Gedongori Dairy, aside from supplying their milk in major towns and even throughout the country, their milk could also be exported to our neighbors in the East African community. So you realize that by extension, because that is it is owned by the locals, the wealth, the previous session was discussing leadership and wealth creation. So you find that in the instance where we are catalyzing local investment, like in that case, then the wealth remains in that particular town. So by extension, even hotels are able to earn more money because farmers have money, and the processing plants, they're able to invest even for example, like now they have fabricated trucks, refrigerated trucks that are used to supply their milk. So it means that the local technicians in terms of fabricating trucks get employment. So there's that domino effect that it creates in terms of opportunity for labor, and also wealth creation and retention, which is very critical. Then as a result, it means that this money keeps circulating as opposed to when we have someone coming out from outside, investing the money, and at the end of the day, a very big chunk of that profit gets repatriated. So only what is invested in terms of labor remains in the country. So in that way, then private sector investment in agriculture promotes local development, but especially ensuring wealth creation. Thank you, Aminata.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Lydia. So I do appreciate that input. So Dio, I would like us to please focus on agripreneurs and what they need to pay attention to when it comes to seeking for investment, because there is a possibility or a risk of prematurely seeking for investment while we're not ready to manage that investment, or we go to seeking investment without being equipped with what will allow us to get that investment, and it leads to discouragement and many other issues. So what do we need to equip ourselves with or to pay attention to when we're seeking private investment, Dio?
Okay, thank you very much. For you to access private investment for your agribusiness, it's a journey, all right? It's not something that you just wake up one day and you say, I want to see private investment, and you will just get it like that. No, it's a journey. So it's something that you will start and you will continue to put resources together to be able to access it. The first thing is that your agribusiness must solve a real problem. Okay, people come up with business ideas, agribusiness ideas, but in the real sense of it, it's not solving real problems. It's just the same thing everybody is doing. All right, that means if you are into egg production, how is your egg production different from the other people? What are you going to do that will be looking for you all over the world to just access your egg? So investors are looking for something totally unique, something that is solving real problems, that they will know that this is a problem that your business is going to solve. Then the second thing is that they want to know your registration status, your corporate status. Are you registered as a sole proprietorship? Are you registered as a limited liability company? So they want to know your registration status. And if you are not registered, they might not want to do business with you. Why? Because if there is anything they want to do and they need you to defend anything, since you are not registered, they will not be able to hold on to you legally. So they are looking at, number one, be registered. And for a starter, you can do sole proprietorship. But as you begin to build your business and you begin to grow it bigger, then you need to do a limited liability company, as we call it in Nigeria. In your country, you will have a name, they call it in your own country, and all that. So once you have that, the next thing is that you need to start the business. Some people only have ideas in their head. They are not making any effort. You need to go and start. Don't be sitting down waiting for private investment and you are not starting the agribusiness. So start small. No matter how little you can start small. So once you start, begin to track your milestone. All right. Maybe you started 6 months ago. What have you achieved in the last 6 months? How many eggs have you produced? How many people have you reached out to? If you are into rice farming, for example, how many hectares of land have you developed? Have you plowed? So you need to start tracking those milestones. Because when you see a typical investor, they ask you questions. Some of them will want you to tell your story. All right. When you tell your story, they connect with it. So by the time you can track your record, then have a good corporate system. Like you need to register and have a corporate account. Okay, no investment, no private investment money will go into your personal fund account. All right, so you need to register a corporate account for your agribusiness. Now, when you have that, the next thing you want to look at is, how do I get private investor? How do I get funding? How do I get investment? All right, so there are places you can get some information, all right, for these things. But before you even go to that, you yourself must have invested your money. Okay, you must have invested your own money into this business. If you don't have money, your family and friends, they must have invested into your business. All right, because those are the questions they will ask from you. Your family and friends must have invested into your business. If you cannot convince your family and friends to invest into your business, how do you think a private investor will be thinking about your business? Now, when you'll be able to get either your own personal funding into the business or family and friends, then you will now take it a step further to look for grants opportunity. Okay, so those grants opportunity can now help you to start or to scale it. Okay, and to get grants opportunity, you need, number one, information. This information they are all over, but if you don't have access to those information, you will not be able to access those, will not be able to even have opportunity to apply, because most of the grants opportunity, they are competition. All right, they are competition, and there are ways you need to package your ideas in such a way that you will be able to communicate what you are doing in anywhere you are, all over Africa, doing your agribusiness. You'll be able to communicate that to you. So one of the things I will do is, before we end this program, I will make a link available to us to download a document, a material that I put together on how to win your next grant. So we have about 30 grants you can apply for in 2022 inside that document. And more than half of the 30 grants opportunity, more than half of it are focused on agriculture. So I will make that link available before we finish this discussion. So when you see that opportunity, you can now apply. Now, all the things I've been saying before are the things that they will ask you in your application. Are you registered? Are you how long have you been doing the business? Have you made any profit? Have you sold anything and things like that? Now, coming to the private sector, once you have been able to get all this money along the way, an investor is somebody that has the money and is looking for a share of your business in exchange for that money. So if you have not built anything on ground, then there's nothing to attract the investor with. All right. So the investor will look at what you have done so far, will look at your capacity, they will look at your competence, your credibility, and things like that. They will look at it. Then they will now be able to give you money. You will see some agribusiness. They will say things like they just received maybe 1 million US dollar investor funding. You understand? They have been able to pass through all these stages, build their business, and they have access to information to be able to do all these things. Because you want to ask, where do I get the information? I've been hearing about this investment opportunity and things like that. But this is how they do it. And once you start it, the first one you apply for, they might not pick you, but know that that one is a learning process. All right? Know that it's a learning process, and from there, you will continue to grow your business. So let me also give the opportunity for others to contribute, and Lydia to also contribute. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dio. Thank you. Round of applause for Dio and for this wealth of knowledge and tips that he shared with us. So to just summarize that, yeah, the translation. Okay, go ahead. So to summarize that, I would say simply do your homework. Do your homework and don't hasten your trip to the investor. So because if you are not registered, you are not known, you are not recognized. So no investor, no serious investor would like to link up with you and to accompany you. And also, as he said, if you don't believe in your own business, in your own ideas and dreams, who would? So you investing in your own self. And once you want to embark into entrepreneurship, then you have to let go of certain things. You have to prioritize and just like know how to wisely invest your money. Also, tracking the milestones. I think that is also another weakness for us entrepreneurs, agripreneurs. So we just are doing business, but we don't track the impact that we are making. We don't keep record of what we're doing. So it's very important to at every milestone to stop and then record like the documentation of all what we are doing, so that we can showcase it to the person to the investor we want to be part of our business, because at the end of the day we want to sell, market our own business. Yes, so the systems, putting systems in place, because the question also included, like once you get the investment, how are you gonna run it? How are you gonna make sure you won't bankrupt? You won't waste that money, but you will make sure you because the ultimate goal is even to end up sustaining your own business instead of depending on investment. Thank you so much, Dio, for that sharing. And Lydia, I would like to give you the floor to compliment on what Dio shared. So Dio just dropped the link. He promised you have the link in the chat box for the document he promised. Lydia, the floor is yours to tell us more about what is important to lay emphasis on when it comes to getting ready for investment. To you, Lydia.
Thank you very much, Aminata. Dio has done a brilliant job. That was excellent, Dio. Maybe the only thing I would add on is, for you as an entrepreneur, you need to be very much alert on emerging trends globally, and maybe to contextualize is that going forward, it may become a bit of a challenge to access finance if your business does not demonstrate how it will achieve sustainability. So you find that a lot of finance and is moving towards sustainability. So in what ways are you, for lack of a better word, climate proof in your business? In what ways are you demonstrating sustainability? Is it in your production processes? Are you embracing resources efficiency? For example, using renewable energy if you are going into processing, those kinds of things. So I think it's important to just demonstrate that, because we've started seeing a lot of shifts in terms of, especially the private sector in financials. Those are institutional investors. And even in my country, for example, we have a bank that is now accredited to access climate finance. But for you to access that climate finance, even as a smallholder farmer, you need to demonstrate in what ways you are employing climate-friendly technologies or even practices on your farm, so that by extension, you don't put their investment portfolio at risk. So that is very critical. And again, I think another thing is still on the emerging trends. In what ways, for example, are you leveraging on technology? Because a lot of times our practices and our business ways of doing business, especially on the continent, are termed as lacking competitiveness. So then digitization has been seen as one of the tools that are making it very effective. So I think it was on Thursday when Kumsila was sharing her experience of doing the procurement with smallholder farmers, the way she's leveraging technology to just do distribution. So that is one of the ways that if you are pitching in the same session with Kumsila, for example, the fact that she's employing digital technology could be one of the things that causes her to sell through, depending on which kind of investor you're pitching to against yourself. So you need to consolidate and build your competitive advantage by leveraging on emerging trends, embedding sustainability, adopting technology. And also the other aspect has been that now that we are looking at a green recovery post the pandemic, so enterprises by extension will be required to show in what ways they're contributing to the economy, that is in terms of profit, social inclusion. So for example, towards the SDGs, if you have staff, to what extent are you observing gender equality? There are investors who are like that. So like Aminata and Dayo said, do your homework so that you're able to understand what are the priority needs for your financing partner, whether they are private sector, financial institutions, banks, asset managers, or their donors. Then now from there, you are very, very quickly able to tease out the aspects of your business that respond to their very areas of sensitivity and areas of priority in terms of achieving their desired objectives in terms of financing. Thank you, Aminata.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Lydia. Yes, so we're just like bouncing back on what Lydia shared, the competitive advantage. So most of our startups also are not paying attention to that. So what exactly is it that you're selling or that your business is offering that other people don't have, that other businesses don't have? So what is your value addition? What is it that you have that nobody else has, just simply put? Also, you know, so yeah, what are the priorities of those you are sending your proposal to? So when you're sending your proposal to the World Bank, it won't be the same as when you sending your proposal to UN Women, for example. Okay, so that's exactly what she meant. So now we won't have one proposal fits all, but then you will have one proposal, very well-studied proposal for each investor that you are hunting. Yeah. Okay, thank you so much for that, Lydia. Let's just now go ahead and discuss, you know, the criteria for a good investment. And why it's important to tackle that question, it is because most of the time we may be very desperate for funding, because we are at a stage in our business where we need funds, where we need the accompaniment of a donor or investor. But then what do we need to focus on for us to recognize a good investment from, a not so advantageous one? Dio, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. So you said, what is the criteria for good investment? And I will look it in two ways or in two angles. The first angle will be the entrepreneur, the agribusiness owner. What does good investment means to you? All right, that's one aspect. I will also look at it from the investor's aspect. What does a good investment means for an investor? All right, and these are the things, but let me start from the agribusiness owner. What does a good investment mean for you? It means that, number one, you have started something and you really needed that help to move to the next level. And the next level is crystal clear. The next level could be that you want to scale your processes by getting a machine, maybe a processing machine, all right? And you know the amount of that processing machine. And you want to do packaging. You know the packaging machine you will need, the packaging materials, the human resources need, and you have done all your planning. And you know the amount of money in terms of investment you will need into your business to scale what you are currently doing to the next level. All right. So you already know that, okay, if you see money now, you know what to do with it. But most of us, we don't plan this thing out. We don't plan our investment out. We don't sit down and put barrel to paper to count the cost, to really plan it. So when you say an investment of, let's say, $50,000 US that is coming to you, because you didn't have a plan, you didn't even know if you will need it or not, if it's going to be enough or not. You understand now? So you need to really plan to be able to know good investment. Good investment is the one that helps you to move to your next level. And that next level must be well defined. All right. Now, this investment can come in form of, it will come in form of a loan. All right. Somebody can call you, you need money. Okay, I can loan you money. You pay back in 5 years. You pay back in 10 years. And that's what we have in our banking system now. So there are some facility in the bank now that you can access, and they pay you, you pay the money back in 7 years, in 10 years, some in 5 years. Currently in Nigeria, there is an investment from the government in form of loan that is open now. It's called the tertiary the tertiary investment. Kind of, I'll just paraphrase it like that. So what do they want to do? If you graduated from the university in the last 7 years and you have done your youth corps service, NYSC, then just fill the application, put your business plan, put your registration information. If you are a limited liability company, you can access up to 25 million naira. Why the one for sole proprietorship can access up to 5 million naira. Okay, so these are new initiatives that government is using to help the private sector. Now you have to now sit down that for your business, is it loan you need now? Because loan is not free money, you are going to pay back. All right, so you need to ask yourself, is this loan a good investment for my business now? So if it's a good one, then go for it. It could be, and because it's a long-term facility that you will pay back in a long time. So you might want to look at it like, if I use this to buy my machine and I pay back in the space of 5 years, in the space of 7, or in the space of 10 years, that is a good one for me. Now, you might now say, no, I don't want loan. I want people that we can do this business together. That people that can give me ideas, people that can help me with links, that can link me to market, people that can link me to resources, people that can link me to other things that will grow the business. So if that's what you are looking for, then you might begin to look for people that they call angel investors. All right, and they are all over Africa. There is an Africa Angel Investor Network. You understand? So you might look for angel investor. They will fit into that category, and they will be able to help your agribusiness. Then there is another set of people called venture capitalists. Those ones, they are more driven by the profit your business is going to generate. So if you demonstrate your business as a for-profit business that is going to solve real problems, and you're going to make money, real money out of it, they will be interested in partnering with you. Then you sign the contract. They give you the money. They see the money, monitor what you are doing, but they are more motivated by the investment aspect. An angel investor is not primarily motivated by the financial gains, but they are much more impact driven. They want to see you yourself build capacity, and they want to see your business solve real problems. They want to see your business scale your real problem. So that's the difference between them. And the funniest thing, let me say this to you, the funniest thing will be that these angel investors and venture capitalists, they could even be your family members. All right, so when you hear those big names, don't think that there are people that will come from heaven and they will just drop on planet Earth. They could be your family members. They have this money, but you have to demonstrate competence. You must demonstrate capacity. When you meet them, you don't come on the basis of we are family members. You come on the basis of we are doing business. You understand? So these people, they might be in your church, in your mosque, they might be in your community, they might be, so don't think that it has to be foreign money, that it has to come from abroad. No, it's not always like that. So that's for the angle of the business owner, the agribusiness owner. Now, for an investor, and one of the things I want you to know is that this symposium is not just to come and talk. This symposium is connecting small business owners with investors. You understand? People that are sitting down here today, don't be surprised that they can be the link to your next investment into your business. You understand? So as an investor, what are you going to look at before you can even say, let's say you have $10,000 US, and you really want to pick one person that you want to give all that money to, and you want to put all your egg in one basket and be looking at that basket 24/7, that this basket must not break. You understand now? So if you want to do that, how do you now select out of 10 small business owners in the agri sector? How do you now select which one to pick? You understand now? So the first thing you do is, number one, you must look at the long-term opportunity that those businesses provide. Long-term opportunity. All right. Investors are looking at how their money can continue to fetch them money. Even in the next 10 years, they are still reaping from their investment. So long-term opportunity. Then you want to look at the government policies that is surrounding that business. All right, government policies that is surrounding the business. Is it a business that the government is supporting. There are some businesses, there are some agribusinesses that government is supporting them, government is giving them free lands, government is encouraging people to go into it. Government is, for example, one of the policy on cassava is that every processes that we need flour, that cassava flour should be like 10%. There was a time that we have that policy in Nigeria that if you are going to bake bread, your bread should have 10% of it, 10% of the flour usage as cassava flour. You understand? So that policy is sending signal to investor that we now need to invest in cassava production. You understand? So what is government policy saying about your business? And you might need to go and find out, because you might meet an investor and the first question they will just throw at you, what's the government policy about this, your business? And you are just looking, you don't know anything, nothing. So we need to upgrade our knowledge about our industry and things like that. The next thing is the market opportunity. Do we have real market for this business? How large is the market? How big is it? Is there demand for these business products and services even outside the country? Do you have market for it? How big is this market? Now you must be able to do your own research so that you can convince an investor that there's market for it. And of course, if you have started a business, you can pull out data that in the last few months, 100 people have requested for our product. We can only service 15 people successfully because of our capacity. You understand now? When you pull out data, it will convince an investor that you mean 100 people knock at your door, you can only service 15 because you have limited capacity. Then you want to, the investor want to see how they can help you to be able to scale your capacity. So the market opportunity. And then another one you want to look at critically is the risk associated with that business. There's no business without their risk. Every business has risk. So if you appear before an investor and you are saying that I have no, my business have no risk. In fact, from that point, they have already switched off. That means you don't know your business. There's no business without risk. And there are different types of this risk. It could be human risk, it could be financial risk, so it could be environmental risk. Any risk about your business, you must be able to find out about it. Now, when you find out about it, the next thing is, how do you want to mitigate this risk? All right, you must be able to give, are you going to transfer this risk? When you transfer it to insurance. So let me give an example. The first set of winners of Tony Elumelu grants, some of them in Nigeria, I met with one. He used that money to set up a plantain, plantation farming. All right. Towards the period of harvesting, fire outbreak happened in the farm and consumed everything. Fire outbreak consumed everything. And this entrepreneur now returned back to square one. Now, that is a risk for a farming business. Whether it happens or not, we are not sure. It's not guaranteed. So what are you supposed to do? Now imagine that money is an investment money that you are going to pay back. Or is a money that the investor is expecting return on investment at the end of the year. You understand now? The only help that this person has was the fact that the money was a grant money and he's not returning it back. So that's really help him to cushion the effect of it, because some people, because of what happened on the farm, they can go into depression.
True.
You understand now? They can go into depression and things like that could happen. So insurance comes into place, security comes into place. There's some farm that you need to have both day and night security on your farm. You've invested so much on your farm, and you don't just want to hear stories. They say stories that touch the heart. Stories that touch the heart. You don't want to hear those stories. So you have day security, you have night security, managing your stores for you. So these things will really, really help you.
Thank you so much, Dio. Thank you for this great wealth of knowledge and experience. A round of applause for our great Dio. Yes, appreciate. Thank you so much, Dio. Thank you. We would like to indulge our audience. We have some questions in the room, but before that, we give the floor to Lydia, for Lydia to also tell us more about what to keep in mind when getting ready for investment. Can we have the questions from the Zoom, please?
Can I proceed, Aminata?
Yes, floor is yours, dear.
Okay, thank you. So thank you, Dio, again, very comprehensive. So maybe just, I think just 2 or 3 pointers. For me, if I was evaluating an investment, I'd be looking for a very strong value proposition. What are you doing that everyone else is not doing? And then it just doesn't end there. You need to be futuristic. In what ways are you preventing or are you creating barriers to entry? You know, how are you reinforcing your value proposition and competitive advantage in the here and now, and also in the future, so that the profits are safeguarded, not just today, but you continue operating profitably over time. And then the other aspect, and especially in terms of an agriculture startup, I'd be looking at scalability. And why this is the case is because the interesting bit is that African problems are homogeneous. And if the agriculture sector is struggling in Kenya, there's a very high likelihood that this is the case across the continent. So if you are developing a solution, I think it's important. It will be very, very critical for you to look at it at how scalable is it? What is the potential for scalability? Because as an investor, I'd be looking to ride or plug into your business, and ultimately looking at for example, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. We are saying that we have 3.2 population, 2.5 trillion market capitalization. So how can your business get me to just capture a portion of that market capitalization? So as an investor, they'd be looking at scalability. How does your business cross borders to increase the profit margin? The other bit, and sorry about that, the other bit especially now that we're looking at a green recovery post-pandemic, what is the level of transformation? So it is not just jobs, because we have had a lot of investments claiming that they are providing jobs, but what is the quality of a job that your business is providing? You know, are you able to, in what ways is it, for example, contributing to poverty alleviation? We have had investments that have claimed to provide employment, but you find that the quality of employment they are providing is weak, even compared to the joblessness of the people that are working in that enterprise. So in terms of good contribution to aspects like job creation, in what ways are you able to achieve social protection? Why this is important is because, like Deo pointed out, because of policy, government policy. So businesses that align themselves to government policy, and in this case, the attainment of the sustainable development goals, tend to have an ear with the government as opposed to those that do not. So if you're able, again, to use data to demonstrate the kind of transformation economically, socially, and even environmentally, again, you increase your chances of getting getting the ear of more than one investor and getting more hands on board. And then, yeah, finally, I think I'd like to just point out what also Deo had mentioned earlier. I think as an entrepreneur, it's important to know what exactly are your needs. A lot of times, startups will want to think that money is their greatest need, but upon interrogation, you realize that actually, in some instances, it's not money. Sometimes it's the capacity. So that's why it's important to understand and differentiate. Are you having competency gaps so that as you seek out investors, you're seeking that kind of leverage, and by extension, having that competency on board opens doors for you, for example, to get financing. So those are some of the things and my thoughts on what would make a good investment, both here and now and in the long term. Thank you, Aminata. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Lydia. Thank you, Dayo. So we would like to indulge our audience. We have a question in the room from Mr. GB Diagne Bay.
Bonjour. Donc, je remercie les panélistes pour la clarté de leurs propos, remplis aussi d'enseignement aussi et de savoir. Donc, moi, j'aimerais juste faire une contribution par rapport à l'investissement que doivent consentir le secteur privé pour appuyer le développement de l'agriculture et aussi des producteurs. Moi, je crois que les domaines dans lesquels le secteur privé doit un peu plus consentir les investissements, c'est dans le domaine de la transformation et tout ce qui est amélioration de la qualité des produits candidats pour l'exportation. Prenons un exemple, la filière.
Sorry, are our speakers connected to the English channel? Because he's expressing himself in English, in French. Dayo, would you like to listen to the English channel so that you get the gist of his message?
Okay, I will do that now.
Okay. Merci de répéter.
Oui, je dis que pour moi, les domaines dans lesquels le secteur privé devrait un peu plus consentir les investissements, c'est dans le domaine de la transformation et aussi de l'amélioration de la qualité des produits candidats pour l'exportation. Prenons le cas de la filière mangue en Afrique de l'Ouest. Si au Mali et en Côte d'Ivoire, cette production est juste pour 3 mois entre mars et juin, cette production au Sénégal peut s'étaler jusqu'à 6 mois, de mai à octobre, et ce pour une production de 130 000 tonnes. Et retenez-vous bien, sur ces 130 000, il n'y a que 30 000 tonnes qui sont exportables. Et sur ces 130 000, seuls 15 000 à 20 000 tonnes arrivent à bon port. Et pourtant, la production, elle est là. Donc, pourquoi pas saisir cette opportunité pour pouvoir au moins relever cette exportation-là et être compétitif, plus compétitif sur le marché international. Donc, pour moi, l'investissement que doit au moins consentir le secteur privé, c'est dans ce volet-là. Et pourtant, des initiatives sont là en train d'être développées par des producteurs. Il y a la transformation de la mangue en confiture, en jus, en mangue séchée et même en vinaigre de mangue. Et pour moi, je me dis que peut-être là où le bas blesse, c'est que le niveau de qualité de ces produits-là, pour améliorer leur compétitivité sur le marché international, laisse à désirer. Donc pour moi, le secteur privé devrait au moins appuyer ces acteurs-là à vraiment vulgariser cette transformation-là et de ne pas rester là à exporter juste de la matière première. Parce que cette matière première-là, une fois exportée, c'est cette matière première-là qui va revenir au pays plus cher. Donc, la création de valeur, pour moi, devrait être orientée du niveau de la transformation et aussi de l'amélioration aussi du niveau de qualité pour être compétitif sur le marché international. Au Sénégal, on produit de la mangue pendant 6 mois, 130 000 tonnes et on n'exporte que 15 000 tonnes. C'est une aberration. Comment produire 130 000 et exporter 15 000 tonnes? Qu'est-ce qu'on voit? Des milliers de tonnes qui pourrissent dans les vergers et ça, c'est pas normal. Pour moi, ça, c'est pas normal. Donc, il y a de la matière. Le secteur privé a beaucoup de moyens pour pouvoir au moins appuyer ces gens-là. Le Sénégal est le seul pays au monde où 2 mois sur 12, il n'y a que la mangue sénégalaise qui est présente sur le marché international. 2 mois de production de mangue qui est la mangue qui est disponible partout dans le monde. Et cette mangue-là n'est pas exportée. Pourquoi? Parce que la qualité est jugée un peu faible par rapport au marché international, mais aussi la transformation, aussi, ça pose problème. Voilà ce que je voulais ajouter par rapport à ça.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much, Mr. Djibidiagne Mbaye, who is one of our experts from Senegal, who also shared on the panel on livestock and aquaculture. Thank you so much. So yes, we heard your cry. All those raw materials that are wasting in our markets, in our roads, and knowing that the wealth creation that we are talking about is more likely to happen when we improve on the value chains. Yeah, so the value chain being like from planting the seed to the plate of your customer. So how to make sure that transformation, that agri-processing happens, and also how to make sure we leverage on the potential that each country has, because most of the time we also don't see it. So thank you so much. That is heard from all of us, and I'm sure we all share that, that anger. So also we have from the Zoom, Mr. Zakaria Kamara from Sierra Leone, who's asking Mr. Dayo and Lydia, hello. Yeah, who says, I want to know the sustainability in the private investment business in Africa, the sustainability in the private sector investment in Africa. Do we have any other questions in the room? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dayo and Lydia. Mine was just about asking.
Introduce yourself, please.
All right, so my name is Aliouba. I'm Senegalese in the sector of biotechnology. So mine was just about asking from, actually it's a question directed to Dayo and Lydia, because they are from English speaking countries and they're also, from the English system. I would just like to know, how is the environment of banking? Like how easy is accessing to loan? Because here in Senegal, it's kind of hectic for our small entrepreneurs to access to loan. So how easy is it for you guys to access to loan? Because at some point of our journey, we will rely on that loan, to make our business grow and to exponentially, achieve our goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ba. Thank you so much. That's such a relevant question, because yes, the banks are supposed to be our business partners. Go ahead. Our business partners. So those bottlenecks that exist in the process of accessing loans need to be discussed. Thank you so much. Yes, dear.
Bonjour tout le monde, je m'appelle Khady Ndiaye. Je suis dans l'agriculture et l'aviculture aussi. En fait, pour parler de l'investissement, j'ai l'impression qu'on se focalise. J'ai l'impression qu'on se focalise sur l'aspect production. Moi, à mon avis, je pense qu'il faut insister sur l'aspect organisationnel d'abord. Donc, il faut aider par exemple, les transformatrices, comme M. Diagne l'a dit, d'être en grand ensemble. Parce que là, quand c'est dispersé, ce n'est pas facile. Et puis aussi, il faut les pousser à étudier les types de production qu'ils mettent en valeur d'abord. Donc, il faut qu'en amont, qu'on prépare la production. Mais ce que je constate que les gens produisent sans savoir où écouler, ça c'est un problème. Donc il faut qu'on organise tout ça d'abord avant de demander de l'investissement. Donc à mon avis, c'est la première étape à aborder d'abord. Donc avant de parler d'investissement de façon beaucoup plus, comment dire, productive, il faut l'aspect organisationnel d'abord. D'accord, donc c'est ça mon avis.
Thank you so much. That's such a relevant insight. Mr. Dio has talked a lot about when we were setting the decor, and in the first minutes of this conversation, we talked a lot about that need of doing your homework, if you remember well, that need of doing your homework. You as a business owner, you know, to be prepared enough. And also he talked about those investors who are pushing organizations toward, you know, associations, you know, how to collaborate, how to cooperate so that you become stronger and even, you know, do better things. Thank you so much, Madame. So yeah, the floor is yours. Introduce yourself, please.
Bonjour tout le monde. C'est Elhaj Omar Sy. Encore une fois, nous remercions nos chaleureux panélistes. Donc, la question que je pose ici, c'est quels sont les critères d'appréciation sur lesquels les bailleurs se basent pour pouvoir financer un jeune agripreneur? Merci beaucoup.
Voilà une question sur laquelle, oh, you see my French. Sorry. That's a question that we tweeted, like the question about the criteria. What are the criteria that investors are looking at when it comes to, you know, investing their money into businesses? So Lydia and Dio, we have 9 minutes before we go for a lunch break. We are having today the innovation fair at 2 o'clock, and we have to finish at sharp 1 o'clock. Yes, so 9 minutes for Dio and Lydia to reply to the set of questions that we have today. Lydia, floor is yours.
Thank you, Aminata. I'd like to address the issue of the investment and banking. I'll be very brief. In terms of focusing on agro-processing, I think it's important to understand the processes that support agro-processing. So we have issues of quality. We cannot just go into agro-processing when we have diversified quality of the same commodity. So this is something that needs to be addressed. And then we have the notion that focusing on export market is going to resolve all our problems. But we also need to understand that there are food security implications in terms of focusing on exports and becoming very reliant on that. Because at some point you find that we do not become very keen on investing in our own domestic sources. So one of the things I'd like to maybe at this point out is that yes, export market is good because of the premium prices and the wealthy consumers, but the innovation for the domestic market is understanding how do we tap into the vast domestic markets in our own countries that have less stringent market requirements compared to the export markets. And you also find that investment in terms of accessing and serving the domestic market is not as high as compared to when you're investing in terms for export. But then again, you also have to do the risk assessment. So, and then on the terms of the issue of the Senegalese mango, so you find that a lot of times when we have poor quality in terms of commodities coming into agro-processing, we need to invest in research and development. And a lot of times that is a function of government.
Yeah, go ahead, Lydia.
Okay, but nowadays we have what we are calling demand-driven research and development. So the private sector can even, like in my country, we have the private sector working closely with public research institutions to develop varieties that can go into agro-processing. In terms of sustainability in the private sector in Africa, For the agriculture sector, I think one of the things that is very critical to look into is how is the business building resilience in terms of climate change. Because if you do not look into that as an investor, then it becomes a serious challenge for you. And also the other aspects in terms of social, because a lot of businesses in the African setup look towards the export market. So you need to also look at how are your social welfare mechanisms in terms of labor. How are you paying? What are the conditions of work? Because export markets will demand that, and compliance by demonstrating compliance to standards that assure social accountability. So you need to look at all the three things: economic, social, and environmental, to ensure that you're able to serve both the local and the international markets. In terms of banking and finance, we have witnessed significant development in terms of financial inclusion. That is, financial services getting to the very grassroots and the very rural people. So we have solutions like mobile banking. I'm sure you're all aware of M-Pesa. So this has come in to really assist a lot of the smallholder farmers, and especially the women who are involved in agriculture. We have a lot of mobile banking solutions also, where people are also able to access loans without collateral, and then have shorter payment periods. So that is something that maybe the Senegal market could look into, or tap into the financial markets in Kenya in terms of expanding their reach in to the West African market. Organizing value chains. It's
1 minute,
important.
please, my dear. 1 minute.
Okay. Okay, I'm actually at the last one. So in terms of organizing the value chain, yeah, we're not just focusing on production, but it is because production determines whether we will go into processing and all the other functions. So it's important to ensure that value chain actors are coordinated. And you find that this is done very well in terms of the exports, because the market is well organized. Domestic markets are very fragmented and very uncoordinated. So perhaps there's a need for the private sector to work very closely with government to organize domestic markets. So thank you very much. I think the criteria for the startups, I'd still go back to the same thing: scale, transformation, strong value proposition. Thank you very much, Aminata.
Thank you so much, Lydia. Thank you, Dio. The floor is yours for 3 minutes before I conclude and we go for a break.
All right, thank you very much. So as we round up, I've listened to all our contributions and all our questions, and they are very valid and fantastic. One of the things I will quickly want to chip in is the fact that there's a need for us to form collaboration and association and work together as one. All right, when we partner together, we can pool resources together to even scale up. All right, so that's the first thing I want us to take home today. The other thing is that for the agro-food processing, investment into agro-food processing has a lot to it. Apart from having the money to do it, you must also know where to get the kind of machine that you are going to use for your processing. You yourself, you must have idea knowledge. So when you have opportunity to go for either this kind of exhibition or trainings, or you have opportunity to go and learn more, then you need to give yourself that opportunity to go and do that. Because by the time the person that wants to give you money comes, you need to show the plan. Okay, how much do you need for your agro-processing activity? How much do you need? Who are the people do you need that will work with you? What are the skill sets that can operate this machine? So by the time you plan it, even when the money is not there now, still go ahead and plan it. And that you have all the resources that you need, then before you know, to raise that money will not be difficult. And somebody also talked about banking. There is the traditional banking here, and like Lydia said, there is also mobile platform where you can access not big loans like that, but small loans that can still help micro, medium scale businesses to make progress. So the bottleneck is generally everywhere, but there are things that you can do, especially when you have all your papers ready, all your documents ready. The first thing is that you need to have relationship with the bank that you want to use. You need to have a corporate relationship with the bank you want to use. Some bank will tell you, you have to bank with us for 6 months. They need to look at your activity. So if you don't have that and you just appear and it looks like they are not answering you, those are the things that you need to do. So I've dropped the link for the book, and just follow the link. You'll be able to download it. I think this is a good place for us to stop today. I'm glad to be able to join this section. Thank you, Aminata, for this opportunity and for all you do at Craving for Development. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dio. Thank you. Thank you for the flexibility of just leaving all what you were doing and come and save the situation of this session. And I knew you were the right person for this, to fit into this place. Thank you so much, Dio. Thank you, Lydia from Kenya. And yeah, I just wanted us to wrap up by emphasizing once again the importance of the private sector in, as to borrow the words of Dio, in saving the economy, and also the importance of us to do our own homework by, market researching, by securing knowledge, by knowing who our clientele is supposed to be, what is our niche, what is the reality of the industry, what are the government policies and all that. So, and also knowing, because we have to know our businesses as the palm of our hands. So when we receive the money that we're seeking, what are we going to do with it exactly? Because once we don't do all that homework, we will end up just receiving the money and placing it in wrong areas where we did not want to do it, and that will be a disaster, So also documenting the processes, we insist on that so often, but yes, let's document the processes wherever you are in terms of your journey as an entrepreneur. Document it. Who are your clients? Who are you impacting? What are your benefits? And that also marries with having systems in place, financial systems, labor systems, human resources systems, because most of the startups are hiring people, but they are not following the labor law. And that's something that investors look at. So we don't even have to do it for the investor's sake, but we have to do it for the sake of respecting the rules and also protecting the people that we are bringing on board to see our vision into reality. Also, yes, protecting the liability. Thank you, Lydia, for bouncing back on that. We have to protect the liabilities and make sure that really we equip ourselves with the partnerships that we need. Dio just landed by talking about the need to ally with those banks. We don't have to wait till we need them to go towards them. So how to just be smart enough to build those linkages between us, the private sector, the banks, the institutions that we really need, so that once we are ready to go and seek those investments, they already know who we are. They know the place we have in the market and the impact we are making. I just wanted to conclude by also insisting on the tenacity. We have talked about the consistency. We have to be constant in what we are doing, in the sense we are making, in the impact that we are trying to create, but we have to be very tenacious. And that has to do with the resilience and all that. So in your journey of looking for funding, for financing, of course, it won't be easy. So you have to be very tenacious, because it's your own dream, it's your vision, and you want to see it happen. So nobody should be as tenacious as you, and nobody can hold the torch higher than you can do. So I leave you with those words, and I thank our speakers. And yeah, let's prepare for this afternoon. Let's take a break, refresh, and come for the innovation fair. That will be such a great encounter. Thank you so much. See you soon. So we're taking an hour break. An hour break. We'll be here, let's say 5 minutes to 2, and then 5
Vitrine panafricaine par excellence. Travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 60. « 556 37 69 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, Or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de l'innovation, vitrine panafricaine par excellence, offre à vos produits et services la visibilité de votre choix. Diamant, platinium, or ou bronze, ne restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69, 77 556 37 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre 637 69 pour booster votre visibilité. Du haut de ces 54 pays, l'Afrique offre des opportunités à saisir, du potentiel à explorer et des marchés à conquérir. Le salon de
2014, the Islamic State burst onto the world stage.
Restez plus à l'ombre, ne travaillez plus en solo. Contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69 77.
Écologie. Under the aegis of the President of the Republic of Senegal, Craving for Development and its partners organized the second edition of the Pan-African Symposium on Agriculture that brings together experts from 23 African countries around the theme, leveraging Africa's diverse potentials for a breakthrough in agroecology.
Good afternoon, dear audience. Here we are today, November 27th, 2021, for the Innovation Fair of the Pan-African Symposium on Agriculture. Welcome all. Lydia, are you with us? Hello, Lydia, are you with us?
Hi, Aminata. Yes, yes.
I'm seeing Lydia. Maybe Lydia, are you muted? Okay.
Hello,
so
Aminata.
Lydia to be ready, and then now I'm introducing my co-host, Mr. Adam Kodio Safli from Togo, but based in Senegal and adopted Senegal as his home country, right? Yes. And yes, so I'm Aminata Kanbalde, your humble host from Senegal and Sierra Leone, I precise. So yes, so Lydia, are you with us? Lydia Werimu Kimani from Kenya. Hello, Lydia. Maybe Lydia's having some technical issues, so we're just gonna announce the tempo of this innovation fair. So
hello.
What is gonna happen is we have 5 laureates, and we are going to proceed to their presentations for each one of them. We have great submissions. Really, we are very moved, very impressed by the submissions we've received. And those submissions are also solutions to the problems that were raised during this symposium, which makes it even more, more amazing and fantastic. So we will have, we will send you a form that you have to fill and just vote with us. So we will vote for the 5 laureates we have, so that we will end up having 3, we eliminate 2, we stay with the 3, then the jury also, votes in the elimination of the first 2, and then we decide, among the 3 remaining, who is gonna be the number 1, number 2, number 3. So this is the order of the event. So we will play the videos of the 5 laureates and precise to you who is who. And then we will give them a 2 minutes time, a 3 minutes time for them to pitch for their innovations. And then we will have a 10 minutes for the jury to collect for the staff to collect the votes and the jury to deliberate on what they have received. So we will have 60% of the, hello? We will have 60% of the worth of votes for the jury and 40% worth of votes for the public. So dear laureates, lobby with the public so that they vote for you, because you cannot lobby with us. So we will then have 20 minutes deliberation, and yes, and then that will be the suspense that we all would have been waiting for. So we're just gonna decline the gifts that they would be receiving. So the first place will have a Microsoft 365 for a yearly subscription. And then the second place will have a 5 gig external hard drive. And then the third place will have a connected watch. So yes, so compete for these great gifts, but also compete with your own self, as we have been saying during the symposium, and to make yourself feel great. So before we go any further, I would like to check on Lydia again. Lydia, are you with us? Hi, Lydia.
Hi, Aminata.
Welcome. Can we see your beautiful face?
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we're seeing you.
Okay. Excellent.
Welcome, welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, so Lydia, I will give you the floor for you to announce the 5 laureates that we have for this afternoon.
Thank you, Aminata. Just a moment. So just give me a minute. Okay, so we'd like to appreciate everyone who made their submission. And our finalists today, please, I wish to apologize in advance if I mispronounce your name. The first person, we have Kelvin Odobo. Then we have Sergin Abdul Kadefol. Then third, we have Sam Kelly Siwe Chunda. Then we have a fourth, Sylvester Tio. And finally, we have Martin Salanda.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Lydia. Yes,
You're
you
welcome.
pronounce their names very well. So we would like to invite Mr. Kelvin Adobo on stage, if he's with us. Is Mr. Kelvin online? Online?
Yes.
Mr. Kelvin?
Yes.
Are you with us?
Yes.
Can you please activate? Can you please activate your video?
Presentation, probably presentation first, and then the video, right?
It is echoing. We're not hearing you well.
Okay, so, can you allow me to share my screen?
Mr. Kelvin.
Yes.
Mr. Kelvin.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. You have to use a headset, please, so that we hear you well.
Sorry, I was in a room. I think this is better. Can you hear me?
Thank you. We have Mr. Serine Abdulhader Fall. Is Mr. Serine Abdulhader Fall with us online?
Yes.
Okay,
hello.
Welcome. Thank you. Yeah, hello. We have also Mr. Sylvester Chow. Is Mr. Sylvester Chow with us? Please take a seat. We also have 2 laureates who are Madam Sam Kelesiwe Shunda and Mr. Martin Salanda, who are going to join us very, very soon. So without any further ado, we would like first of all to present to your attention an organization, a business that is really very, very innovative and that have founded or initiated something that is absolutely unique and groundbreaking, revolutionizing the Senegalese, but also the sub-regional agricultural arena. I want to call M. Luma, and the initiator has given the opportunity to the younger generation, because can you mute the people who Alamin, can you please mute? Yeah, thank you so much. So they decided to allow the younger generation to be showcasing their applications and creations, because they are, they have journeyed alongside the agripreneurs, and really would like to give the honor to the younger generation. I just would like us to watch their videos, see what they have been doing, and inspire ourselves with it. So Lamine, the video from Mluma.
Le secteur agricole occupe près de 60% de la population active sénégalaise. Mais alors, pourquoi n'a-t-il pas un impact tout aussi significatif sur l'économie nationale? Le producteur n'a pas de visibilité sur les données climatiques. Quand commencer les semis et l'épandage d'engrais? Où écouler la production? Comment bénéficier du mode de financement idéal? Telles sont ces sources d'inquiétude au quotidien. Le fournisseur d'intrants se demande comment entrer en contact avec les producteurs pour leur proposer son stock d'engrais. Le financier veut bien proposer des services spécifiques aux acteurs du secteur agricole. Toutefois, il aimerait tout autant disposer de données et d'outils lui permettant d'évaluer les risques encourus et de garantir la rentabilité. L'acheteur est pris dans son train-train quotidien entre le travail, la famille et les différentes charges. On s'y perd très vite. Mais alors, comment faire son marché? S'assurer de la qualité des produits, les acheter au meilleur prix et le tout sans bouger de chez soi. La solution à ces différents problèmes se résume en un mot: Mluma. C'est quoi Mluma? Mluma est une entreprise sénégalaise qui propose des solutions digitales aux problématiques agricoles avec une approche chaîne de valeur. Météo Mbaye, c'est l'information climatique pertinente et à temps réel, accessible via USSD et Voice. Plus besoin d'aller vers l'information. Ce sont les prévisions et données climatiques qui viennent à vous. Producteurs et fournisseurs d'intrants, Luma Mbaye, marketplace exclusivement dédié aux produits agricoles, vous propose des e-shops modernes pour vous aider à écouler vos produits en un temps record. Ce n'est pas tout. Vous évoluez dans le secteur agricole ou vous vous y intéressez. La plateforme Luma du savoir vous outille et vous guide.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Lamine, the technical team. Thank you, Mluma. So what Mluma is bringing to the agripreneur as a system is such an integrated system that has an approach that is focused on the value chains. And, they are connecting all the actors in the agricultural sector with the clients that they need, either the producer, the one who sells what is produced, or even the investments like the bankers, the private sector. At the same time, they also have meteorological information that they bring to the attention of the agripreneur, which also has been discussed a lot during this symposium with the climate change, the global warming, and how difficult it is for now the agriculturalists to know exactly, or the agripreneur to know exactly when to start sowing for their seeds for a greater yield. Thank you so much, Mluma, for this great innovation. Round of applause for Mluma. Thank you so much. So Adam Kojo Safli, the floor is yours to introduce our first speaker.
Okay, thank you, Aminata. We're gonna give the floor to Mr. Sylvestre. D'accord. Merci, Aminata. Nous allons donc ouvrir le bal avec Monsieur Sylvestre Claude, le fondateur et CEO de la start-up Kionka. Vous faites de très belles choses et nous allons bientôt savoir de quoi il s'agit concrètement. Monsieur Sylvestre, à vous.
Cher public, sorry again, I'm confusing the translators. So, dear audience in live and in virtual, please check your phones. We have sent the link to the form that you have to fill for you to vote for our 5 great laureates. Thank you.
Bonjour tout le monde, chère assistante. Tout d'abord, je tiens à remercier Craving for Development pour le Symposium panafricain et qui nous permettent également de débattre et d'avoir des éléments nécessaires pour la percée de l'agroécologie ici au Sénégal et de mettre également le potentiel de l'Afrique au service même de l'agroécologie. Donc, je remercie tous les organisateurs de ce panel. Alors, depuis belle lurette, on entend souvent que les fruits qui sont importés depuis l'Europe ne peuvent pas être cultivés ici en Afrique. Et nous nous rendons compte depuis pas mal de temps, avec des expériences qui sont en train de mener, que le potentiel de la terre africaine est en train de prouver le contraire. Alors, le fruit du dragon en est bien un exemple, ici au Sénégal, ou pitaya. Alors, le pitaya, c'est un fruit exotique de très forte valeur ajoutée et qui est importé ici au Sénégal. Voilà. Alors, je m'appelle Claude Sylvestre Acharchao, je suis le fondateur de Kiyonka. Et Kiyonka est une entreprise qui est spécialisée dans la production de pitaya. Kiyonka également propose de la pépinière écologique et également de la volaille à croissance lente parce que nous avons tous fait le constat que les poulets de chair que nous consommons aujourd'hui, je peux dire, si je peux me permettre, que ce sont des poussins parce qu'un poulet de 45 jours, ce n'est pas du vrai poulet. Alors, Kiyonka propose des poulets à croissance lente qui sont écologiques, qui sont élevés dans des conditions naturelles avec des graines. Alors, si je reviens un peu sur l'historique du fruit du dragon ici au Sénégal, il faut noter qu'il y a bien longtemps, mon collaborateur, lui, il a fait l'expérience du fruit du dragon parce que suite à un échec d'un projet agrotouristique, il s'est dit, mais qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire pour pouvoir valoriser le site? Et ce qui a expliqué cet échec, c'est quoi? C'est le fait du manque d'eau parce que ces nappes étaient salées. Alors, il a essayé le fruit du dragon et ça a marché. Et quand on s'est connus, il m'a parlé du projet. Donc, tout de suite, j'ai dit que bon, ça, c'est une opportunité que le Sénégal devait saisir. Donc, 1 an plus tard, quand on a travaillé sur ce projet, on a eu des satisfactions énormes. On a décidé de passer à l'étape supérieure. L'étape supérieure, c'est quoi? C'est de faire en sorte que le Sénégal puisse bénéficier de cette opportunité. Parce que le fruit du dragon, c'est un fruit à très forte valeur ajoutée et qui a beaucoup de potentiel nutritionnel. Alors, nous sommes passés à l'étape supérieure en se disant qu'il faudrait bien qu'on essaie de faire profiter les paysans qui sont classés au bas social de l'échelle, au bas de l'échelle sociale. On a dit qu'on va essayer de faire profiter ces paysans en faisant quoi? En créant une coopérative. Alors, nous avons côtoyé pas mal de paysans et c'est ainsi qu'on a mis en place une coopérative dans le but d'organiser la filière, de mettre en place la filière.
Le temps imparti est écoulé.
Merci.
Merci beaucoup. On va maintenant regarder la vidéo de Kiyonka. Sylvestre Claude.
Très souvent, l'on pense que les fruits qui sont importés, les fruits exotiques en quelque sorte qui sont importés depuis l'Europe, ne peuvent jamais être cultivés ici en Afrique. Eh bien, le fruit du dragon fait bien ses preuves ici au Sénégal, ce qui démontre que le potentiel de la taille africaine est en train de prouver le contraire. Bonjour, je m'appelle Claude Sylvestre Acharchao. Je suis le fondateur de la start-up Kiyonka, qui est spécialisée dans la production de fruits du dragon ou pitaya. Je suis également le président de la coopérative des producteurs de pitaya au Sénégal. Donc, Kionka en est membre fondateur. Kionka propose également de la pépinière écologique et aussi de la volaille à croissance lente. La culture de pitaya au Sénégal répond à deux problématiques majeures. Bon, il y a d'autres problématiques annexes, mais deux problématiques majeures, à savoir la problématique de la rareté de l'eau et il y a la problématique de la salinité des eaux. Alors, il faut noter que le pitaya, c'est un fruit exotique et c'est un fruit qui est produit par une plante d'origine désertique qui résiste bien à la sécheresse. Et c'est une plante également qui résiste bien à l'eau saumâtre. Il y a une forte tolérance à l'eau saumâtre. Alors, si je fais un petit briefing de l'historique de la culture de pitaya ici au Sénégal, mon collaborateur, lui, avec qui je travaille, au début de ces projets, il avait comme projet de développement agro-touristique, qui a connu d'ailleurs un échec parce que les puits qu'il s'est fait faire étaient tous salés. Et du coup, ça a entraîné la mort de toutes les plantations qui étaient faites au début. Alors, il y a eu la question à savoir, qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire pour valoriser le site? Quelle plante s'adapterait plus à la sécheresse?
Le temps a écoulé.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much. A round of applause for Mr. Sylvestre Chow. Thank you so much. So, Lydia, I'll give you the floor to introduce the number one who is on the Zoom. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aminata. So next, after Mr. Chow, we are going to listen to Kelvin Odobo's speech. Kelvin?
Hello, Lydia. Thank you for the introduction. Let me just take this opportunity to share my screen. Please let me know if you can see the screen. Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Can you see my presentation? Perfect. Okay, so my name is Kelvin Odobo. I'm actually based in Kigali, Rwanda. That is East Africa or Central Africa, if you want to call, and I'm the founder of an agri-tech startup called Shambapro. So, most farmers in Africa believe that they can make money from farming. They have seen it and they know that they can do it. But a lot of the time, they do not have capital to grow and expand their farm businesses. So usually, they think about borrowing from lenders or banks. But unfortunately, they do not have collateral or records of their farm. So when they go to the bank, usually the bank has very little knowledge about the agriculture sector, and it associates small-scale farmers with high transactional risks and high costs. They have to send people to the farm to make sure that they can approve these loans. So a lot of the time, basically, lenders reject loan applications from farmers. 730 million farmers in Africa have this same problem of suitable finance to grow and expand their farms. In fact, according to McKinsey, there's a $27 billion gap in financing. So at Shambapro, our solution is to create a platform that helps farmers create digital profiles through the Shambapro app, which they can download, and then lenders can directly and quickly affordably assess the credit risk of the farmer and decide to give or not to give a loan. At the same time, buyers or off-takers can predict and plan their supply for the farmers. In this same platform, farmers can access other services like inputs, services, insurance, and crop health and animal tracking. As you know, a lot of African farmers are faced with the problem of having so many solutions that they even struggle to catch up with them. So our market size in Africa is 33 million farms, and we think that in 5 years, we are able to achieve a market of about $4 million, while the whole world consists of about 570 million farms, and this totals to a market of about $13 billion on a base price of a farmer paying $24 per year. So our traction, we launched our MVP in July, and you can see that on our website, a lot of people are visiting us from Eastern and Southern Africa, as well as Western Africa. And also, if you see from our downloads on the app, you see that Zambia and Nigeria are the main leaders of farmers who are trying to use our app. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Lydia, up to you.
Hello. Yes.
Hands up for Kelvin.
Okay, so I'll try to put all of them. So our business model is basically freemium. Most of the farmers.
Kelvin, thank you so much. Time is up. So Lydia, back to you.
Sorry.
We are playing the video for Ovavitech. No, we are playing the video for Kelvin Shamba Pro.
Okay.
Video, please.
Yeah, so basically, as the video, you will basically see how our app works, the different components that are involved, you know, registering of farmer records, production records, transaction records, and some of the services that we have in the app.
Mr. Kelvin.
Yes.
Yes, you can end the video sharing, the slide sharing, so that we can play your video. Thank you.
Perfect. It's done.
Vidéo, s'il vous plaît.
Aminat, have you started playing the video?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the video. So you have the leisure, Kelvin, to comment over your video. Mr. Kelvin.
So basically, what the video is showing you is how the tool works, how farmers can register, they can form a team, collaborate with workers and experts, create tasks which they can work together, as well as record transactions which can be registered digitally in their platform. And then at the end, they can generate instant financial reports from this app and use it to ask for lending, or we can link them to lenders who can look at the reports and also do a quick credit assessment such that they can decide whether to loan them or not.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Thank you. The floor is yours again, Lydia, for the second picture. Lydia. Hi, Lydia.
Hi, Amin.
Yes. Hello. It seems that Lydia is having connectivity issues, and then we're going to introduce Mr. Serigne Abdoukhadr Fall from Ovavitech. Mr. Abdoukhadr Fall. Lydia, are you with us?
Bonsoir.
Bonsoir. Monsieur Abdoukhadr Fall, allez-y, faites votre pitch.
C'est bon, vous voyez?
Oui, on voit.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Messieurs, dames, bonjour. Je me nomme Serigne Abdoukhadr Fall. Je suis élève ingénieur agronome zootechnicien à l'École nationale supérieure d'agriculture. Et je suis le fondateur de l'entreprise Ovavitech dont je vais vous présenter. Messieurs, dames, Plus de 53% des habitants du milieu rural n'ont pas accès à l'électricité, d'après l'ANDS. Et pourtant, ces habitants dépendent à autour de 30% des produits animaux pour assurer leur subsistance, d'après le plan national de développement de l'élevage. À l'heure où des problèmes d'ordre alimentaire et nutritionnel gangrènent nos sociétés, la rareté des volailles de basse-cour se fait ressentir du jour au lendemain. Et pourtant, ces volailles de basse-cour constituent une alternance crédible à la sécheresse et atténuent considérablement la pauvreté. Entre autres, les délestages électriques qui perturbent les processus d'incubation, les machines énergivores et le manque de machines adaptées en milieu villageois. Face à cette pléthore de problématiques, en tant que jeunes conscients des enjeux de l'heure et des exigences du monde de demain, nous avons développé les incubateurs à œufs automatiques solaires, en tenant compte d'énormes défis qui pèsent sur notre continent, tels que les défis technologiques, énergétiques, économiques et sociaux pour parfaire notre solution. Comment ça marche? Nos machines sont façonnées à partir de matériaux disponibles sur le marché local, comme la polystyrène, les tôles galvanisées, l'accessoire électronique de faible consommation que nous allons associer avec un équipement solaire dimensionné avec notre logiciel de dimensionnement photovoltaïque. Ainsi, les prototypes seront testés, validés et mis sur le marché. Nous combinons toujours la recherche et l'innovation pour parfaire notre solution. Actuellement, nos produits sur le marché sont des incubateurs automatiques munis d'une petite plaque électronique qui contrôle à la fois la température, l'humidité, l'aération, la ventilation et le retournement des œufs avec un taux d'éclosion avoisinant les 98%. Et en phase de prototypage, ces produits sont déjà sur le marché. Et on a des produits en phase de prototypage, donc dont nous voulons réaliser des incubateurs avec des matières plastiques recyclées. Ces matières plastiques seront transformées en filets, les filets utilisés grâce à une imprimante 3D pour fabriquer les alvéoles et les accessoires. Nous utilisons des lois en physique qui sont en vogue ces derniers temps, telles que l'effet Dumas pour la gestion de l'humidité pour réduire la consommation, car les incubateurs sont totalement solaires. En ce qui concerne les paramètres à l'intérieur des incubateurs, actuellement, dans notre contexte africain, on n'a pas de problème d'humidité pour la gestion. Donc, on n'a pas besoin assez d'énergie pour pouvoir gérer la gestion de l'humidité. Et la température également, on a besoin de faibles puissances de résistance pour pouvoir gérer ces températures. Nous travaillons avec des
Monsieur Serigne Abdou Khadre Fall, merci beaucoup. Le temps est écoulé. Merci beaucoup. La vidéo de Monsieur Abdou Khadre Fall, s'il vous plaît. Vous pouvez arrêter, Monsieur Abdou Khadre Fall, votre partage de diapo.
OK, merci beaucoup.
Messieurs, dames, bonjour. Je réponds au nom de Serigne Abdou Khadre Fall. Je suis élève ingénieur agronome en 5e année de formation à l'École nationale supérieure ENSA-ES. Et je m'en vais vous présenter notre entreprise Ovopitech dont je suis le fondateur. Ovopitech est une unité de fabrication d'incubateurs à œufs automatiques, électriques et solaires. Nous tous nous souhaitons assister à une augmentation de la volaille en milieu rural. Nous souhaitons assister à une augmentation de cette alternance crédible à la sécheresse, là où les industriels et les acteurs de la basse-cour dans un environnement où les œufs à couver sont disponibles en abondance. Ainsi, plusieurs problématiques ont suscité notre création, à savoir la faible croissance de la basse-cour, la faible compétitivité des entrepreneurs fermiers, la faible croissance de la volaille en milieu rural, les coûts très élevés des couveuses importées, auprès des coûts d'importation, mais également la rareté des produits dans les commerces. Face à cette pléthore de problématiques, Ovopitech apporte la solution en ligne. À partir des feuilles de polystyrène, des tôles galvanisées, des accessoires électroniques, nous avons automatique avec disponible avec
Ouais,
beaucoup de vidéos.
non, on arrête. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Serigne Abdou Khadre Fall. Je vois qu'il y a beaucoup de conversations qui se font dans la salle et ça peut être soit du lobbying, soit le vote qui est en train d'être influencé par certains. Mais bon, on saura très, très bientôt. Lydia, are you with us? Hello,
Hi,
Lydia.
Amina.
You're here?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
great.
I am.
Great. So we were gonna give you the floor to introduce Sibayeni Metro Farming, but Samkele Siweshunda is sitting for her exams and cannot join us. It's such a pity. So
okay.
We were supposed to, okay, so what we can do is play the video for Samkele Siweshunda and then vote for her minus her pitching for her own business.
Lovely, is it? Oh, look at our lettuce growing. Welcome to Serena Metro Farming, where we make farming easy. Continue to learn to farm and grow smart, produce more in a very small space. And do good business. Farming has money. Farming is profitable. Just need to be smart with it. Remember to follow Serena Metro Farming on our social media pages and subscribe to our YouTube. This is all yours.
Ok. Merci beaucoup. Venons donc de voir la vidéo de Metro Farming de Samkele Siweshunda. Nous vous laissons, je crois qu'il y a déjà les liens qui ont été partagés dans les groupes pour le vote. Vous pouvez commencer par les votes en attendant qu'on continue.
Je dirais que la vidéo de Samkele Siweshunda nous montre qu'une toute petite parcelle de ce qu'elle fait et pas du tout la magnitude de ce champ qui se fait en vertical, tout blanc, vert, mauve, vraiment super joli et très innovant. Mais bon, je ne vais pas faire du lobbying pour Samkele Siweshunda. Et donc, on va directement... Lydia, you have the floor for the next laureate.
Thank you very much, Aminata. We are now going to have the final one from Martin Salanda. So Martin Salanda, are you with us?
Hello.
Hello, thank you.
Yes, I'm online, though I'm on the move. I had just gone for my COVID test because I'm traveling tomorrow, but I'm going back now to the venue. I'm sure the sound is okay. If it is okay, we can take off online.
Yes, please proceed. And you have 2 minutes to take us through your business and 3 minutes to play your video. Over to you, Martin.
Okay. Thank you so very much. As earlier alluded by the introduction, my name is Martin Salanda from Zambia, CEO and founder of NutriGreen Investment Limited. Basically, my field of profession is sustainable agriculture, which actually integrates different climatic sustainable ways of eco-friendly farming systems And our company, NutriGreen, is founded on this principle of providing the best agricultural practice to the community, both the rural space of our farmers and also the peri-urban, that is our entry point, until we reach a commercial level progressively with time. So we provide different services, but the major two are extension service and also market aggregation. In the extension service, we have different integrations that we have put in place for our farmers, where we have reduced the expenditure levels of our farmers in terms of buying different toxic substances that they use in terms of production. Talk about artificial fertilizers, talk about artificial food for animals, talk about different ingredients that are toxic, which have effect in terms of healthy for humans and also healthy for the animals and also our soils. You are aware that with the climate change that we are currently having, we are having a problem in farmers having sustainable way of farming. As such, our provision have able to reduce actually the rate of application of fertilizers by using organic fertilizer and also integration of what we call probiotics, prebiotics, and phytobiotics, which are a biotechnical support that we offer to our farmers, where they are producing these different crops. After production, we are able to get them because they are organic, and we supply and support them with the market. So we buy and then sell, and our farmers are able to grow their animals, their crop in a very sustainable, gain weight in terms of animals and the rest. For more details, you can visit www.nutrigreeninvestment.com. You'll be able to see our innovation, our videos, and our extension services we offer to our farmers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin, especially for observing time. Over back to you, Aminata, so that we can have his video played. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lydia. We can see that your laureate is very used to pitching. He did not even finish the time, and many more things that we will discuss when we are deliberating. So can we play NutriGreen's video, please?
At NutriGreen Investment, we strive in realizing strategic food security and achieving long-term growth and sustainability. NutriGreen Investment is a sprouting enterprise with robust organic probiotic methods of innovative farming. We have eco-friendly ingenious methods of animal disease prevention and crop production using organic methods. We believe in the richness of nature and healing wonders livestock food supplements, which when ingested into the system, helps in building the immune system to fighting disease and build resistance. In our quest to redefine agriculture and improve lives, at NutriGreen Investment, we offer the following services: agriculture extension, market aggregation, agribusiness development, crop, livestock, and aquaculture technical support, consultancy and training. In addition to further support eco-friendly farming systems, we stock and sell diatom concentrate feed supplement for livestock, which eradicate parasitic presence in livestock and improves immunity. This product is a tested organic feed supplement. We also stock a variety of probiotics, organic fertilizers, from liquid to granular, to enrich your soils and improve crop yields. In ensuring our network of African agripreneurs are kept abreast with innovative technology, this has been done through working with Jacaranda Hub, IATA, and USAID Edge Project. We catalyze actionable knowledge and believe that the future of agribusiness is now. Are you desiring to take farming as a business? For more information, you can visit us in PHI, Benwinga Road, Lusaka, and Chongwe, and subscribe to be part of the organic family, or reach us on 0968 918871 or 0953 623201. NutriGreen Investment Limited, redefining agriculture, improving lives.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that video. Aminata, we have come to the end of our 5 layers. So over back to you for direction on the next step. Well done to all the ones, to all our entrepreneurs who speak.
Voilà, merci. Nous venons donc d'écouter les différents finalistes, de regarder aussi les vidéos. Vous avez les liens pour le vote dans le groupe. Il est maintenant l'heure de voter. Nous allons nous accorder le temps de le faire. Merci. Donc, on a 10 minutes pour le vote. Je peux vous rappeler rapidement les projets avec les noms. Donc, on avait Kelvin Odobo de Chamba Pro, Serigne Abdou Khadr Fall de Ovavitech, Sam Kelly Shunda de Sibaini Metro Farming, Claude Sylvestre de Kionka et Martin Salanda de NutriGreen. On peut lancer le chrono pour les 10 minutes, s'il vous plaît. Le chrono pour les 10 minutes du vote.
Oui, au pitcher. On leur demande de redire quelque chose, de partager quelque chose. Très innovant.
Voulez-vous recevoir des appels, des notifications et des messages via une...
Alors, les résultats sont tombés et ce sont le choix du public. En troisième place, nous avons NutriGreen, 23,9%. Autant pour moi. Je suis vraiment désolée. Et en fait, je devais regarder les chiffres et j'ai regardé l'ordre de réception des messages. Donc, en troisième place, nous avons Kiyonka, 22,1%. En deuxième place, nous avons NutriGreen. Et en première position, vous êtes prêts? Roulement de tambour. Ovavitek.
Eh bien, c'est la première fois qu'on entend le public aussi fort. Mais on n'en est pas à la fin. On a fait l'élimination depuis le nombre de 5 jusqu'au nombre de 3 par les participants. Et nous, les boss, on va décider. OK, soyons sérieux. Donc, votre vote compte pour 40% et notre vote compte pour 60%. Et là, on s'est concerté. Et Edem, je te laisse la parole pour présenter notre vote. Et la suite, la décision pour les deux.
Alors, les membres du jury aussi ont voté. Nous avons eu du mal à choisir entre la deuxième et la troisième place. Il y avait Ovavitek et Chamba Pro qui ne sont pas encore situés. La première place, nous l'avons dédiée à NutriGreen. Il reste donc à départager entre Ovavitek et Chamba Pro. Ce que nous allons faire, nous allons les inviter une fois de plus, à pitié pour 1 minute, chrono, pour qu'on puisse se décider au niveau du jury.
Et la raison pour ce résultat, c'est que
La raison de ce résultat, c'est que le jury les participants ont aussi voté pour Ovavitech et Chamba Pro. Et donc, notre vote qui avait placé M. Martin en premier, le conserve là-bas, vu que c'est lui pour qui on a voté en premier. Et donc, on avait partagé, je pense, les critères de sélection. Je peux avoir ça. Donc, les critères sur lesquels on s'est basé pour choisir, c'était le niveau de l'innovation. Est-ce que c'est assez innovant? Donc, ça, on l'a marqué sur 10. L'impact agroécologique, 5. La qualité de la vidéo, 3. Et l'expression orale de la personne qui pitchait, 2. C'est ainsi qu'on en est arrivé là, surtout vu que les deux autres ont eu le vote massif des participants. Donc, ce qu'on propose, comme Edem vient de le dire, c'est de prendre, je peux avoir les noms, c'est de prendre Ovavitech et Chamba Pro, c'est bien ça? Et vous nous direz pourquoi est-ce que l'on devrait voter encore une fois et choisir l'un d'entre vous comme numéro 2 ou numéro 3. Merci. La parole est à vous.
Rebonsoir.
Bien surpris. Ovavitech ou Chamba Pro, vous êtes en ligne?
Oui, je suis en ligne.
OK. Ovavitech, on commence par vous. Vous avez une minute.
Une minute, mais je n'ai pas bien entendu la question.
OK. On a du mal à vous départager. Donc, l'idée, c'est de nous aider. On vous redonne encore une minute, une seconde chance pour que vous puissiez nous convaincre de vous choisir.
Vous nous dites exactement pourquoi nous devrions vous choisir comme numéro 2 au lieu de numéro 3.
Très bien, merci pour cette question. Donc, la question est très simple. Actuellement, notre continent est lié à des défis énergétiques. Nous avons apporté maintenant les incubateurs solaires adaptés en milieu villageois pour les aider. Parce que d'après un rapport de la CEDEAO et de l'OCDE, le taux de croissance des volailles devrait être de 250% en l'horizon 2025. Alors que en 2008, le taux de croissance de l'offre n'était qu'à 2%. Pour vous dire, pour aider ces villageois, pour aider cette population du monde rural à franchir cette période de précarité, il faut appliquer les incubateurs solaires adaptés en milieu rural avec de bons taux à l'éclosion. 98% comme Avitech propose. Je vous remercie.
Merci, Serine Abdou Khadrfal. Nous allons à présent écouter Kelvin de Chamba Pro.
Hi, Aminata. Hello. Hello, you're a bit faint. I can't hear you. Apologies. I was using the translation. Proceed, Aminata. Apologies for that.
I was saying that we need Kelvin to share with us the reason why he thinks we need to go for him. So please, we are calling him. He's not replying. We give that task to you.
Okay, no problem. Let me reach out to him.
Mr. Kelvin?
Kelvin Odobo.
Yes, hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yep.
You have a minute to convince us why you should come in second and why Shamba Pro should be the solution that takes the first runners up. Proceed in 1 minute's time. Convince all of us.
Sorry, I've missed most of what was explained in the past 1 minute because it was in French. But in brief, Shamba Pro is a digital agriculture platform that will help small-scale farmers across Africa to access suitable finance at no cost, using the app, and it's available. You don't have to do anything to use the app. Just go to the Google Play Store, download, and use it for free, and get its benefits. In brief, that's what I can say. But I'm sorry, I've missed about the last 5 minutes because it was all in French, so I have no idea what you guys were discussing.
Hi, Kevin. Apologies for that. It was just Sehin who was also defending his position. So he was also pitching for Ovavitek a second time to convince us to get the vote to swing to his side. So thank you very much, Kelvin.
Kelvin, I have a question for Kelvin. So Kelvin, what would happen if we don't have your application with us? If the agripreneurs don't have your application, what would happen? So, and the question put in another way would be like, what's the added value of your product?
So basically, if you're using this application one, you are able to collaborate as a farm team. For example, if you have 3 people in a farm, you save records. The records are paperless, so they cannot be edited. They can be verified. They cannot be tampered with. And when a bank wants to have access to these documents, they know that these documents are basically accurate. And then you can generate reports. You can find out the financial health of your farm. Is it improving? Is it worsening? You can collaborate with experts remotely. And eventually we are adding in other features for satellite data, basically to compare the farm data and the satellite data so that you're able to make better farm decisions. Decisions based on data, not just based on hearsay. Thank you.
Maybe just to follow up, Kelvin, well, it really is a remarkable solution. I'm just wondering, how are you planning to navigate the challenge of digital literacy amongst the old farmers? I'll give an example. In Kenya, the average age of the farmer is around 57 years. So given that there are challenges with being tech savvy, how are you circumventing this, or how are you planning to go round about that challenge?
Thank you very much, Lydia. You see, I think the most important thing with digitalization and agribusiness going forward is we have to make a choice. The average age of a farmer right now is 50s all across Africa. But in the next 20 years, that average age is coming down. People like the people in this conference are the guys going to do the farming. We can decide to create a product that will help majority of the small scale farmers. It's much more expensive using USSD technology and so forth. But the future really is the smart technology. Farmers who are able to access smartphones, who are able to navigate, who are able to do agribusiness as a business. So we have intentionally decided to work more with farmers who are looking at going forward and running farming as a business, and hopefully getting a few of the subsistence farmers to see the point and move into sort of the digital kind of smart farming. At a later time, we will create probably products that will help the larger group of subsistence farmers where they don't need a lot of data to really access financing. They can just use their locational data and so on. But ideally, in the next 30 years, we're going to move towards more smart technology and less towards the USSD technology and more towards promoting farmers that are doing serious agribusiness, not just people who are doing it for subsistence and so on. In fact, I'll be glad if most of those people who are doing subsistence farming are helped to go into skills and services. It's very controversial, while serious farmers are going into farming to increase production, to reduce imports of food, into Africa, and increase basically income out of agribusiness for young people like you and me and the people in this conference.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Adam, do you have any questions for the two laureates? You don't? Okay, so Adam is good, and I am, again, very confused. So I don't know who's number one, who's number two, and who's number three. So music, and let the participants vote again, please. Between the three of them, between NutriGreen, Martin Salanda, Shamba Pro, Kelvin Odobo, and then Ova Vitek of Serigne Abdou Khadre Fall. You have the translation. I repeat that one. So we are now going to the finale between NutriGreen, Martin Salanda, Shamba Pro, Kelvin Adobo, and Ova Vitek, Serigne Abdou Khadre Fall. Music. Les votes, s'il vous plaît, le résultat des votes. Le suspense est au maximum pour Monsieur Martin, oui, en français, Martin Salanda, Monsieur Serigne Abdou Khadr Fall et Monsieur Kelvin Adobo. Qu'est-ce qu'on fait? Donc, toujours le choix du public. Il faut bien noter que moi, je ne dis que le choix du public. En troisième place, pour le public, c'est Chambapo. En troisième place. Et en deuxième position, nous avons Nutrigré. Et bien évidemment, en première position, on va vite. Le choix du public. Maintenant, le choix du jury. Le choix du public. Le choix du public, on a Ovavitech, NutriGreen et Chamba Pro. Le jury a toujours du mal à se décider, cette fois-ci à cause de moi. C'est bien ça. Je vous laisse, je vous cède ma place. C'est bon.
Voici la décision du jury, le choix du jury, je voulais dire. En troisième place, nous avons Chamba Pro. En deuxième place, Ovavitech. Et en première place, NutriGreen.
Ok, je vais faire pour lui, je vais faire. Attends. Music, music. Et nous, on dit, mais, hello, 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 hello. You see what she said? No, no. Allô, allô, j'écoute. Hello. Yes, so we have consulted and we did the math with the 40% and the 60% veto. Okay, so number 3, guess who? Chamba Pro. Chamba Pro is number 3. Number 2. Number 2. Number 2 is Ovavitech. And number 1 is the leader of the movement, Mr. Martin Salanda, NutriGreen.
See the light at the end of the tunnel. And feel heaven in this place. And that's the sound of a victory. That's the sound of a victory. That's the sign of a victory.
Thank you.
That's the sign of a victory. Now I can see the distance of your journey. How you focus on the mind. You open your eyes to global warming. And through it all, you sacrifice your life. That's the sign of a victory. Yeah, yeah. That's the sign of a victory. If we believe we can achieve anything, including the impossible. Yes, I know. So let's look up.
Martin Usidanta Mampiano to Jerusalema.
Jerusalema, ikayami. Ilonoloze.
So on 5 again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Dawoyami, ayolana, musowami, awolana. Ilonoloze.
Go. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Again. Go.
Dawoyami, ayolana, musowami,
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Merci, merci. Yeah, we are happy. We are happy as Africans. The trajectory is changing. Allow me to say thank you so much for the organizers of the event. Yeah, Craving for Development, for having such a great initiative that would bring together different people, different backgrounds, different understanding, different languages, but unifying them together through a symposium as powerful and great as this one. It's not an easy journey. Thank you so much. Everyone who has participated, those who were here physically, and then those who were following us virtually, and also virtual in terms of Zoom. We had a team on Facebook. I'm sure also we had a team on YouTube, Twitter, and a few many others platforms. We have quite a big following. Over 1,000 people are following this program. And I'm imagining if each and every one of us, starting from the physical presence to the virtual presence, if each one of us can decide to go and transfer the knowledge and the skill that has been imparted in us, just target one more, not many, just one more. It means we will have another 1,000 plus. And if the 1,000 plus also decide to go and transform just one more, okay, and imagine we are doing this every single year that comes. It means by the time we talk about 5 years from now, we'll have over 5 to 10,000 Africans transformed in the agri-business. Why? It's because of the decision that you have made as an African to go and change the world. Thank you so much for your voting and for the award. I didn't understand when I was coming in what was happening. I just saw the happiness and the applause because I was on the road coming here. So until I had to sit here and consulted my colleague. So as the one was briefing me what is happening, I was literally not very sure. When the announcement was done, I heard the numbers, but I couldn't know what happened later on because I'd gone off. Only to be shocked now that NutriGreen is one of the three. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much. It's no longer a Zambian NutriGreen. You have raised the standards. Yeah, just by your participation, by your vote, it is pushing enough to tell us to work extra hard, to go an extra mile, because now it has gone on the African map because of your ingredient of passion in changing the lives of Africans. So the award, and it's coming back to you as to say thank you for what you have done. The decision you've made is not for me, it's not for NutriGreen, but it's for the typical farmer in Senegal, in Ethiopia, in Nigeria, Niger, Guinea, Togo, Zambia, South Africa, and everywhere where these people need to be changed of their lives. Remember our motion and our theme says redefining agriculture and improving lives. We feel good when agriculture can be redefined. Once agriculture has been redefined, then the lives of individuals get improved. I would die a peaceful, a happy African soil. Thank you so much once again to everyone and for your great support. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So our decision wasn't an arbitrary one. It wasn't subjective at all. It was based, as we said, can I have the criteria? It was based on the criteria that we shared with you earlier. My secretary is very slow. Come on, ginger it up. Hello. Hi. Oh, bon. Voilà, quand on abandonne, il est là. Okay, so the criteria that we based our selection for NutriGreen on was the level of innovation. And we have seen that the products that they are offering come into disease prevention for animals, boosting the metabolism of the cattle, and also enters into agribusiness development while being eco-friendly, and also at the same time while creating compost that is organic. So those are the reasons why we chose them for the innovation part. And when it comes to the agroecological impacts, I already just stated it. So when it comes now to the quality of the video, we all would agree that the quality of NutriGreen video is just breathtaking, absolutely professional, super great. Now, when it comes to oral expression, all the information was in the video, everything you needed. You would not have to reach out, to try to reach out and ask more questions. And that is very important because Adam knows that we had two great participants who submitted their great innovations. One was capturing water from the air. Very innovative, very forward-looking and future-oriented, but nowhere to be found. We cannot reach out to him. We kept on calling and calling, he wasn't available. We had another Kenyan guy, no, Togolese guy, who also was making machines, tractors and the kind, but we don't even have his number, in fact. You know, so everything was, all information was there. And when Martin was also pitching online, he took the care of putting all his information, even the website, you know, so that positions him as the natural winner of this competition. So congratulations, Martin. You are not one of the three, you are the #1. Thank you so much. Okay, so Ovavitek, are you with us? How excited are you? Serigne Abdou Khadre Fall.
Oui, je suis là.
Oui. Vous connaissez le résultat?
Oui, j'avais un problème de connexion là.
Vous n'êtes pas sélectionné.
Vous êtes le numéro 2.
Ok, c'est parfait.
Félicitations.
Merci.
Quelques mots.
Abdou Khadre.
Oui.
On vous laisse la parole pour placer quelques mots.
Bah, voilà, donc pour moi, c'est une très belle initiative. Donc, je vous remercie pour ça. Donc, c'est ce dont que notre continent a besoin, donc pour aider, encourager les jeunes à penser vers l'innovation, surtout dans tout ce qui va vers l'agroécologie, l'agriculture, parce que notre continent est soifard de résoudre les problèmes du monde agricole dont nous confrontons et qui gangrènent notre société, leur bien-être. Voilà, donc moi, je vous remercie de par voilà, ma qualité d'agronome, mais également de par ma qualité de fondateur et de représentant de Ovavitek. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Mr. Kelvin?
Yes. First of all, I'd like to, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. First of all, I'd like to thank you for organizing the conference and congratulate my old friend, Martin Salanda. It's amazing what he's doing down there in Zambia. And I think, and that's the spirit that Africans need to have from now going onwards. It's about collaboration. It's about looking at the food system in a wholesome way and putting solutions that can help. Secondly, I'd like to apologize. I just got into this speech from a meeting. I didn't know the time that we had and everything, so we probably messed up the presentation a little bit, but I asked all attendees to go to shambapro.com and have a look at what we are doing across Africa. And thirdly, I'd also like to congratulate the other participants who competed with us with the innovations. I think, yes, we are participating, but what we need to do as Africans is we need to collaborate further. We need to learn from each other, and we need to make sure that we're empowering our fellow farmers to be able to produce more and be able to produce for us, to reduce our import bills and so on and so forth. Otherwise, I'm very happy about the whole organization. I'm sorry I missed 100% of the announcement, so I didn't know what was going on when you called me, but that's life, you know, and then you move forward. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Ils étaient 52 au total. 52, nous sommes arrivés à 3. Les autres n'ont pas démérité. J'aimerais que vous m'aidiez à les féliciter, à les applaudir, à les encourager. OK. Et le conseil que j'aimerais donner, c'est de ne pas attendre les opportunités pour se préparer. Il faut être prêt pour les opportunités, comme on l'a vu avec NutriGreen et avec tous les autres. N'attendons pas, soyons toujours prêts, c'est ça l'entrepreneuriat. Nous aimerions aussi entendre M. Louma.
Bonjour tout le monde. Bon, je ne devais pas prendre la parole normalement. Je profite de cette occasion pour féliciter déjà l'initiative, voir le monde agricole intégré par des femmes pour faire cet événement-là, c'est déjà innovateur. Aussi, entre femmes et jeunes, voilà la solution pour l'agriculture, pour nous. Nous, M. Louma, nous avons initié l'agridigital nous avons un peu initié l'agridigital au Sénégal. On a voulu apporter cette touche digitale au niveau de l'agriculture pour pouvoir le booster. Parce qu'on sait que la fracture numérique fait qu'actuellement, il faut intégrer l'informatique pour pouvoir développer l'agriculture. Donc, on est dessus depuis 10 ans. Mlouma a aujourd'hui 10 ans. On a créé beaucoup de solutions qui intègrent un peu, en fait, toute la chaîne de valeur pour adresser un peu de manière holistique. Parce qu'on se dit que pour vraiment apporter une solution, il faut une solution globale, que ce soit pour l'information climatique, que ce soit pour la capacitation des producteurs, que ce soit pour l'accès au marché, l'inclusion financière. Tout ça, c'est des domaines qu'il faut intégrer parce qu'il y a plusieurs acteurs qui doivent interagir. Donc, créer un système qui permet d'avoir plusieurs plateformes et faire le dialogue entre les acteurs, c'est ça la solution.
Le secteur agricole occupe près de 100.
Et je sais que là, on a la solution, là, ici en Afrique. Si on réfléchit bien avec des innovateurs tels que Martin, si on consolide toutes nos forces, l'agriculture peut aller de l'avant et on peut trouver la solution au sous-développement. En tout cas, merci tout le monde. Merci, amis, félicitations pour cet événement. Ça a été vraiment réussi. Merci.
Lydia?
Thank
Lydia?
you very much. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Adam. So once again, we would like to really congratulate everyone who took part in the Innovation Salon, even for just making your submission. And that is what entrepreneurship is all about, stepping out of your comfort zone. And do not beat yourself the fact that this time round, it did not work out. The most important thing is to take the lesson and improve and move on. I wish to agree with Mlama that yes, indeed, we need to close ranks as African entrepreneurs and enablers of platforms like this, what Craving for Development has put in place, so that we take our sector to the next level. So without much ado, I'd like to announce the prizes that are going to our participants this evening. It's actually at night in Nairobi, but I'm sure it's evening in Senegal. So to third place, that is Shamba Pro, Kelvin Odobo. He's going to receive a connected watch. Then for Tahin Kadofol, he's going to receive a 5 GB external hard drive. And then to our first prize winner, Martin Salanda, he'll receive the Microsoft 360 package. So for Kadofol and Kelvin Odobo, Craving for Development is going to make arrangements to get your gifts to you, but Martin is going to receive his now that he is participating in person. I wish to thank Aminata, Edem, my fellow judges. You have done an excellent job, and it has been brilliant. It has been excellent, exceptional to just have been part of Craving for Development second edition. Thank you so much. It has been an absolute pleasure. Lots of learning and networking. Thank you. Thank you. Over to you, Aminata and Edem.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Lydia. I'll just have to repeat what Lydia has said. So the third place winner is gonna receive a connected watch, while the second place winner is going to receive a 500 gig external drive. And the first place winner, the leader of the movement, is gonna receive a Microsoft 360, application, yes. So that one you will receive digitally, and the other two laureates will receive theirs. For Serigne Abdouhad, who is in Senegal, he will receive it physically here, and then we will send to Mr. Kelvin his own prize. So thank you so much for all those who participated to the Innovation Fair. Thank you for the inspiration. Thank you for the great work. And then what inspires me the most is the fact that all the submissions to the Innovation Salon, to the Innovation Fair, are giving solutions to the problems that were raised and that were discussed in this symposium. So hope is allowed because we have those young, dynamic people who are creative and who are go-getters and who are bringing forward things that are really very useful to their peers. So thank you so much. That was the innovation fair for you. Get ready for the next innovation fair during the symposium 2022. Cool, cool. Thank you so much. I'm so proud that we are on time. Okay, so now we are going straight with our transition to the closing ceremony. And thank you so much. So let's just welcome. Let's welcome two people who are really tremendous, who are really, I'm going to shift to French, sorry. Donc, vous me permettrez de remercier deux personnes qui ont beaucoup contribué à la réalisation de ce symposium. Ils ne sont pas que deux, il y en a beaucoup. Et ça m'a beaucoup ému, mais ça m'a aussi rendu très humble. Et ça m'a aussi rendu confiante, mais aussi pleine d'espoir par rapport à ce qu'on peut faire. Parce que, comme on a dit tout le long du symposium, on ne doit pas le faire en solo. Il faut de la collaboration, il faut du partenariat, il faut du soutien. Et donc, j'ai été soutenue par l'équipe, par beaucoup d'autres personnes qui m'ont vraiment beaucoup appris en un laps de temps très court. Il y a Tolulope Aina, avec qui, où est-ce qu'elle est? Avec qui je me suis battue. You need to put the headsets. On s'est battu nuit et jour. On s'est griffé. Il n'y a rien qu'on n'a pas fait. Mais pourquoi? Parce qu'on voulait que ce soit cette réussite-là. Mais en fin de compte, ce qu'on faisait, c'est qu'on dormait ensemble. On se réveillait ensemble. Et même actuellement, quand on est venu ici, elle m'a vu super fatiguée, éreintée. Elle est venue dans ma chambre. Elle m'a envahie. Elle dormait sous mes draps, sous mes couvertures. Et donc, vraiment, c'est quelque chose qui m'a tellement touchée parce que c'est une sœur d'une autre mère. Et donc, merci beaucoup, Tolulope Aina. Tu es unique. Keep being you, Tolulope Aina. Thank you so much. L'autre personne, beaucoup d'entre vous la connaissent, beaucoup ne la connaissent pas. C'est Madame Anna Khan. Ta Anna, qui ne la connaît pas? Anna Khan. Je ne peux pas la présenter parce qu'elle a un portefeuille riche de 45 ans d'expérience. Qui suis-je pour essayer de la présenter? Tout ce que je sais, c'est ce qu'elle est pour moi. Elle aussi, elle a perdu son sommeil avec sa nièce et toute sa famille. Ils ont pris l'angoisse, ils ont pris l'envie, ils ont pris la détermination. Et elle m'a dit clairement que tant que tu n'arrêtes pas, je n'arrêterai pas. Et ça, elle me l'a répété hier. Merci beaucoup, Tahana, du fond du cœur. Merci beaucoup. Ce n'est pas ici que je vais pleurer, non. Mais merci beaucoup, Tahana, du fond du cœur. Comme on dit en Wolof, Bainal Agyal. Merci beaucoup. Il y en a beaucoup qui, je ne citerai pas parce qu'ils se connaissent et qu'ils savent qu'on est ensemble. Mais je ne peux pas ne pas citer M. Sow, M. Saliou Sow. Eh bien sûr. Merci beaucoup, M. Sow. Merci. Je ne vous laisserai pas. Je ne cheminerai pas sans vous, M. Sow. La stratégie, l'expertise et tout. C'était la totale. Merci beaucoup. Quelqu'un est venu me dire que votre publicité sur la RTS est top. C'est ce qui m'a... C'est une cousine. Elle me dit, tu viens au Sénégal, tu ne me dis pas, et je suis journaliste panafricaine. J'ai dit, mais on n'est pas à la RTS. Elle dit, si. Vous êtes passé avant le journal télévisé, avec la voix de Boops. C'est M. Sow, sans me dire. Il y a des gens qui sont super généreux avec leur savoir, le relationnel et tout ce qu'il y a. Vraiment. Et ça donne l'espoir à la jeunesse africaine parce qu'on ne peut pas le faire sans ce support-là, sans ce réseau-là, sans cette base. Merci beaucoup. Merci à ceux qu'on a cités, à ceux qu'on n'a pas cités, aux participants, parce que sans vous, on ne pourrait pas le faire. Ça, ce n'est pas la fin, il y a la cérémonie de clôture à venir, donc restez bien serrés à vous fêter. À tout à l'heure.
République du Sénégal, Craving for Development et ses partenaires organisent la deuxième édition du Symposium panafricain sur l'agriculture qui réunit des experts de 23 pays africains autour du thème « Mettre à profit le potentiel de l'Afrique pour une percée de l'agroécologie ». Au menu, des thématiques aussi intéressantes et variées que l'employabilité des jeunes, les chaînes de valeur, l'accès au marché africain, le développement de partenariats entre experts africains, la création de richesses dans le secteur, l'agriculture intelligente face au climat, la technologie et le digital dans l'agriculture, l'agroalimentaire et l'agrobusiness et autres. Le format sera hybride avec des sessions à la ferme, des sessions en salle, des participants sénégalais en présentiel et le reste de l'Afrique en virtuel. L'heure est au panafricanisme. L'enjeu est de taille, de véritables opportunités de fixer les jeunes au terroir en facilitant la création de richesses et d'impact sont en perspective. Prenez part au Salon de l'innovation qui clôture le symposium ou sponsorisez l'événement et bénéficiez d'une vitrine panafricaine riche de millions de jeunes à la recherche d'innovateurs comme vous. Inscrivez-vous dès maintenant sur ce lien ou contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69. 77 556 37 69. Sous l'égide du président de la République du Sénégal, Craving for Development et ses partenaires organisent la deuxième édition du Symposium panafricain sur l'agriculture qui réunit des experts de 23 pays africains autour du thème « Mettre à profit le potentiel de l'Afrique pour une percée de l'agroécologie ». Au menu, des thématiques aussi intéressantes et variées que l'employabilité des jeunes, les chaînes de valeur, l'accès au marché africain, le développement de partenariats entre experts africains, la création de richesses dans le secteur, l'agriculture intelligente face au climat, la technologie et le digital dans l'agriculture, l'agroalimentaire et l'agrobusiness et autres. Le format sera hybride avec des sessions à la ferme, des sessions en salle, des participants sénégalais en présentiel et le reste de l'Afrique en virtuel. L'heure est au panafricanisme. L'enjeu est de taille, de véritables opportunités de fixer les jeunes au terroir en facilitant la création de richesses et d'impact sont en perspective. Prenez part au Salon de l'innovation qui clôture le symposium ou sponsorisez l'événement et bénéficiez d'une vitrine panafricaine riche de millions de jeunes à la recherche d'innovateurs comme vous. Inscrivez-vous dès maintenant sur ce lien ou contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69. 77 556 37 69. Sous l'égide du président de la République du Sénégal, Craving for Development et ses partenaires organisent la deuxième édition du Symposium panafricain sur l'agriculture qui réunit des experts de 23 pays africains autour du thème « Mettre à profit le potentiel de l'Afrique pour une percée de l'agroécologie ». Au menu, des thématiques aussi intéressantes et variées que l'employabilité des jeunes, les chaînes de valeur, l'accès au marché africain, le développement de partenariats entre experts africains, africain, la création de richesses dans le secteur, l'agriculture intelligente face au climat, la technologie et le digital dans l'agriculture, l'agroalimentaire et l'agrobusiness et autres. Le format sera hybride avec des sessions à la ferme, des sessions en salle, des participants sénégalais en présentiel et le reste de l'Afrique en virtuel. L'heure est au panafricanisme. L'enjeu est de taille, de véritables opportunités de fixer les jeunes au terroir en facilitant la création de richesses et d'impact sans perspective. Prenez part au Salon de l'innovation qui clôture le symposium ou sponsorisez l'événement et bénéficiez d'une vitrine panafricaine riche de millions de jeunes à la recherche d'innovateurs comme vous. Inscrivez-vous dès maintenant sur ce lien ou contactez-nous au 77 556 37 69. 77 556 37 69.
How do we do it? So we do English. Good evening, everybody. So we are going to conclude this great symposium, this great Pan-African symposium that saw the beauty of Africa, the riches of Africa through its beautiful daughters and sons who are equipped with all what it takes for us to be able to develop not only the African sector, but all the development sectors of Africa, if only we are willing to give it what it takes. So I'm just gonna remind us all of what was the vision of this symposium. So this symposium aimed to create a regional knowledge and partnership platform that helps better understand the power of youth involvement in agriculture and the potential of innovation in agriculture in Africa. And I do believe that the vision has become reality. So I will shift to French. Sorry to the interpreters, because priority to our dear Senegalese audience. Donc, le 10 symposium de cette année avait pour thème mettre le potentiel de l'Afrique à profit pour une percée dans l'agroécologie. Les enjeux de l'événement ont été manifestes et il y en a eu vraiment beaucoup qui ont répondu aux problèmes auxquels font face les agripreneurs africains, dont la souveraineté alimentaire, l'agroécologie, l'agriculture intelligente face au climat, le stockage, la gestion et l'utilisation des ressources, l'employabilité des jeunes, élevage, aquaculture, apiculture, et j'en passe. Mais aussi et surtout, et ce sur quoi on a insisté tout le long du symposium, le leadership et la création de richesses. Encore une fois, nous sommes très intentionnels par rapport à la création de richesses au sein de la jeunesse africaine. Parce que la richesse moyenne, elle est démodée, elle est passée de mode pour un Africain lambda. Parce qu'on a des problèmes qui dépassent la moyenne. Et on a une communauté qui a besoin de nous, qui a besoin qu'on la soutienne. Et on est vraiment fatigué de la moyenne. On ne veut plus de richesses qui nous permettent d'acheter de belles voitures et de belles maisons, mais des richesses exponentielles, mais qui permettent de créer aussi de l'impact dans nos communautés, dans nos pays et dans notre cher continent, l'Afrique. Et donc, je vais donner la parole à mon co-organisateur, M. Edem Safli, Edem Kodjo Safli du Togo, pour qu'il rajoute à ce que je viens de partager avant qu'on ne donne la parole à Madame Tolulope Aina, pour qu'elle puisse nous parler de l'impact que ce symposium a eu en termes de tendance dans les autres pays d'Afrique. Je l'ai dit ici il y a quelques jours, quand elle m'a montré les chiffres en premier lieu, j'ai scié et j'ai regardé encore une fois. Parce qu'elle me parle de millions d'impressions, de millions de personnes sur Facebook et sur YouTube. Et comme je le disais juste quelques minutes avant, ça me rend très, très, très humble de voir ça. Et ça montre que ce qu'on vient de finir, c'est ce dont la jeunesse africaine a besoin. Mais aussi, ça nous rassure qu'ils sont partis vers l'information. Et on les remercie, on remercie cette jeunesse africaine-là. Et on se rend compte aussi que cette jeunesse est digitale. Parce qu'on ne pouvait pas contenir ces milliers, let alone ces millions de personnes ici. Et donc, cette digitalisation vraiment de l'information, on l'encourage et on pousse toute cette jeunesse-là à l'embrasser. Merci beaucoup. Je passe la parole à M. Edem Kodio. C'est moi qui annonce. Je ne vais pas laisser Edem me damer le pion sur ça. C'est moi-même qui vais annoncer notre cher Aluka Sena du Togo, qui est notre invité d'honneur, qui était notre invité d'honneur de l'année passée, qui a secoué toute la jeunesse africaine et qui est là aujourd'hui, qui est notre parrain, qui est notre papa, qui est l'un des pionniers vraiment de l'agroécologie en Afrique. Monsieur Aluka Sena, merci beaucoup d'être avec nous. Bienvenue sur la plateforme, bienvenue. Et on espère vous avoir rendu fiers. Donc, je donne à votre fils, Monsieur Edem Safli, pour qu'il vous donne je vous ai introduit, qu'il vous donne la parole.
Merci, je suis très ému. Et c'est un plaisir déjà de voir qu'on l'a fait. Ce n'était pas évident et ça s'est vraiment fait malgré toutes les difficultés, malgré tous les obstacles. Nous y sommes. On a appris beaucoup de choses ici. Et ce que j'aimerais nous engager à faire, c'est de passer à l'action. Nous avons pris des graines. Nous n'allons pas les cacher dans la chambre. Allons les semer. Martine a été très claire là-dessus. Il faut qu'on passe à l'action. Le fertilisant le plus efficace de la pauvreté, c'est la procrastination. Donc, à partir de maintenant, dès qu'on quitte ce soir, il est important d'élaborer des plans d'action pour voir comment est-ce qu'on passe des rêves, de tout ce qu'on s'est dit, pour élaborer, pour donner vie à tout ce qu'on s'est dit ici pour impacter. C'est la jeunesse. Et nous étions là, nous étions représentés et nous devons aller chercher ce qui nous est de droit. Il l'a dit, ne restons pas trop dociles. Personne ne viendra nous le donner, il faut qu'on se lève. L'entrepreneuriat n'est pas comme un restaurant où on s'assit en attendant qu'on vienne nous servir. C'est un buffet, il faut se lever et aller se servir. Monsieur Aluka. Monsieur Aluka est le président fondateur de JVE. JVE, c'est Jeunes Volontaires pour l'Environnement. C'est une ONG panafricaine qui aujourd'hui se retrouve dans une quarantaine de pays et qui s'active dans la protection de l'environnement. C'est la plus grande organisation de jeunesse actuellement qui fait ses preuves et qui, depuis la base, depuis la toute petite enfance, fait de l'éducation environnementale, va faire la promotion de l'énergie solaire et montre que même on peut mettre en place un entrepreneuriat dit solaire avec les énergies renouvelables. Nous serons très honorés de l'entendre ce soir, s'il est en ligne.
En attendant, M. Aluka Sena, nous allons donner la parole à Mme Tolulope Aina.
Thank you very much to everyone that has been a part of the success of this symposium. It's been a great experience, particularly for me, with the tremendous impact we were able to make in such a short while. I would just like to quickly run through the numbers. Before the commencement of this symposium, I would like to go as slowly as possible so that the interpreters can get the numbers for our dear Senegalese participants and French speakers watching us live across Africa. For the pre-event, we had over 5 million impressions across Facebook and Instagram. We had over 1,000 registered participants across 23 African countries. A round of applause, please. During this symposium, the first day, irrespective of the technical challenges, we trended in Rwanda for almost 2 days. A round of applause. The second day of the symposium, we trended in Zambia, and these trends are number 1. South Africa, Ghana, Kenya, and today I'm super proud because it's also trended in my country, Nigeria, and also Cameroon, and of course, Angola. This is true Pan-Africanism, and I'm super proud. Collectively, in less than 15 days, we have a total of 11 million impressions across various social media platforms. 11 million impressions. As at 4 p.m. today, Africa is indeed ready for Pan-Africanism. The youth are indeed ready. And I'm super honored and proud to be a part of this movement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tolu. Thank you. You're super proud. I'm super humbled by your fierceness, by your no-nonsense attitude towards me, and by our fights and our reconciliations. L'histoire avec Tolu, on la raconte pas en public. Bon, tous ceux qui ont été en présentiel ici connaissent bien Tolu et ont une idée de ce que je veux dire. Elle fait son travail, elle le fait bien et elle côtoie personne qui ne fait pas son travail aussi bien qu'elle le fait. Ces attentes, il faut les remplir, il faut les atteindre. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, Tolu. Merci pour ces chiffres qui vraiment nous rendent très, très humbles, il faut le dire encore une fois. Bienvenue, 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 Tahana. Bienvenue parmi nous. Donc, Tahana, votre présence à vous seule remplace dans mon cœur et dans mes considérations la présence de n'importe quelle autorité sénégalaise. Je le dis, et ceux qui me connaissent savent que je ne jette pas de fleurs. Je le dis parce que je le pense. Je le dis parce que vous avez fait tout ce que vous avez pu afin de voir ce symposium devenir, se réaliser. Et c'est pour ça que je vous ai appelé hier pour vous dire de venir être témoin du fruit de vos efforts, de vos nuits sans sommeil à mes côtés. Merci beaucoup. Je vous donne la parole.
Bonjour tout le monde, je m'appelle Anna Khan. Je crois que parmi les merveilleuses rencontres au cours de mon expérience professionnelle, c'est un moment que je n'oublierai jamais. Rencontrer une femme sénégalaise, donc c'est le cœur qui parle, jeune, dynamique, avec un projet aussi noble, parce que c'est un projet où il n'y a pas d'argent. Quand on travaille dans le développement, quand on travaille en direction des jeunes, c'est une vocation, c'est quelque chose, c'est le cœur qui donne. Faire une fondation, c'est pas rien. Une mère de famille. Aujourd'hui, les jeunes cherchent, ils conjuguent tous le verbe être, ils veulent devenir, le verbe avoir, qu'ils conjuguent plutôt, au lieu de conjuguer le verbe être. Et elle, dans sa trajectoire, elle impacte, puisqu'elle donne de sa passion, de ses objectifs, de ses ambitions autour d'elle. Donc, on se retrouve. Je fais du coaching. Et le coaching ne m'a jamais rapporté grand-chose puisque je coach des jeunes, que ce soit des Sénégalais, des Togolais, des Burkinabés. J'ai eu la chance des Gabonais puisque je réside à Libreville et je coach un jeune qui m'écoute, qui était à Shell. Cette petite histoire, je vais vous la raconter. Il s'appelle Machel Nguema. Il est logisticien, il était à Shell. Et puis, quand Shell a commencé à vaciller un peu, je lui ai dit, crée ta boîte. Il a créé une boîte qui s'appelle NM Industries. Il fait des routes, il fait des ponts, il fait des ouvrages. Et aujourd'hui, c'est le jeune, partout dans la presse gabonaise, on l'appelle le champion. Et il n'a pas 40 ans, il a 30 et quelques années. Il a recruté des gens comme moi. Bon, moi, je suis là depuis le début, des gens qui ont 40 ans d'expérience, 50 ans d'expérience, et il fait du roulage, il fait des routes. Et comme moi, j'ai fait 45 ans dans les médias, je m'ennuyais un peu, je suis directrice du développement. Je lui ai dit, on fait un journal. Il me dit, faites le dossier, j'ai fait le dossier. Donc, ça fait 2 ans, on travaille et on a monté un groupe de presse qui s'appelle Route d'Afrique. Je suis à Dakar pour poser le bureau de Route d'Afrique à Dakar. Je vais aller au Burkina, Mali, Togo, Bénin, Niger, Guinée, Gambie, Mauritanie. C'est la première étape. Derrière moi, on a recruté quelqu'un qui est en train de m'assister pour l'Afrique centrale. Donc, je recrute des jeunes. Je recrute, mais par centimètre. Elle en fait quelque chose parce que je veux des compétences, de métier, mais je veux des jeunes qui y croient. C'est des jeunes qui sont là, qui n'ont pas un gros salaire, mais qui savent qu'ils sont entrés dans un train qui va les emmener loin. Donc, tous les moyens sont mis à leur disposition et on a pris des seniors. On a pris des Jean Pires, des Lamine Diatta, des Ali Rounou. Voilà. La présidence a mis à notre disposition tout le matériel et les autorités, je vous passe tout ça. Et quand je vois une jeune femme comme ça, pour moi, c'est de la trempe de Machel Nguema, c'est des gens qui iront loin. Parce que toutes ces ONG que vous voyez, toutes ces organisations que vous voyez, les Nations Unies, vous voyez un peu Bill Gates avec ses fondations, vous voyez WF, vous voyez la Wallonie qui accompagne, ils ont dû démarrer par une étape, après il y a 2 étapes, et puis après, un jour, bon, la main de Dieu, et puis ça explose et elle va avoir des fondations et j'espère qu'elle va poser la fondation ici au Sénégal en termes de structure administrative, voilà, parce qu'il y a à faire. Donc, je suis très heureuse de la voir travailler. À un moment, elle a douté, on reporte, et deux jours après, elle dit, il y a espoir, je dis, on repart. Moi, quand tu t'arrêtes, je trouve les moyens de te couver et puis de te dire, bon, la cicatrice. Et quand elle dit, ah, il y a un espoir, tout ça, là, je dis, allez, on redémarre. Parce que l'événementiel, Aujourd'hui, cette salle, elle est belle, elle est hyper équipée. Elle aurait pu faire quelque chose dans un endroit bidon. Vous seriez là puisque vous êtes venu chercher la connaissance. C'est dans la tête des hommes. Mais avoir une belle salle comme ça, une image qu'on peut montrer au Japon, c'est-à-dire à Tokyo, à Toronto, aux États-Unis, à New York. Voilà, parce qu'un jour, les Nations Unies vont peut-être venir mettre la main, les organisations africaines vont mettre la main. Cette ONG qui s'appelle Craving for Development va prendre et puis vous allez dire « Ah mince, je suis très heureux d'avoir participé à son départ ». Ce monsieur que vous voyez assis là avec son petit boubou et son petit chapeau, il est aux Nations Unies. Hein? S'il vous raconte son parcours, je suis très heureuse qu'il vienne participer à ça parce que j'espère qu'il vous porte, qu'il vous prenne la main, qu'il vous amène à la chaire des Nations Unies pour que vous puissiez faire un plaidoyer pour qu'on vous soutienne. Voilà. Il a travaillé avec Kofi Annan, il a travaillé en Angola, à Madagascar, dans tous les pays. Il vit au Canada avec son épouse. Ils sont là par hasard et c'est une chance, il n'y a pas de hasard. Voilà, Dieu met les bonnes personnes sur les carrefours et puis voilà. Et je voudrais parler de cette jeune dame-là, que c'est pour elle que je me suis levée. La petite Nigériane, là, c'est une bombe. Ça fait 2 ans, je cherche une équipe pour monter le community management du groupe de presse. Ça fait 2 ans que je cherche. On me présente des gens, je dis, il a fait quoi? Oui, il a un master. Je dis, mais il est vert. V-E-R-T, Nyorul. De me beaucoup Nyor Khom. Parce que je veux avoir un raccourci. Je suis très exigeante. Je cherche quelqu'un qui a du métier, quelqu'un que je ne vais pas courir derrière. Je n'ai pas besoin de nurser quelqu'un que je vais recruter, qui me dit, ouais, je connais. Je dis, moi aussi, je connais. Moi, j'ai fait l'informatique en 1991. L'ordinateur n'existait pas. Il y avait Jean Servan-Schreiber qui avait créé le Centre mondial de l'informatique. J'ai rencontré Pierre Todd. L'histoire de l'informatique, c'est une petite fille paraplégique qui était sur une chaise roulante et qui voulait avoir des commodités. Ça s'appelle Vodafone. Et les Français n'y ont pas cru. Les Américains l'ont déporté et il est parti aux États-Unis. C'est la naissance de tout ce que vous voyez. Les Français sont passés à côté. Donc moi, on ne peut pas me duper pour me dire « Ah, je connais Facebook, je connais tout ça ». J'ai dit non, je veux quelqu'un qui connaît tout. Et j'ai rencontré cette jeune femme-là et je suis très fière parce que tout de suite, j'ai appelé mon patron. Ils ont fait la conférence téléphonique et mon patron m'a dit « Vous avez le feu vert, recrutez-la ». Donc, cette femme-là, je l'ai recrutée pour mon projet. Voilà.
Thank you very much for the warm. Yes, so thank you very much for that. I'm super grateful also to meet you and hear about the very interesting things that you are doing. I know that if we keep on talking about the many achievements that we've been able to gather as a result of this symposium, we might not be able to leave this place. But I'm sure Africa is proud. I'm most proud. And we are all very proud of ourselves. A round of applause for ourselves.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ta'ana. Thank you, Tolu Lopé. Merci beaucoup. Je reviens vers le français. Monsieur Sow, on vous veut ici. On vous exige. Oui, OK. Monsieur Sow, on vous donne 5 minutes.
Est-ce que 5 minutes, ça fait pas beaucoup? Bonjour ou bonsoir tout le monde. Je m'appelle Salih Sow, je suis consultant en communication et relations publiques. Je suis établi à Dakar, j'ai fait mes études en France et j'ai beaucoup travaillé en Afrique centrale, notamment en Centrafrique, où j'ai fait 3 ans comme conseiller du Premier ministre Abel Goumba, pour ceux qui sont de l'Afrique centrale. Moi, je suis très, très impressionné. Mon intervention va porter sur 2 mots. Impression, parce que je le suis. J'étais là le premier jour, j'ai vu comment l'engouement et l'engagement, je ne parle même pas de madame, mais de l'ensemble des participants, mais surtout rassuré. Je suis rassuré parce que vous représentez l'avenir de l'Afrique. L'Afrique sans... il y a deux éléments qui vont nous permettre à l'Afrique de s'en sortir. C'est sa jeunesse et son agriculture. Alors, si la jeunesse africaine est mobilisée, et surtout dans ce secteur qui est vital, qui est très important pour notre développement, pour notre survie, alors on ne peut être que rassuré. Vraiment, je voulais vous féliciter encore une fois, vous encourager. Et bon, nous sommes un peu de l'autre côté. Hein. On va simplement vous accompagner, vous soutenir, vous encourager, et vous pouvez compter sur nous. Félicitations encore et bravo et à la prochaine fois. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, M. Sow. Merci beaucoup. Merci à vous. C'est vrai qu'il était là le premier jour à nous soutenir. J'ai vu les belles photos. J'avais juste raté de prendre des photos avec lui, mais je ne vais pas rater ça encore une fois. Et donc là, sans plus tarder, une des résultantes de ce symposium, parce qu'on était axé sur plusieurs choses, on a déjà rappelé les points saillants, on était sur les chaînes de valeur, comment expliciter les chaînes de valeur agricoles, parce que c'est là la mine d'or. Comment expliciter, comment faire de sorte que l'on sache que cette chaîne de valeur-là, c'est ce qui fait de l'agriculture ce qu'elle est. On ne parle plus d'agriculture où la personne est juste dans les champs, mais c'est une chaîne de valeur, c'est-à-dire de la semence jusqu'au plat de votre utilisateur et même au-delà. Et donc, on voulait aussi vraiment parler du développement de partenariats entre experts africains et la plateforme est déjà établie. On a aussi voulu vraiment aider ces jeunes Africains-là à accéder au marché africain. On est riche de 54 pays et donc ne pas vraiment se cloisonner dans nos pays et avec nos marchés. Et ça, on a beaucoup parlé du prérequis. Il nous faut de bons produits. Il nous faut aussi être la marque. Il nous faut le leadership. Il nous faut le savoir-faire. Il nous faut être prêt à embrasser cette Afrique parce qu'elle est exigeante. Elle est très exigeante. Elle est prête. On a aussi beaucoup parlé de l'accès au financement, l'accès aux investisseurs. On a fini la session avec M. Dayo Adetiloye, Lydia Werimou Kimani et moi comme leur humble modératrice. Et là, la résultante de ça, la résultante directe de ce symposium, c'est quelque chose que l'équipe technique va nous mettre tout de suite et qui va se jouer dans quelques mois. À vous.
Dar es Salaam 22, the meeting of investors, entrepreneurs, experts, and decision makers. Dar es Salaam 22, turn your plans into reality and rise to the top of your industry. Come prepared. Dar es Salaam 22, the meeting of investors, entrepreneurs, experts, and decision makers. Dar es Salaam 22, turn your plans into reality and rise to the top of your industry. Come prepared.
Nous ne sommes pas à Dubaï, nous sommes bien en Afrique. Dar es Salaam, la capitale de la
Turn
Tanzanie.
your plans into reality and rise to the top of your industry. Come prepared. Dar es Salaam 22, the meeting of investors, entrepreneurs, experts, and decision makers. Dar es Salaam 22, turn your plans into reality and rise to the top of your industry. Come prepared.
Monsieur Alouka Sena, est-ce que vous êtes avec nous?
Il est à 100%.
La rencontre des investisseurs, entrepreneurs, experts et décideurs Dar es Salaam 2022 concrétise tes projets et hisse-toi au sommet de ton industrie. Viens tout à fait prêt. La rencontre des investisseurs, entrepreneurs, experts et décideurs Dar es Salaam 2022 concrétise tes projets et hisse-toi au sommet de ton industrie. Viens tout à fait prêt.
Merci beaucoup à l'équipe technique, merci beaucoup. Et donc ça, c'est la résultante de ce symposium. Craving for Development organise en juillet 2022 à Dar es Salaam, en Tanzanie, la rencontre des investisseurs, des entrepreneurs, des experts et des décideurs. Et ne vous le faites pas raconter. Merci. Et venez bien prêt. Merci beaucoup. Et donc, on vient de nous dire qu'on a Monsieur Aluka Sena avec nous et je vous laisse l'honneur de présenter, de nous l'amener.
On ne pouvait pas mieux clôturer ce symposium. Ce monsieur n'est plus à présenter. Il pèse très lourd sur la scène internationale aujourd'hui quand il faut discuter d'agroécologie, de changement climatique, d'énergie renouvelable. C'est monsieur Aluka Sena. C'est le directeur exécutif des Jeunes Volontaires pour l'Environnement qui est très représenté aujourd'hui en Afrique. Disons que c'est la plus grande organisation de jeunesse. Monsieur Aluka Sena, nous sommes très heureux de vous avoir avec nous ce soir. Vous avez la parole.
Nangadef, chère jeune population, chers collègues, chers amis, ça fait énormément plaisir pour moi. Et pour m'aisonner, ils sont là très nombreux, hein. Ils ne veulent pas apparaître. Ils disent bonjour, très ravi d'être avec vous et surtout en écoutant cette dernière partie, cette dernière session avec notre maman formidable et les très bons témoignages sur une jeunesse active et dynamique, ça ne peut que nous réjouir. En tout cas, merci beaucoup de l'opportunité. Chers collègues, arrivé à la fin presque la fin de ce symposium riche d'éducation, d'instruction, d'enseignement, il ne me reste qu'à vous dire vraiment bravo et félicitations à tous. Le plus important, et j'espère, c'est que tel que les participants sont ou étaient il y a cela 1 ou 2 jours, aujourd'hui, c'est des jeunes, c'est des âmes transformées, c'est des âmes nouvelles, prêtes à prendre la houe, la daba et le coupe-coupe pour aller défricher le terrain et semer, arroser, entretenir, afin que de ces plantes-là, n'est-ce pas, germent des fruits pour eux, mais aussi pour les générations à venir. Alors, symposium sur l'agriculture, aujourd'hui, il n'y a rien d'actualité que de cela. Parce que la vérité est que notre monde fait face à des tragédies dont on ne parle pas assez, et que j'appelle souvent la crise de ABCDE. Voilà. Donc, moi, je vais rajouter un peu à ce que vous avez appris ces 2 jours, à ce qu'on appelle la crise ABCDE, la tragédie de ces 5 lettres-là. Notre monde est à la croisée des chemins et il y a un certain nombre de menaces qui pèsent sur ce monde et le monde fait semblant, comme l'a dit Jacques Chirac, de regarder ailleurs. Et ces crises-là, ensemble, risquent de porter un coup fatal à l'existence même, à l'identité que nous avons de vivre, surtout nous, Africains, peuple pacifique, peuple vulnérable. Alors, ces crises-là, et vous allez voir que ce dont vous avez discuté ces 2 jours est au centre de ces crises. Qu'est-ce qu'on appelle les crises ABCDE? Les crises A, la crise A, vous le connaissez, c'est la crise de l'alimentaire, la crise de la souveraineté alimentaire. Aujourd'hui, il n'est plus secret pour personne que 1 milliard, nous sommes 7 milliards de voisins, que 1 milliard de personnes, à peu près, la FAO dit 700 millions, mais beaucoup d'autres organisations, comme on parle de 1 milliard de personnes, qui dorment presque le ventre vide. Et 2,7 milliards, soit 3 milliards de personnes qui sont malnutries. Vous voyez, le riz que nous mangeons avant, le hablo, le com, le dokunu, etc., que nous mangeons, aujourd'hui, ce n'est plus la même qualité. C'est vraiment beaucoup plus de bourratif. Et donc, avec cette pollution de notre système agricole aujourd'hui, eh bien, il y a raison de beaucoup s'inquiéter par rapport à l'avenir, notamment à cause de cette même mise qu'opèrent les compagnies multinationales sur notre système alimentaire. Dis-moi ce que tu manges, je te dirai qui tu es. Aujourd'hui, nous n'arrivons pas à manger ce que nous produisons. Nos paysans ont faim et nos terres se font être accaparées de jour en jour par les puissances étrangères et ce n'est pas normal et ça donne une énorme opportunité pour la jeunesse. Donc, crise A. Deuxième lettre, c'est B. C'est la crise de l'érosion de la biodiversité. Vous savez, actuellement se prépare la COP 15, la 15e conférence des Nations Unies sur la Convention sur la diversité biologique qui doit se dérouler l'année prochaine en Chine. Eh bien, aujourd'hui, nous assistons à une disparition inacceptable, horrible, de ce qui constitue notre ceinture verte. Il se dit que chaque jour, nous perdons 5 espèces. Chaque jour, nous perdons 5 espèces. Des espèces tant animales que végétales, des espèces peut-être qui sont porteurs de guérison pour les maladies nouvelles que nous avons aujourd'hui. Et avec la pandémie de coronavirus, nous sommes bien rendus compte de la nécessité de rétablir cet équilibre qu'il y a entre nous autres humains et la biodiversité. Et on ne peut pas continuer de le dire assez, que nous devons absolument faire un effort pour mettre un stop à cette érosion, parce que qui dit érosion de la biodiversité, dit érosion du système sur lequel même reposent fondamentalement nos vies. Et en Afrique, quand je prends le cas d'une forêt, en Afrique, une forêt, et ce n'est pas seulement un espace où il y a des arbres ensemble, non. La forêt, c'est notre temple. La forêt, c'est le supermarché. La forêt, c'est notre espace de jeu. C'est de la forêt qu'on va tirer tout ce qu'il faut pour la vie. Et donc, c'est aussi notre église, c'est aussi notre mosquée. Et c'est pour cela que c'est absolument important que nous puissions faire tout pour rétablir la biodiversité. Et avec la biodiversité, ce qu'on appelle la biodiversité culturelle, c'est-à-dire nos savoirs locaux endogènes, qui sont de génération en génération encodés dans la biodiversité, dans nos savoir-faire. Donc, deuxième crise, la crise de la biodiversité ou érosion de la biodiversité. Troisième crise, c'est la crise climatique, ABC. Et nous sortons de la 26e conférence des Nations Unies sur le climat à Glasgow. Alors, chers amis, vous l'avez sans doute vu que l'accord de Glasgow, le pacte, ça s'appelle le pacte climatique de Glasgow, qui c'est presque un fiasco. Bon, il faut quand même qu'on se dise la vérité. Tout le monde savait qu'aucune COP n'accoucherait quelque chose d'extraordinaire. Même le soi-disant accord de Paris, c'est parce que les grandes nations, Chine et les États-Unis, se sont mis d'accord qu'on l'appelle un accord historique. Sinon, en réalité, c'est que au-delà du multilatéralisme qui a gagné, la crise climatique elle-même, elle n'a même pas encore commencé à être réglée. Vous savez, tous les États sont promis de pouvoir réduire leurs émissions de façon à ce qu'en 2030, nous retrouvions à peu près à un niveau acceptable. L'idée est de bloquer toute augmentation de température à 1,5 degré Celsius en moyenne par rapport à 1990. Aujourd'hui, si on met ensemble les engagements de tous les pays, les engagements, on les appelle dans un document qui s'appelle les CDN, c'est-à-dire les contributions déterminées au niveau national. Si on les met tous ensemble, les gars, chers jeunes, nous sommes tous sur une trajectoire d'augmentation de 16% par rapport à 90. Or, l'accord de Paris demandait de réduire les émissions de 45% si on veut garder un cap d'une augmentation de 1,5 degré Celsius. Ça veut dire qu'il y a problème, les amis. Il y a un véritable problème parce que inondation par ici, sécheresse par là, feu de brousse ici, les réfugiés climatiques et la chose qu'on nous dit passer, les guerres du climat. Tous ces conflits autour de nous, qui sont des conflits liés, n'est-ce pas, à ce dérèglement climatique avec ces corollaires que nous connaissons aujourd'hui. Et il est très important aujourd'hui cette question de crise climatique. Le D, c'est la désertification, c'est la déforestation. Nous perdons trop de terres, de sol. Nos sols deviennent incultes, deviennent infertiles. Ailleurs, c'est le désert qui avance. Ailleurs, c'est les zones humides qui deviennent des zones arides. Ailleurs, c'est des zones arides qui deviennent des zones désertiques. Ou des zones désertiques qui deviennent totalement caillouteux, rocailleux, etc. Ou sablonneux, où rien presque ne produit, ne peut pousser. Donc, cette crise liée à la désertification, c'est le processus de dégradation des sols. C'est ça, c'est différent de l'avancée du désert, j'espère que vous le savez. Et donc, ce processus de désertification menace la vie de beaucoup de personnes. 600 millions de personnes environ voient leur vie et leur moyen d'existence menacés par cette désertification avancée. Il faut que nous, en tant que jeunes, fassions un effort. Et cela est causé essentiellement par non seulement la monoculture, l'utilisation abusive d'engrais, mais aussi le fait que beaucoup de nos terres sont rachetées par les firmes étrangères, ce qu'on appelle l'accaparement des terres. Et cela prive beaucoup de nous, de vous, jeunes, des moyens d'existence, de tout espoir de voir l'agriculture un secteur porteur, alors que l'agriculture est le secteur le plus porteur qui existe. Il n'y a pas à discuter. Et j'en finis, les deux autres A, B, C, D, E. Le dernier, c'est la crise énergétique. la crise énergétique, il y a encore 600 millions de personnes en Afrique. C'est près de 46% de la population mondiale africaine, pardon, n'a pas accès à l'électricité, ce qui est non acceptable. Vous savez, les pays comme la RD Congo avec le grand barrage Nga, la RDC, c'est un pays de paradoxe. Malgré tous ces grands barrages, la RDC est le pays le plus noir du continent. Taux d'éclairage, 6%. Est-ce que vous trouvez ça normal? Pas acceptable du tout. Et alors qu'il y a des solutions qui marchent à côté, des solutions d'irrigation, du solaire, de la géothermie, de la marée motrice, etc., eh bien, on regarde toujours sous-sol. On regarde toujours vers le bas. Alors qu'il y a la capacité de regarder un peu à l'air, de regarder autour de nous, avec toute cette puissance qui existe, on peut faire fonctionner le monde entier. D'ailleurs, une dernière étude a dit que ne serait-ce que les hydroliennes, donc les éoliennes sur la mer, pourraient faire fonctionner l'entièreté des besoins énergétiques de la planète. Vous voyez, donc si on met davantage de recherche, on peut régler ces problèmes. Et tout ceci, quel est le lien entre les crises A, B, C, D, E dont je viens de parler? Eh bien, c'est le système, le modèle de développement économique auquel nous sommes confrontés. Et ce système néolibéral, basé essentiellement sur une agriculture intensive en énergie fossile, ce système n'est pas durable. Ça ne peut pas nous amener loin. Et c'est pour ça que je tiens à vous féliciter parce que vous êtes sur le très, très bon chemin. L'agrobusiness, l'agroprenariat ou l'entrepreneuriat jeune constitue le moyen aujourd'hui de résorber le problème du chômage, mais aussi, surtout, si on parle de l'agroécologie, si on parle d'une agriculture intelligente au climat, si on parle de l'agriculture qui est assez durable, cette agriculture-là doit pouvoir permettre de pouvoir non seulement satisfaire les besoins nutritifs alimentaires du monde, mais savez-vous quoi? Ça va permettre de renforcer la résilience communautaire. L'agroécologie constitue aujourd'hui un très bon moyen non seulement de régler la question climatique, la question de la souveraineté alimentaire, mais de s'assurer qu'il y ait une répartition équitable des ressources. Imaginez, nous sommes dans la décennie de l'agriculture familiale, 2021 et 2028, décennie de l'agriculture familiale et la décennie de la restauration des écosystèmes. Alors, durant ces deux décennies, il est important que nous, vous, tous ensemble, en tant que jeunes, nous attirions l'attention du politique sur la nécessité de retourner aux valeurs ancestrales qui ont fondé notre agriculture. Vous me direz, oui, il y a 9 milliards de personnes. Est-ce que l'agroécologie, est-ce que l'agriculture intelligente, est-ce que l'agriculture durable peut nourrir ces 9 milliards? Eh bien oui, je suis désolé. Parce que la vérité, c'est quoi? Qui nourrit les Sénégalais? Qui nourrit les Maliens? Qui nourrit les Béninois? Vous pensez que ce sont les grands producteurs? Non, ce sont les petits paysans, ceux qui n'ont que des petits carrés. Et c'est pour cela que c'est vers cela qu'il faut mettre l'accent. Et c'est pour ça que les jeunes qui sont porteurs de projets doivent recevoir l'attention toute méritée. Et je tiens ici à beaucoup à vous féliciter parce que la porte de sortie de notre humanité, si on veut régler le problème du chômage, régler le problème de la crise climatique, régler le problème de l'érosion côtière, il y a nécessité de retourner vers les premières valeurs, celles qui fondent notre agriculture, un nouveau modèle, comme on le voit dans beaucoup de pays. Et vous êtes dans un pays formidable, le Sénégal. C'est vrai qu'on est aussi dans le monde virtuel, mais il y a le Sénégal qui est qui tire la charrette de l'Afrique vers ce monde nouveau auquel nous assistons, vers cette Afrique qui renaît, cette Afrique qui nourrit ses fils, et s'il y en a assez, nourrit d'autres également au-delà d'Afrique. Alors, le Sénégal a pris un engagement, bonjour monsieur Macky Sall, le président Macky Sall a pris l'engagement dans son programme présidentiel de pouvoir mettre le Sénégal sur la voie de l'agroécologie, de l'agriculture intelligente, et grâce à des systèmes, à des réseaux qui ont été mis en place, notamment la DITAES, c'est la dynamique de la transition agroécologique au Sénégal. Dynamique pour la transition agroécologique au Sénégal, la DITAES, qui a fait une formidable étude, qui a fait des travaux de recherche à travers tout le pays et a remis au Premier ministre, ça ne fait pas longtemps, en 2018, un livre blanc qui doit permettre de pouvoir amorcer cette transition du Sénégal. Et derrière le Sénégal, beaucoup de pays sont aussi en train de suivre cet exemple. Le Togo, mon pays, le Mali, mais également le Burkina Faso et beaucoup d'autres, l'Afrique du Sud, qui font des efforts pour essayer d'amorcer, n'est-ce pas, une transition agroécologique. Alors, donc, c'est juste vraiment vous encourager, vous féliciter d'être là-bas. Vous êtes au très bon point. L'agriculture générale classique, effectivement, ça peut permettre de pouvoir résorber une partie du chômage, ça peut permettre d'aller vers l'avant, mais aujourd'hui, nous sommes rendus compte que la thèse productiviste, produire, eh bien, ça ne marchera pas. Alors, chers jeunes, si vous avez une niche, si vous avez quelque chose qui va vous différencier des autres, voyez agriculture organique, voyez agroécologie. Et l'agroécologie ne s'oppose pas à l'utilisation de tracteurs. Ça ne s'oppose pas à des périmètres infinis. Ça ne s'oppose pas à l'utilisation de produits nouveaux, produits intelligents. L'agroécologie, c'est tout simplement comment arriver à faire de l'agriculture un secteur porteur pour nous, mais également comment s'assurer que ce sol ce sol permettent aux générations futures également d'en avoir. Et nous jeunes et vous jeunes, c'est notre devoir de faire une agriculture alternative, une agriculture différente. L'agroécologie, c'est un mouvement, c'est une science, mais aussi des pratiques. Et les pratiques, vous le connaissez très bien. Et j'aimerais vous encourager à aller dans ce sens. Ceux qui sont dans la transformation de produits, vous êtes énormément félicités. Et il faut trouver les alternatives à l'utilisation de plastique. Il faut que nos produits soient moins intensifs en énergie. Il faut que nos produits puissent être basés sur des produits locaux, mais aussi que dans le processus de transformation, mais aussi de transport, que nous puissions privilégier les circuits courts, etc. Et qu'on produise à Kolda pour les gens de Kolda, qu'on produise à Tambacounda pour les gens de Tambacounda, et qu'on produise à Kaye pour les gens de Kaye. Voilà, comme on dit au Niger, les Nigériens nourrissent les Nigériens. Voilà, il faut que les Sénégalais nourrissent les Sénégalais. Il faut qu'on arrête de manger tout ce que vous connaissez, pizza, machin, voilà. Il faut que nous arrivions à promouvoir ce nouveau modèle de consommation de produits locaux. C'est là-bas que je trouve qu'il y a une bonne voie pour vous, pour moi, pour les générations à venir. Écoutez, ça a été un énorme plaisir pour moi de vous entretenir sur ces éléments. Je reste vraiment disponible et je soutiens à fond cette initiative, ce symposium. Nous serons ensemble à Dar es Salaam. Là-bas, on dit Jambo, Abarigani, Mzuri Sana. Nous allons tous apprendre à Santi Sana l'année prochaine. On sera tous à Dar es Salaam et avec vous à ce symposium que, Inch'Allah, je l'espère, deviendra une référence en matière de réflexion, en matière de propositions fortes. Et en tout cas, merci beaucoup. Je travaille pour une petite association qui s'appelle Jeunes Volontaires pour l'Environnement. Nous venons de célébrer nos 20 ans, 23 novembre 2001, 23 novembre 2021. Ça fait 20 ans que nous sommes mis aux côtés des jeunes, aux côtés des États, des collectivités territoriales, des paysans, des femmes, des jeunes, pour nous assurer que quand il y a prise de décision, que les jeunes soient là. Quand on doit discuter de l'avenir de la nation, que les jeunes et les enfants aient voix au chapitre. Et que nos jeunes demoiselles, nos dames, soient bien habillées et que soient celles-là qui portent le flambeau d'une Afrique naissante, une Afrique nouvelle. En tout cas, merci beaucoup à vous pour l'opportunité. Et Jeff à tous et à très très vite. Je reste tout à votre disposition. Ne l'oubliez pas. Nous avons en face de nous 5 grandes crises. La crise A alimentaire, la crise B biodiversité, la crise C qui est la crise climatique, la crise de la désertification, la crise énergétique. Et pour ça, la force de la jeunesse va beaucoup jouer. Youth Power. Thank you very much. Jerry Jeff.
Thank you very much. Je ne sais pas combien de langues vous parlez, M. Aluka Sena, mais ce n'est pas ça qui m'impressionne. Ce qui m'impressionne, c'est vraiment votre leadership dans le monde de l'environnement, dans vraiment votre accompagnement pour les jeunes et surtout le leadership, vraiment. On n'a pas les mots pour exprimer vraiment l'honneur qu'on a de vous avoir comme hôte d'honneur. Merci beaucoup, M. Aluka Sena. Vous êtes une figure emblématique de l'agroécologie, de l'environnement, de l'appui aux jeunes Africains. Merci beaucoup. Comme disent les Anglais, keep on doing you. Continuez à être comme vous êtes. On vous adore. Et donc, je voulais préciser.
Vous êtes, on est ensemble.
On est ensemble. Je voulais préciser que Dar es Salaam 2022, ce n'est pas le prochain symposium. Dar es Salaam 2022, c'est la rencontre des investisseurs, des entrepreneurs, des experts et des décideurs.
Alors, le symposium?
Le symposium, on quitte l'Afrique de l'Ouest, on va vers...
Let's keep it for now.
Whatever you say. OK, donc suspense, on ne le dira pas. En tout cas, on est en train de se battre. Oui, c'est ça. OK, donc Dar es Salaam 2022, c'est bien le rendez-vous des investisseurs, des entrepreneurs, des experts et des décideurs. Et c'est pour ça qu'on a dit, venez prêts. Si vous avez vos business plans, retravaillez-les. Si vous avez votre part de marché, assurez-vous bien qu'il soit grand. Mais aussi, comme on a dit avec M. Dayo et tous les intervenants, faites votre devoir de maison. Do your homework. On ne peut pas aller à l'international, même pas au sous-régional, peut-être même pas au national, quand on n'est pas prêt. Il faut s'équiper. Il ne faut pas sauter les étapes. Il ne faut pas passer avec des lacunes. Et donc, on a quelques 8 à 9 mois pour se préparer pour Dar es Salaam 2022. Mais il faut aussi faire beaucoup de fundraising parce que personne ne va vous inviter free. Il faut faire votre propre fundraising, mais il faut aussi être bien équipé. Et donc, on n'en dira pas plus. Dar es Salaam 2022, c'est comme qui dirait Dubai Expo 2021. Et on verra si on va tenir nos paroles. Donc, on m'avait annoncé qu'il y a un représentant de monsieur le maire de Diaga, Tivaouane Peulh, et du Lac Rose qui voulait prendre la parole. S'il est parmi nous, la parole est à lui. S'il n'est pas parmi nous, on conclut en remerciant ceux qui ont bien voulu nous faire confiance et nous accompagner dans l'organisation de ce symposium. Ils ne sont pas nombreux parce qu'il y en a beaucoup qui n'ont pas voulu faire confiance à cette jeunesse. Ils ont voulu faire confiance à des gens qui ont des tontons politiciens et je n'en ai pas. Et donc, je remercie le port autonome de Dakar qui a bien voulu soutenir ce symposium. Je remercie Clé d'Or qui est un business dans le monde de l'immobilier, qui est dirigé par une dame de fer, une dame qui vraiment en veut et qui fait que ça se passe dans le secteur immobilier. Elle ne fait pas de petites choses, elle ne fait que de bien belles et grandes choses. Elle s'appelle Nafissatou Kane, vraiment je la félicite, je suis fière d'elle. Clé d'Or, un autre round d'applaudissements pour elle. Je remercie aussi la Sénélec qui a aussi bien voulu nous accompagner. Comme je l'ai dit hier, bien qu'il pouvait dire qu'on n'est pas dans le même secteur, mais je ne vois pas qui n'est pas dans le secteur de l'entrepreneuriat des jeunes, dans le développement durable. On remercie aussi la Banque agricole qui a bien voulu aussi nous faire confiance. On remercie la BNDE. On remercie Humus Plus, qui est une dame qui est au Nigeria, qui fait de l'engrais biologique, de l'engrais vraiment de la meilleure qualité qu'il y ait. Et donc, Humus Plus, merci beaucoup. Nous remercions aussi notre partenaire de tous les temps, notre partenaire au Sénégal, Wango. Ils ne sont pas ici, mais on est de tout cœur ensemble. Merci beaucoup, Wango. Merci à Alun Badara Diop. Merci, comme les lutteurs sénégalais le feraient, ils te diraient, je remercie ma mère, mon père, ma tante et mon oncle. Et moi, Et moi, oui, je dirais merci beaucoup à ma famille. Merci beaucoup à ma famille, à la famille Kane, extraordinaire. Et en fait, normalement, on ne doit pas remercier sa famille parce que c'est notre famille. Tout ce qu'on fait, c'est entre nous. Mais c'est un soutien extraordinaire. Vraiment, c'est un réseau. C'est un réseau. Et c'est pour ça que moi, je pense que les Africains, que personne ne nous fasse croire qu'on ne doit pas faire beaucoup d'enfants. Parce que moi, si je n'avais pas mes sœurs et frères, je ne serais pas là aujourd'hui. Faisons beaucoup d'enfants, éduquons les comme il faut. Non, mais c'est un réseau, c'est un réseau. Si j'ai personne sur qui compter, je compte sur mes sœurs et frères. Et ça, c'est qu'on ne nous leurre pas. Qu'on ne nous leurre pas. Notre ressource humaine africaine, il faut qu'elle soit experte et bien encadrée, mais il nous la faut. Et donc, c'est autour de ça que je voudrais vraiment conclure en... Oui, et donc, merci beaucoup, merci à tous, merci aux lauréats du Salon de l'innovation, merci à ceux qui innovent et qu'on ne connaît pas encore, mais qu'on est en train de chercher et qui vont se révéler très, très bientôt. Merci à vous, continuez de faire ce que vous faites, mais encore mieux, et essayez de prendre tout ce que vous avez appris ici, de décortiquer et d'utiliser de façon très, très efficiente, que ça ne reste pas dans les blocs-notes, s'il vous plaît. Merci beaucoup, merci à tous. On se dit à novembre 2022. Ils sont là? On avait déjà demandé, c'était à 14h? Abdelhad. Oui, j'ai demandé qu'ils viennent prendre la parole, je ne les ai pas vus. Ça, c'est une incompréhension.
La rencontre des investisseurs, entrepreneurs, experts et décideurs Dar es Salaam 2022 concrétise tes projets et hisse-toi au sommet de ton industrie. Viens tout à fait prêt.
Un petit peu, restons un petit peu.
La rencontre des investisseurs, entrepreneurs, experts et décideurs Dar es Salaam 2022 concrétise tes projets et hisse-toi au sommet de ton industrie. Viens tout à fait prêt.
Abdul. On invite les jeunes qui sont avec le maire de Niagatua Wonpul à venir prendre la
Experts et
parole.
décideurs Dar es Salaam 2022 concrétise tes projets et hisse-toi. La rencontre des investisseurs, entrepreneurs, experts et décideurs Dar es Salaam 2022 concrétise tes projets et hisse-toi au sommet de ton industrie. Viens tout à fait prêt. La rencontre des investisseurs, entrepreneurs, experts et décideurs Dar es Salaam 2022 concrétise tes projets et hisse-toi au sommet de ton industrie. Viens tout à fait prêt.
Bonjour tout le monde. Bonjour à ce valeur public ici présent. Je me présente, je me nomme Alassane Sow, membre du comité chargé de la communication de l'EJSP, Entente des jeunes pour soutenir monsieur le maire Papsi Diop. Donc, nous sommes là ici présents pour représenter le maire. Donc, nous vous informons qu'il est en cours de route actuellement. Il devrait être là, mais il ne va pas tarder à débarquer. Donc, voilà, je tenais à vous informer cela. En tout cas, nous sommes ici présents au Symposium panafricain sur l'agriculture. Donc, vraiment, c'est une opportunité pour nous. Donc, nous sommes ici. Et nous contentons d'être là, d'être ces jeunes qui seront là ici et demain. Donc nous invitons les jeunes à venir nous soutenir sur cette campagne. Donc carrément, je sollicite la présidente Madame Baldé de nous inviter, Inch'Allah, à la 3e édition du Symposium. Donc nous sommes prêts à nous engager sur ça. Parce que ce projet est très intéressant. L'écologie, et donc vraiment, c'est quelque chose de très important. Donc nous nous engageons fièrement en tant que jeunes à mobiliser nos forces et nos ressources à travailler auprès de vous. Donc je m'en vais aussi à féliciter notre Abdelhadr national, lui qui a détenu qui a pris la première place avec son projet vraiment innovateur et très pertinent, pour ne pas le nommer, au Vivatech. Et je remercie aussi, j'encourage aussi à nos amis zambiens pour leur projet NutriGreen. C'est vraiment quelque chose de très innovateur. Donc, je ne vais pas tirer en longueur notre discours. Juste, monsieur le maire, Momar Sorne Diop, nous a envoyé pour féliciter ce valeur public, et nous félicitons aussi la présidente Madame Kan Valdé. Et une information que monsieur le maire, Papis Diop, voulait lui proposer une distinction, l'élever au rang de citoyen d'honneur. Donc, Inch'Allah, vous aurez, Inch'Allah, Madame Kan Valdé, vous aurez à avoir ce privilège, Inch'Allah. Et donc, je vous sollicite, et si ce n'est pas trop demandé, je vous demande, ou bien je m'excuse parce que c'est la première fois et on est venu comme ça accidentellement. Donc on est obligé d'improviser. Sauf que je voulais un standing ovation à notre maman Mariam Diop. C'est grâce à lui qu'on est là. C'est grâce à lui qu'aujourd'hui que nous avons cette privilège de nous dresser devant vous et vous présenter nos plus sincères salutations. Donc, nous saluons tout le monde et merci à ces jeunes entrepreneurs, ou bien je les appelle les futurs décideurs, parce que vraiment, les projets m'ont plu. Et Inch'Allah, nous nous engageons à travailler auprès de vous. Et God bless Africa. God bless Africa.
Merci beaucoup.
Bénédiction à tout le monde. Merci beaucoup.
Jeunes de Niaga, Tivaouane Peulh. Merci beaucoup. Nous sommes de tout cœur avec vous. Merci, monsieur le maire. Merci, Mariem et votre chère Marie. Merci à tous. Je voudrais vraiment remercier les co-organisateurs de ce symposium, Edem Kodjo Safli, Tolulope Aina, et me remercier moi-même, Aminata Kanbalde. J'aimerais remercier monsieur Issoufou Abdul Kader, monsieur Gorandiaï, madame Refatou Afo, monsieur Makan Dabo qui a fait du Mali, de Bamako jusqu'à Dakar en voiture pour ne pas rater ce symposium. Makan Dabo. Merci à Dr Doudou Diane Faye, à monsieur Papa Sada Faye. Merci à monsieur Moussa Sen, monsieur Djibi Diagne Mbaye, madame Maïmouna Koli, à monsieur Baye Maguette Diop. Je vous remercie vivement, Baye Maguette. Merci beaucoup. Et ça, ce sont nos intervenants, les experts de 23 pays qui ont fait que ce symposium-là était haut en expertise, en expérience et en connaissances pratiques partagées. Je remercie madame Kosiwa Sipowaka, monsieur Komla Kiki Gagno, monsieur Pascal Parkouda, madame Sarah Yirga, madame Fumzile Chifounisse, madame Lydia Werimou Kimani, qui est toujours avec nous en ligne, madame Asma Begoun Mirza, monsieur Simon Evam Sisse Sosa, madame Bridgetta Amouateng, monsieur Dayo Adetiloye, monsieur Martin Salanda, monsieur Arnold Muyunda Inyama, monsieur Christian Mendy, madame Aminata Ganeme du Burkina Faso qui a aussi bien voulu financer son voyage et se retrouver avec nous, monsieur Adama Sawadogo, madame Sam Kelesiwe Shunda qui porte toujours le drapeau de l'Afrique du Sud. Vous la connaissez très bien. Madame Linda Sigilay, monsieur Hamid Mara, on était nombreux. Madame Tolulope Aina, Madame Victoria Mwafourliwa, monsieur Augustine Sensi Bangoura et monsieur Aluka Sena et nos chers interprètes, Madame Rokeya Touré et monsieur, il faut vraiment les applaudir, il faut les applaudir. Et monsieur Émile Kessi, les infatigables interprètes qui ont fait qu'on a pu se comprendre et que ce symposium ait pu être bilingue, panafricain et tout ce qu'il a été. Merci beaucoup. Merci à tous. Ceux qu'on a nommés et ceux que l'on n'a pas nommés, nos cœurs sont ensemble. Je vous remercie et que Dieu nous garde jusqu'à la... Merci beaucoup à la event manager. Merci à Hawa Khan. Eh bien sûr, Hawakan, c'est ma sœur de mère et de père, mais elle a bien fait son boulot. Sinon, on ne l'aurait pas remercié. Merci à ton équipe. Merci à l'équipe que Tahana a bien voulu former et reformer. Merci à l'équipe technique. Merci à ceux qui ont de près ou de loin participé à la réussite de cet événement. Merci beaucoup. À l'année prochaine. We rocked, we made history. L'équipe technique Jaylani de M. Luma, Abdul Had Jaylani Pouy.
Now I see the distance of your journey. What's on your mind? You open your eyes to go away.
Please, can we all come back into the hall for group photographs, please?
Victory. At the sign of victory.